Thanks to what the Flying Blade Assassin King said, I had an enlightenment, but the innate core energy in my central energy core has created an essence that is more than 60 years worth. Awesome! Now all you need is enlightenment to get to the 6th mastery of the luminous star mystic art. Congratulations, MANHWA. What an opportunity. I'm just one mastery away, from where the Southern Heaven Swordsman had been in my past life. I feel like I have to bow down to Han Jisong or something in gratitude. Has he been like that all this time? Yeah. Maybe he's dead now that he's given you all of his innate core energy. He deserves to die. Considering how he looked earlier, he must have been punished. What happened? 15 years ago. One day, the Flying Blade Assassin King began to target my previous owner's life. I don't know who was behind it, but it was difficult to find a chance to kill my previous owner. My previous owner lost to the man with golden eyes. He was seriously injured, and his life was in danger. That was when the Flying Blade Assassin King appeared before my previous owner. My previous owner was in a bad enough state that he would have died with just a touch of a finger. That was when a suggestion was made to him. The Flying Blade Assassin King asked for my previous owner's martial arts since he wouldn't make it anyway. My previous owner was weak and was tempted by the suggestion. He had always wanted a successor. He told the Flying Blade Assassin King that if he promised to teach someone worthy of becoming his successor his own martial arts, he would teach him. That was how he learned the innate energy cultivation technique, luminous star mystic art, and luminous star sword technique. But he immediately changed his behavior. He broke my previous owner's legs in case he somehow escaped and made it alive. That was when the man with golden eyes appeared. He ignored Han Jisong, and saw that my previous owner's 2 legs were broken. Han Jisong had nothing to fear as he had learned the Southern Heaven Swordsman's martial arts. He had once fought against Jin Qian, so I'm sure he was confident that he could make it out alive. Until his 2 legs were amputated by just a single attack. Then the man with golden eyes destroyed Han Jisong's energy core and threw him over the cliff. That is why I never dreamed that he would still be alive. Life is strange. I was certain he was dead then, and I wished for it too. But MANHWA. I don't know what should be done about him. I think I get what you mean. He's someone you resent for killing your previous owner, but he's also just saved me, your current owner. How long have I been like this? Is he awake? I don't need your gratitude. I was just paying off my debt. All right. But why are you here? You don't need to know that. It's just a consequence of greed. There's something I'd like to ask of you. What is it? I assume you walk on the orthodox path since you're a successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. I assume you know the Divine Physician. I'm in the blood cult, I'm closer to the unorthodox faction right now, though. It's nothing difficult. I don't know how long I've been here for. But surviving in this cave without 2 legs, has been a great suffering. I could not overcome my hunger and ate my own arm. You won't know how torturous the pain of loneliness and hunger is. It eats away at a person's mind. It's sickening. I held on in ways that I could in order to survive, but the longer I did, the more mentally unstable I got. At first it was just for a moment, but that turned into an hour, 2. After a while, it became 2 days, 5 days. Now, I don't even know if the current me is the real me or the me who has gone insane. I don't know when I will completely lose grasp of my mind. So I'd like to ask you before I do. I'll teach you my everything. The hero annihilating flying blade technique. Can you impart this martial art to my son? Doesn't it feel like he's testing you? Me? As the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, maybe it's to see whether you'd make the same choice as him or not. Even if it's a test, there is no need for me to overthink it since it's something that will help me. But I don't want to make him feel justified by his actions. I want to protect the dignity of my master, the Southern Heaven Swordsman. I've already received a lot from you, but if you just tell me the subject matter, I will tell your son. Thank you. I will teach you everything there is to know. Wunhui, do you really need to do this? When using the silver thread, which is the essence of the hero-annihilating flying blade technique, I'm supposed to use a blade or a throwing knife. Yeah, but it embedded to the cliff. If I use my innate core energy here, the silver thread will shrink and take my body to the cliff. Successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, there is one more thing I have to tell you. I have no child. I just wanted to check one thing before my death. You can have it all now that there is no owner. If you reject it, I guess that is simply what I deserve. I have people waiting for me, so I will take my leave now. I'm a monster who tried to eat him. I harmed his master and even stole his martial arts, yet he still acts out of consideration for my dignity because I saved him. Southern Heaven Swordsman, you've got a good successor. His eyes are very similar to what I saw in yours. Till the end, I suffer. But, thank you. Thanks to you, my last moments are as a human. I'm dizzy. Nice. If Han Jisung had his limbs, he could have escaped that cliff any time. Who knows? He shivers just from hearing voices outside. That's true. Do you think there was something that made him that afraid? Anyway, now that you're out, you'll be able to make it back up the regular way. Yeah, but I don't think there's a need for that. Huh. Hold on just a bit, Sodom. We need to hurry. To the place I need to be. What did you just say? What an insane bastard. You must be a part of the unorthodox faction. What does it matter to you what I do? And it's not like we have a grudge against each other or something. How can you persecute me like this? Why wouldn't it matter? Don't you know that just getting into contact with the blood cult makes you a common enemy of Murim? Who decided that? The Murim Alliance. The Murim Alliance is just a gathering of the Orthodox faction's martial artists, isn't it? Do they have as much authority as the nation? Nope. What? Are you some newbie? Are you trying to play games W? I am a newbie, but I'm not so bad that you can underestimate me. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Get him. That's how you should have acted from the start. He's flying. Aerial void jump. No, void trampling step. Someone who's capable of that level of Qigong technique in this vicinity. Must be an expert martial artist from the blood cult. The silver thread is much faster than any Qigong technique. I want to run away and just live a peaceful, quiet life. So you're the disciple of the eccentric Hei action. But considering the recent events, my existence is widely known within the blood cult. We have to lose Baek Haihyang in order to escape danger. I just have to get stronger than them if I don't like how things are, but is that really, huh? Hey, you over there. Flying mister. Help me. I think he's calling for you, Wunhui. Flying mister. Do you think he knows who I am? Who knows? Hey Action was looking for you for hours down here. One would end up here if you follow the current, so maybe he sent him. That makes sense. Damn it. Now everyone's looking at me. I guess I can't just leave now. Everyone, back off. Are you perhaps one of the Four Supremes? Did he just ask if you're one of the Four Supremes? Strange. With my central core center closed, my chi should feel like it's nothing more than a first-rate's. Ugh. He wasn't using aerial void jump. He was just hanging onto some thread. Stupid owner. Aerial void jump, my ass. Seems like they mistook my silver thread, oh, I see. For aerial void jump or some kind of legendary Qigong technique. In other words, they think I am one of the 4 Supremes who are considered the strongest in the blood cult. I could utilize this situation to my advantage. So MANHWA blood cult Supreme, impersonating. But who is this guy? I'll help since he asked for help, but I don't think he's the expert martial artist of the blood cult that you were wishing for. You're wasting your time. TSK, TSK. The sword talks like an old man, but, well, I get that he's not from the blood cult. I don't know why he wants an expert martial artist from the blood cult, but I'll take care of those people first. Attack them when I send a signal. Alright, sir. No one ever called me, sir, even before my regression, it's nice. You're quite weak to ass kissing, huh? What are you saying? I'm just saying it's nice. Anyway. You know who I am, yet you still wield your weapons. Puhaha. Who were you copying? I was just copying Django, was it that bad? There are countless martial artists in the Alliance on standby here. Even if you're a Supreme, it won't be easy for you. He fell for it. Puhahaha. I'm glad it worked, but he's not backing off despite being scared. He's lying. There's no one other than them here. There is one more group about a kilometer away, but I destroyed their horn. They can't call for help. Thanks. He really seems to want to leave a good impression in front of you. You're lying. I'm not lying. Do you really intend to start? Foolish. Do you really think there wouldn't be a spy that I planted among the lots of you? Seeing how they were so shaken up just by my yelling, they really were lying. Even if you lie like that to try and... Do you think I am lying? I know one of you recognizes me. Cook. Hyuk. What are you doing? Shit. You were spies. I was just trying to get one person, but I didn't expect 3 to fall for it. That was accidental, but I guess illusionary eye can work on multiple people at once. What? Why am I attacking my comrades? W8. Why are we fighting? That started a fight really quickly. Their sword formation has fallen apart. Now. I've been waiting. You idiots. Why are you fighting each other? Get rid of that little kid fur. Luminous sword technique first technique. Tiger Force sword. Cook. How is he so fast? But I can just create some distance to mm. You, what a dirty trick. Dirty trick? We're having a fight, not a proper duel. If I also use my sword, I think it'd be better to use my left hand for the silver thread. I took care of the most troublesome guy. Now the others, looks like you won't need to. That kid already killed them all. His sword technique is savage and evil. The person who made that sword technique must be a talented assassin. Oh. Sir. Thank you for helping, Are you? If you asked for help despite knowing I'm from the blood cult, you can't be from the Murim Alliance. So you really are from the blood cult. Sir. I've always admired the blood cult. I wish to enter the blood cult. He's someone who helped me remain unnoticed by the enemy. He said he came because he wants to enter the cult, but I don't know his identity. He came here because he wants to enter the cult. You better answer his questions honestly. He's a real Supreme. My last name is Sama, and my first name is Young. I'm from the Autumn Valley. Autumn Valley. Her last name is Sama, and she's from Sichuan's Autumn Valley. You're from the Sama clan. You wish to join our cult when you're from a renowned martial clan. I have no relation to the Sama clan. The Sama clan is my mother's enemy. I couldn't do anything about them alone since they're protected by the Murim Alliance, so I wanted to join the blood cult. What's wrong? Are you reminded of your past? Yeah, but there's something else too. What? There are many people in the Central Plains whose last name is Sama, but there is only one person who uses that last name and comes from the Sichuan Autumn Valley. The first of the four evils, Evil Moon Sword. The four evils are martial artists called transcendentalists along with the Central Plains' 8 great martial artists. The Evil Moon Sword, Sama Chuk, is no exception. There was an incident where a sect in the southeast region of Sichuan was all killed overnight. There were more than 200 of them. The other sects that were related to this sect were enraged and joined forces to ambush the Autumn Valley where Sama Chuk lived. But out of the 400 martial artists that were a part of that raid, I honestly did not expect this. Whoa, he's smiling so hard. To think that this old man would be so happy to see me. He's basically filled with joy. Ahem. You stupid bastard. You ended up like that because you let your guard down. He says that, but he looks really happy still. I should just play along. I'm sorry. I fell for the enemy's schemes because I let my guard down. Sorry for making you worry. You idiot. TSK, TSK. You've got a long way to go. If the young lady hadn't ordered for your search, you wouldn't be here. Thank her. You don't need to bow down to me or anything. It's nothing compared to what you've done for us. You found 2 spies, and even stalled for time by risking your life, so I'm the one that's thankful, actually. No, if you hadn't sent a search team, it would have been hard for me to escape from the cliff. You don't need to be so humble. I'd like to actually reward you for what you've done. This isn't really the time to be discussing it, but I think I'll only feel better if I do this. So Wenhui, I acknowledge your achievements over the last recent period and intend to give you a promotion. Please do your best to fulfill your duties as the newly appointed Vice Squad Commander. Is that a good thing? Of course. Before my regression, I was just a spy, but now I'm a Vice Squad Commander. Above the Squad Captain is the General Captain, assists the Squad Captain, the Vice Squad Commander, and the Squad Commander, so I've been promoted twice. Kohaha. Supreme, your voice is too loud. There are still enemies in the, I accept your orders. As a Vice Squad Commander, I can be the second person in line who's responsible for a squad, while having 3 separate smaller squads under my affiliation. That means, unless Hey Action places me under someone else, I can have 3 squad captains under my command. Then 2 are already decided. I don't know. He abhors the idea of being my subordinate. And Song Woo-hyun doesn't look like he has any thoughts at all. Well, I do have 2 other people in mind, if not those guys. Joe someone. He is qualified enough to be a squad captain right now and has potential to reach beyond first rate. And the second is, but Mr. So. Who is that person you've brought with you? The second person I've thought of is the Four Evil's daughter, Sama Young. It won't be an exaggeration to say that she already possesses the skills required to be a squad captain. How long do I have to stay like this? I need her near me so that I can try and manipulate what happens to the future too. This is someone who wishes to enter our cult. She's helped with Mr. So's escape and wants to get revenge on the Murim Alliance and... she's a woman. The mask is so well made that I couldn't tell. Did you say you were Miss Sama? Could you take off your mask? Of course. Hyuk. Oh my. Thank you for permitting my entry into the cult. I am Sama Young. What's with her now? She has the same vibe as when we were dueling last time. It's called jealousy, Wunhui. Jealousy. My former owner said that for women, when a man they like pays attention to a prettier woman, their mood drops, as if ice water was poured on it. Your former owner knows everything, huh? But why was he single then? Ahem. What are you saying? So Baek Ryonha's jealous? Why would she have that kind of emotion towards me? She's a blood cult leader candidate. Kiki, I was wondering why you were so hard to look for. When did you have the chance to build a relationship with a girl like that? I feel like he's misunderstood something. I don't want to ruin the mood, but I guess I should be truthful. Master, can we take her under our affiliation? Kiki, you must like her. Then let me try and. But there's something I have to tell you, you have to be the only one to know this. What? Her father, is the evil moon sword, Samachuk. What the hell have you done? There were a few times back in the day when a few smaller sects in the eastern part of Guizhou sent a request to the Yang So clan. There had been about 100 corpses found in between Guizhou and Honam, and their request was to find the culprit. The traces of the culprit led them to the Autumn Valley, and the person found there was the evil moon sword, Samachuk. Having found the culprit, my father and the people of the smaller sects ambushed him in the Autumn Valley, and died. The four evils aren't called that for no reason. Yes, they all died. Well, one person did survive from pure luck. And I assume that was your father. Your father must have been really ashamed since no one knows about this incident. What a natural liar. He just disgraced his own father. I get it. It's still impressive that you recognize that she was a disciple of the evil moon sword by just knowing her last name and that she's from the Autumn Valley. But what are you scheming then? She's a ticking bomb. Bringing someone like that into the cult, you're out of your mind. I was looking at it from a different perspective. If we get close to her, we might be able to bring the evil moon sword onto our side. Ha! If it was that easy, I'm sure someone would have already done it by now. Hey Action has a bad temper, but he is still smart. I'm sure he's judged that the risk is higher, but there is something I learned over the last year while working with him. Well, then I guess we have no choice. Will you expose her identity and have her leave? I can't do that. I'm sure he doesn't want to make an enemy out of one of the four evils. This is rather difficult then. Then is there a reason for us to take on the risk? Let's hand her over to the second Supreme. What? To him? My plan worked perfectly. This old man hates to lose. Can you take responsibility for this? He fell for it. I was gonna take the risk anyway. Of course, ever since the time I was taken in as his disciple, I couldn't be the only one who bears the responsibility. Then, we should choose who will take in Miss Sama and take our leave. Since I brought her in, I will take responsibility of her until the end. If it's okay with her, I'd like to take her in too. I hope your judgment is correct. I am also willing to take her in. What kind of situation is this? Something like this didn't happen even at the selection ceremony. The Blood Star and the Supremes have all stepped up, to take in one individual. I didn't expect all of you to want her. I guess I'll leave the choice to Miss Sama. If I'm allowed, then can I choose whose subordinate I'd be? Yes. Have you chosen who you'd like to be under? Yes. I'd like to be under Vice Squad Commander So Wunhui. I did good, right? Yes. Fuck. Is that your roundabout way of saying that you got dumped? Move on. But why did you say you want to be with this son of a, with the Vice Squad Commander. He's the lowest rank you could have chosen to go under. The only person I know here is the Vice Squad Commander. That's why. Huh. Is that really it? Yes, I did great, right? I see, but considering the goals you have, you could have chosen the second Supreme. He's kind of scary. My father's scary enough for me. I don't want any more. My hearing is too good for my own good. Supreme. Ah, makes sense. She's the daughter of one of the four evils. Miss Sama. Our master is pretty scary too. What the hell are you doing? Enough fooling around. Get ready to leave. Yes. Coming. Master. Seems like he's right. I'm not the one that said he's scary. 2 weeks later. Gi Peak Flower Moon Merchant Association Base. Huff, that's really it. I carried out the mission despite losing all of my subordinates. But this is too. I told you to answer only the questions I ask you. You seem to have enough energy to keep blabbering on. Kyu. This is different from what you promised. Blood Demon Sword, a relic of the blood cult and also a symbol of the cult leader. It's also called the Long Sword of Rarity, and it always causes bloodbath. The last owner, the 15th Blood Demon, lost this sword during the Orthodox-Unorthodox Great War that happened about 20 years ago. The Murim Alliance placed this sword in the center of the Murim Alliance's base. Even before my regression, the blood cult sent many people to try and take it back. But no one succeeded. How important is that one sword? It's a symbol of power and history. Shaolin's Green Jade Buddha Staff. The Beggar's Sex Bamboo Staff. Wudang's Taiji Enlightened Sword. All the sex relics are treasures that represent them and are of great significance. Having lost such an item to the Murim Alliance, the blood cult is basically lacking a symbol now. In other words, if we get back the Blood Demon Sword, we'll have our symbol back again. Then, are we invading the Murim Alliance? Chwabake, if we do that, we won't be able to fully live out our lifetime. You idiot. If it were that easy, we would have taken it back long ago. We will use a different method. Before that, why do you think these two requested this? Why is everyone looking at me? I'm not smart enough to guess the intention. But I do have 3 guesses as to what it could be. 3. First is that through an impossible request, they are rejecting us in a roundabout manner. Second. It's an opportunity for you, young lady. It's to leave a small possibility. I think so too. I think the likelihood of that is the lowest, actually. In the first place, the third Supreme has clearly expressed his intentions to the second Supreme. Just one message wouldn't change his mind. Makes sense. Then what's the last guess? A trap. We cannot rule out the possibility that the two are already on young Lady Baek Haihyang's side. If I were on her side, I would use this to plot a trap. It could be a plan to make us focus our forces somewhere unnecessary. They could be aiming for the moment we are split up for the retrieval of the Blood Demon Sword, or they could be aiming for the fall of our forces' numbers from the failure of retrieving the sword. You're quite wise. I didn't think you could reach all of those possible conclusions just from the information we provided you. We also would have thought it'd be the third option had we not had more information. There is one more message. It's a message the third Supreme sent to the second Supreme. I will remain neutral until mid-autumn. If Baek Haihyang takes the Blood Demon Sword, I cannot remain neutral anymore. That means Baek Haihyang is also after the Blood Demon Sword. We're certain of it. We have information from the spy we've planted. She has apparently postponed the ceremony. She can just decide to do that. Now that I think about it, this was when the ceremony of resurrection was officially held before my regression too. But she postponed it 3 months later. I see. The power balance of the blood cult has changed since my regression. Before my regression, Beck Ryonha was probably removed much earlier. So I'm sure Beck Haihyang had no trouble bringing people to her side. But now Beck Ryonha has her own force. She's being backed by the 2nd and 4th Supremes. I'm sure Beck Haihyang also wants to avoid direct conflicts. She can't waste this opportunity created by the fall of unity between the Muram Alliance and unrivaled faction by engaging in internal conflict. There is only one way to avoid that while bringing together the force of the cult. The blood cult's most powerful rule. The one who possesses the blood demon sword becomes the new blood demon. Seems like you've fully comprehended the situation. Take a look at this. It's an announcement about the Muram Alliance's martial arts competition. The one who wins the competition will inherit the position of the Blue Dragon Hall Master. And they are allowed to pick any weapon from the Muram Alliance's armory as a reward. We will need you 3 to participate in the competition. And win, no matter what. So this is why I've been feeling a weird sense of anxiety. I get why they picked us 3 now. 8 days later. Hunan Province, Yulin County's northern region, Yangso Clan's manor. It's really hot. I can't leave the shade. How long do we have left until the end of this shift? It's midday right now, so maybe an hour or, What? Someone's coming. This is Yangso Clan's manor. Please reveal your identities if you have business here. I have to do that too. Of course. If you can't. Yangso Clan. 3rd son, So Wunhui. Yulin County's good for Young Master So Wunhui. It's a good thing that none of the Orthodox sect people know that you're all members of our cult. Even your families. Go back to your families. You need to become the representative child of your families in order to attend the competition. That is the basic requirement. I had always thought that, what a weird situation. When I returned here, it would be to end this family. Damn it. How is it such a big deal that he was born just a year earlier? Does it make any sense for him to take the representative spot without even dueling me? You're just as good as he is. It's just for the sake of keeping his ego intact since he's the oldest son. Don't be so upset. Even some peasant gets to attend the competition. Yangso Clan's 2nd son So Jangyun. Aren't they still of the same bloodline even if their mothers are different? Johong Song Clan's oldest daughter Song Yanghua. I'd just abandon him if he weren't my fiancé. I wouldn't ever get married to a guy like him if he weren't from the Yangso clan. Phew, alright. Let's think of it optimistically. He's much better than my runaway brothers. Young Master So Jangyun. What's all this ruckus? Young Master So Wunhui is back. Yulin County's good for nothing. Your younger brother. I thought he was kicked out. I've been feeling like shit anyway. This is great. What do you mean? I'll give you guys a good show today. Let's go to my house. How dare that dirty piece of shit come crawling back. I'll make a cripple out of him and kick him back out. Kukukuk. Let me ask you something. Did Asong come by? You mean the servant? Ah, the servant from the kidnapping incident? Yeah, he's one of the only reasons I'm happy to be back. Ah, I remember. That was quite a while ago. So he's alive. He caused a whole ruckus saying he needed to see the patriarch. He said we have to save you or something, while smelling like shit, so we beat him up and kicked him out. Say that again. Sorry. We beat him up and You beat him up and kicked him out because he was asking for help. How is that something worth kicking someone out for? Yang So clan's former outer hall master, senior escort warrior, Woombu. The reason he easily accepted So Wunhui back into the main residence, despite the fact that he was kicked out, was not only because the patriarch was out at the moment, but also because he felt that perhaps So Wunhui had learned martial arts. He thought that he would somewhat treat him as a young master since he thought that his position might change. Young master, but that was before he knew about the relationship between So Wunhui and Asong. He asked to see the patriarch, saying I needed to be saved, but you beat him up and kicked him out instead. He must have been covered in waste. How did you even think of beating him up? Ah. I guess you used a club instead. Young master, back then, the situation was. Cook. You, shut up. What are you doing? What am I doing? This. Eat shit. Oh my, she threw him into the outhouse. Woombu. Are you alright? People like him need a good, proper beating. Should I do it? Or do you want to do it, senior brother? What an impressive woman. Well, I do feel satisfied that she got revenge for Asong. Would it be okay though? Absolutely not. Go stop her. Damn, I like her. She really is a daughter of one of the four evils. We haven't even met the patriarch yet. I can't have her creating an incident like this. He said to put down the club. What? Who? The vice squad commander. She's not listening to me at all. Ha, like usual, are you okay? Ugh, the smell of shit. I'm the one who has to resolve the situation. I guess I have no choice. Miss Sama. Yes. Why are you acting on your own when I haven't given any orders? Ah. I didn't like that you were being looked down upon, and I thought he needed to be taught a lesson when I heard what happened to your servant. I thought he needed to learn to behave. What are you saying? Don't scold her. Praise her. Don't make our puppy upset. I'm trying to be serious right now. Stop. I still have to point this out to her. It might be fine usually, but she can't just act on her own during missions. But I didn't kill him. Thank you. Genuinely. You would have been punished for your actions if this had been a more serious situation. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You should ask me for permission before doing something from now on. I'm sorry. I'll ask for your permission from now on. Don't be mad anymore. Yeah. Nod. Well. I did feel good when you did that. He. You said you were gonna scold her. Sorry. He's not the type who can just ignore injustice. Alright. Then, do you know where Asong went? We don't. We never saw him again after that. Not even in the village. Alright. You guys wouldn't know. Next question. I don't see the separate building. Where did that go? The inferior creatures who used to inhabit that place left, so we took it down, naturally. It's been a while since I saw him. Who let some garbage like you in? Hunan Province's Murim group. They bullied me non-stop ever since I was little. Aren't you forgetting something? It's been a while, Hyung Nim. Call you Hyung Nim? You're begging to be killed. Mr. So, quit it. The patriarch is supposed to be here soon. Stay out of this, bitch. Ack. Who would be upset to see a useless garbage die? That's enough. I apologize for the harsh words and for trying to kill you. I accept your apology. That psycho bastard, if he was gonna apologize, why did he shove me away like that? Phew, I'm glad the young master has come to his senses. I thought they were gonna have a sword fight. I'm sorry to have displeased you. Huh? You son of a bitch. What have you done? Die. Now. You said no one would be upset to see someone like him die, right? But I'd be upset, actually. North of Yulon County, near the outskirts of the village. I feel that this is unnecessary. Mount Hengsek's best sword, Jo Chongwon. If we don't treat our guests the best we can, I'll get an earful from fellow martial artists. Ha ha ha. Patriarch of Yang So clan, So Ikkyun. Please don't feel uncomfortable. I'm thankful. My senior brother is quite the Scrooge, so he's not used to this kind of treatment. Mount Hengsek's female warrior, Jo Ilhye. You seem like such a heroine whenever I see you. I believe that you're a great role model for my daughter. I'm grateful. It's nothing. Eldest daughter of Yang So clan, So Young. He sure is good at flattery. He acts like a generous father in front of others, but the reality was different. There is not much time left until I leave the Mount Heng sect. I need to return to the main residence once this year is over. I'll then need to get married to the family that the patriarch has chosen for me. That's the duty of a daughter in a martial family. What this man, called father, has always said to me. If I weren't as talented, I'm sure he would have married me off as soon as possible. That is why I need to make sure I win this martial competition. The martial competition among disciples. Murim Alliance's martial competition. If you win in the women's branch or get second place, you will earn the position of either the Hall Master or Vice Hall Master of the Phoenix Hall. Then you'll be able to stay at the Murim Alliance. If I'm lucky, I might be able to defer or cancel the marriage. I need to win, no matter what. I greet the patriarch, Mount Heng's best sword, and Mount Heng's female warrior. What is it? There's a small problem at the main residence. Could I send my children away first if it's okay with you? Of course. I wonder what happened that even I'm being sent away. Let's go. Jang Yun might cause trouble if we don't hurry. Eldest son of Yang So clan, So Young Hyun. What do you mean? The good-for-nothing is back. That idiot. He intends to make things hard for me again. I don't want to see my only blood brother getting beaten up by those damned bastards again. I need to hurry. Huh. It's not So Wonhui that's passed out, but Jang Yun. And who's that skinny young man? Stop. I thought they were out with the patriarch. They're already back. My sister's here too. If she's also returned after having entered the Mount Heng sect as a disciple, it must mean they were out with the Mount Heng sect's guests. Get his pressure points. Huh. You want me to separate his bones from his flesh? No, just his pressure points. Bastard, you should know that you're lucky. What are you doing? Who are you to be doing such a thing in someone else's territory? I'll introduce myself. I'm senior brother So Wonhui's fellow disciple, Mayung. Fellow disciple. It's been a while, Hyung Nim. That garbage bastard. How dare he call me that? Explain the situation. He's a bit different from this Jang Yun guy. So Youngyun's a bit more clever. He's aware of what other people think of him, and he knows how to maintain his image. Unlike So Jang Yun, our second brother was drunk and got very upset when he saw that I'd returned after so long. Drunk? What does that have to do with your fellow disciple being so rude? Then should I have watched as my senior brother get stabbed? You'd better choose your following words wisely. All right. Arrogant bastard. Did you do this because your fellow disciple is strong? Why are you talking to me through the frequency whispering technique? Are you trying to say something to me that others shouldn't hear? Wasn't your fellow disciple a bit too harsh? Even if Jiang Yun crossed the line because he was drunk, you didn't have to break his arm. Ah, that was the problem. I think he was a bit harsh because he was in a rush. That wasn't just being harsh. How dare someone break the arm of a So family member in the territory of the great Yang So clan? That's too bad. The people here all saw how So Jiang Yun acted. Why was I afraid of these kinds of guys before? Wait. I heard about what happened. Second brother was drunk and made a mistake. He tried to kill third brother. Third brother? Who would that be? You dare call someone who was kicked out of the family your own brother? Are you siding with him because you share mothers? An impure blood like you. You dare insult mother, let this hand go. Humph. As if I said anything wrong. Let her go. Don't step into this. Ah, what a familiar sight. Ha. Did you just say that to me? I used to think this child hated me. But that was wrong. She was cold to me. So that I wouldn't get more hurt than I should have. Because she cared about me. Something hot is boiling in my chest. What could this feeling be? It's slightly different from anger. Young. I'll protect you now. What are you saying, you idiot? Don't get involved in my business. These people. Brother, internal energy. Listen closely. I'm no longer the Yang County's good-for-nothing. Don't even think about laying a hand on my sister. Has your energy core recovered? Who knows? That's right. You should be able to withstand at least that much. I didn't intend to end this easily either. I intend to make you pay for almost making Young cry. He doesn't get as enraged as Jiang Yun or whatever his name was. He's trying to figure out how good your martial arts is. He's the eldest son after all. He's definitely more skilled than Jiang Yun. Should I lure him by leaking just a bit of my internal energy? Just enough so that it looks like I'm somewhere in between first and second rate. Looks like it worked. It's as if he's decided that he's stronger. Be careful, Appa. He's not an easy opponent just because your energy core's been healed. Seems like Young also thinks that I'm not as skilled because of that. It doesn't feel that bad to have my only family member worry about me. It's okay. Trust me. What? How did you? I channeled my internal energy into that attack. This is for trying to slap my sister. You little. One of the 3 prided techniques of the Yang So clan is their sword technique. It's been a while since I saw it last, but it was foolish to try and use it on me. It would have been better had he used a technique I don't know. I'm already stronger than him, but since I had also already known this technique, it was easy to find an opening. This is for insulting my junior brother who saved my life. Vice Squad Commander, don't make that kind of face when you have a mask on. That's really the Yulon County's good-for-nothing. How is he winning against Young Hyun? It should be about time. There they are. The presence of about 100 people, the Patriarch must be back. I sense 3 powerful chi auras, it must be the Patriarch and the Mount Heng Sex people. It's about time I take my harvest. You good for nothing. You want to die today, huh? I wanted to go easy on you since we still share the same blood. He's changed his posture. He's placing a lot more weight on the sword, and he's being more destructive with it. This must be the sword technique that only the patriarch and the young leader of the family are allowed to learn. Well then, let's see how strong it is. That technique. It's the Yang So clan's high-level swordsmanship. Now young Hyun Nim will teach him a lesson. It might work against a swordsman of the same level, but it's not gonna do anything to me. No way. How can someone like you? Lastly, this is for insulting mother. You son of a bitch. Wunhui. I know. Seeing how it has gotten very quiet, I can tell who's arrived. Patriarch, what is happening? That mustached man must be the patriarch. Do you know the two others next to him? I saw them when I was a spy in the Murim Alliance. Mount Heng's best sword Zhou Chongwun, Mount Heng's female warrior Zhou Ilhie. They're peak-level martial artists of the Mount Heng sect. The Mount Heng's best sword is much stronger. He doesn't have an intimidating aura like Hei Action, but I'm certain he's past the point of peak level. I greet THF father. It's cheating. He used an evil technique. He's trying to explain his loss like that. He'd never admit that he lost because he was weak, even if he was on the brink of death. I should have broken his jaw so that he could not speak. Evil technique? Have you learned such a thing? He came all the way here in the blink of an eye. I knew that the Mount Heng sect was skilled in Qinggong, but not to this extent. But to be falsely accused like that in front of the Mount Heng sect. This is gonna be bad. Why? There are many in the Orthodox faction who abhor evil technique. The Mount Heng's best sword is one of those people. He hates it enough that his personality flips 180 degrees and it concerns the topic. It wasn't an evil technique. Then why does the young leader say that you used it? Sir. He is my brother. Your brother. So Wunhui. I heard that your energy core was injured. Was that not true? What is the meaning of this? How can you already be at this level when your energy core was injured a year ago? Please give me a chance to explain. You think words will resolve this situation when you won't even let me check your internal energy? If we fight, I'll be able to see if you're using evil techniques. This isn't good. I didn't expect this to happen. Don't worry, Wunhui. This might work out easier than you think. Just use the best sword technique you have to resolve this situation. The best one? Then. He's definitely different. My palm feels like it's gonna rip every time our swords clash. Even if I open my central energy core, I might not win against him. I need to widen the distance between you, huh? Why did he widen the distance first? Oh my, that sword technique is. It's a bit different, but this is definitely the void flow slash. What's your relationship with Grandmaster Ho Zhongde? I knew they would recognize it. They know each other. One of my former owner's old acquaintances. It's good that things went smoothly, huh? Is that so? You recognized Master's sword technique right away. My introduction came late. What? The Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword technique is, your Master's technique? That means. Could it be? Heaven Swordsman, Ho Zhongdi's disciple, So Wunhui. Nice to meet you. Approximately 20 years ago, Zhou Chongwun received the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's help. He is called an expert martial artist these days, but back then, he was nothing more than a trainee martial artist. Therefore, I've heard a lot about you from Master. It's an honor to meet you. Is that true? He would sometimes bring up the story of how you two got acquainted 20 years ago. He used to also praise you, saying that you would someday brighten the future of Murim. He could not hide his joy about the fact that a martial artist he admired had praised him. Ha! He really said that about me? I'm sorry. My personality is rather heated, so I saw red when I heard that you were using evil arts. That was wrong of me. No, it's okay, Sunbei. Don't call me Sunbei. Our martial peers called your master the senior brother of their master. We can't have you call us that. If you're a disciple of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword, you're on par with us. Be comfortable. What is this about? On par? My former owner was acquainted with their master too. I recall the Mount Heng sect's young martial artists calling him Elder Master. Right, the Orthodox faction's martial artists are very sensitive regarding this sort of stuff. How could I? I said it's okay. That should be enough for playing humble, so. Alright, senior brother. What a joyous day. Anyway, who dares to try and frame the successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword? That's not what I. Enough. Looking at that face of his fills me with rage. The very person who never treated me like a human being and kicked me out of the family. If he had any sense of responsibility, Mother would have been treated differently. I don't know what his impression is in Murim, but as the head of a family, he has failed. But getting mad at him won't accomplish anything. I need to act friendly in front of him in order to get what I want. I greet the patriarch. It's been a long time. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I already heard about what happened. But you were rather harsh. But what will you do? I have a pretty good reason, and there were witnesses. I apologize. The two brothers got heated and tried to threaten my life, so I had no choice but to get a bit aggressive in order to protect myself. What other reason would there be to do something like that when so many people are watching? It was all so that no one would take his side. Yeah, earlier was a bit right. How will he react? I see. I will discipline your brothers later. But for now, we have guests to entertain, so let's talk later. Father, you haven't asked why I've returned. Seems like he's just going to cover this up by saying that. Go ahead. But I can't let this chance go. Father. Please let me attend the martial competition as the representative of this family. About an hour later. Yang So clan main residence's guest house. I don't expect you to be the most well-behaved, but at the very least, please stop chewing so loudly. And stop getting crumbs everywhere. Don't scold me so much. I'm just enjoying my meal. Enjoying your meal? I want to beat you up. You're rather well-behaved for a beggar. How do you think things will go? I don't know either. He avoided answering on the spot. But he will have to hand me that position. The two people are injured, so he won't have them attend the competition as soon as they're healed. That's true. He really doesn't treat you like a son, huh? Yeah, the servants by the guest hall aren't regular servants. They're not at a high level, but they've all learned in martial arts. There is no way we wouldn't notice since we've also learned martial arts. But to just have them there means that he doesn't care whether we know we're being watched or not. This is a warning from the patriarch. He wants me to know that this is still the Yang So clan's territory regardless of whether I'm the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple or not. That's so petty. And that I shouldn't do something rash like earlier since he's watching. Young master, I've come with a message. The madam has invited you to see her. I didn't expect that. Huh? Madam? I'll be back soon. Enjoy your meals. Well, if it weren't for the competition, I would have had to take care of the things there anyway. Peony Hall residence of the Yang So clan's patriarch and Madam Yang. A place where the red-petaled peonies form a garden. The flowers only bloom in this season, but coincidentally enough, I'm here at a time when they are fully bloomed. Seeing them makes me feel disgusted because they remind me of Madame Yang. I want to burn them all. This way, please. You're here. You guys can leave. So Ikyan's residence, Madame Yang. Yes, madam. She's having the servants leave too. What does she want? I heard that you're a successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. Congratulations. There's no way she called me here to congratulate me. I think I know what she wants. I know we're not on good terms. I admit that. I won't stall this any longer. If you want, I can kneel down here and apologize hundreds, or even thousands of times. So please do not try to take Youngin's spot. Ah. Just as I expected. Yeah, even if she's a bitch, she is a mother after all. Is this what you called me here for? This bold woman is saying she is willing to apologize to me, even though I still clearly remember her insulting me and slapping me. If you want, I can give you enough money for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. I can even support you in making a family of your own. So please do not try and take my son's spot. I guess the Southern Heaven Iron Sword really is renowned. Her attitude has turned 180. I'm sorry. I'll pretend I didn't hear any of this. Don't be like this. Tell me what it is that you want. I'll do whatever you want. Is that true? Then can you retrieve my mother's gravestone and have her become the official wife? And bow down before her gravestone apologetically for 3 hours a day for 10 years. What? Of course not. To acknowledge my mother as the official wife after years of insulting her as someone inferior, and to apologize to her by bowing for 10 years, I'm sure her ego would be shredded. If I really do that, will you not go after my son's spot? I'm touched by your genuineness. Her love as a mother is really strong. It would have been nice. I bet that's what you wanted to hear. Would you say that if you were me? You fucking cunt. If she had acted on this love and affection just a little when my mother was still alive. You dare. 12 years ago. When I was afflicted with chi blockage, your servant brought me my medicine. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Who wouldn't know that the servant was from the Peony Hall? Everyone just turned a blind eye because they all knew who was behind it. Don't go after your son's position. Real funny. I definitely warned you. Don't ever find me again for a bullshit reason like this. W8. I knew he was hiding, but he faltered upon his stealth. I'm not going to harm your owner, so stay there. Guard. Greeting the successor of the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. I don't have anything to talk to you about. The person who sent you the servant that day wasn't Madame Yang. The person that poisoned your medicine that day was me. You ended up getting it. You got Madame Yang and the guard to confess. And you've even got her seal. Humans sure are dramatic. I need to get evidence like this to make sure she doesn't try anything in the future. And I said if either one of them tries anything, I won't give her the antidote. They have no choice. I truly hope they're suffering. Hee hee. It's never a dull day with you. Are you gonna wait for the competition now? I was going to, but I've changed my mind. What are you gonna do? Since they acted first, there's no need for me to wait peacefully. I assume that the pavilion masters of the family have already gathered. Yang So clan's inner hall conference room. That garbage became the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. And he's asking to represent the family in the competition. Even if he is the Southern Heaven Iron Swordsman's disciple. Actually, is it even verified that he is? Yang So Clan 3rd Pavilion Master Yang Munsik, Yang So Clan 2nd Pavilion Master Jin Ki-hyung. Apparently, the Mount Hang's female warrior and Mount Hang's best sword have verified it. It's been a while, Pavilion Masters. I recognize you all, but none of you are returning my greeting. Your backs must be really heavy. I, the 4th Pavilion Master, greet the 3rd Young Master. I, the 5th Pavilion Master, greet the 3rd Young Master. 5 of the Pavilion Masters immediately tucked their tails, but the upper 3 Pavilion Masters won't even say anything to me. I'm sure the guards were blocking the door because of the conference we're having. Why have you barged in here? You talk as if this is a place I'm not allowed in. The only ones allowed in these conferences are the Patriarch, the Young Leader, and the Pavilion Masters. I'm sure you already know that. Yang So Clan Great Pavilion Master Ha Jangyan. The Great Pavilion Master is right. Even if you're the Young Master, this is rude. If there is something you have to talk about, you can just ask another time. I can't get used to this. Why don't you shout at me like the old days to get out? What did you say to me the last time? Right. How dare you step foot in here, you're a waste of space. Don't ever step foot here, you garbage. Was what you said, right? Did I say that? After getting so old, I forget things quite often. I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings. I see. Are you okay, by the way? Sorry. What do you mean? You said the same thing when I was getting kicked out of the Yang So clan, did you not? You even had martial artists with you. You told me to never step foot near the residence ever again. You can't recall something from just a year ago. Perhaps you're no longer fit to be working such a hard job. Perhaps you should consider retiring. I'm sure it's hard to understand. Just a year ago, I was terrified of these people. And I lived my life as a drunkard. But the real me has more than 8 years of experience as a spy. Facing these people is nothing. The fact that you have grown so much as the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple is something I should be happy about. But if you continue to cause more conflict, I cannot just sit and watch. What are you doing right now? You keep glancing elsewhere. Sorry. That was rather rude of me. I've expressed my feelings and accomplished my goal, so I'll excuse myself. I'm sure you know where I stay. My doors are always open, so come visit me whenever you wish. Let's go. What nonsense was that just now? Accomplished his goal. What is he talking about? G. Great Hall Master. I'm greatly disappointed in you Hall Masters. Just now, during my conversation with So Wunhui, I saw his throat vibrate. That is proof that he was communicating with someone else through the frequency whispering technique. With the first young master as the young leader, how can any of you fall for So Wunhui's words? No one can leave this room until we find the person So Wunhui was communicating with. It wasn't me. Who in their right mind would do that? Are you saying I was hallucinating? Great Hall Master, why are you looking for the culprit among us? It could have been you, no. I think it's rather suspicious that you're trying to corner all of us except yourself. W.H. Watt. I guess being the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple sure is influential. I never expected someone to change their mind and express their support right away through the frequency whispering technique. I did not communicate with anyone. Sorry. I just made it look like I was. Then there. Yes, that was the goal. To toss them a bone to fight over. It's a method I used quite often when I was a spy. Suspicion that blooms within a group does not easily vanish. Senior brother, when will we eat dinner? We just ate lunch. You sure are a beggar. Senior brother, senior brother. Look over there. Isn't that your sister? I told you, I have nothing else to say to you. I will never become your wife. The marriage talk is already over. The patriarch himself said. He said we should give it some time so that we can discuss it. That's just a nice way of saying it's over. Like saying, we should meet up sometime. I don't want to talk to you any longer. Righteous Wind Joe Clan Joe Sengnam, I'm not done talking. What? It's even more charming when you play hard to get like this. Ugh. Hey, Wunhui. Apparently, your sister's getting married. What do you think? Did she get married to him in your past life too? I don't know. If I were a woman, I think I'd hate that. Why do you keep groveling at her feet when she said she doesn't like you? I'm Joe Sengnam of the Righteous Wind Joe clan. Who are you to intervene in our relationship? When did she even get there? Righteous Wind Joe clan. He must have seen Young at a festival a while ago, but I guess that led to marriage discussions. Our relationship? What relationship? I don't know who you are, but please don't. How can I not? This is our relationship. Are you rejecting me because of someone like him? I was going to be nice and take you in as my wife despite your inferior roots. But all because of this guy who doesn't even look like a man. Ha! Did you really just slap me? Why? Is it upsetting to get slapped in the face by someone who's feminine looking? It was instinctual because of how peasant-like your speech is. You want to die, huh? Young Master Joe. P. Patriarch So. Young Master Joe. There is a banquet later in the evening, so please get some rest instead of being out here. Why yes, sir. The patriarch is here. Then later. So Wunhui. How much more do you intend on shaming the family name? Come with me. There's no need to wait until the banquet then. The time for resolution is already here. Yang So clan's training hall for the patriarch. The training hall that's only meant for the patriarch, why did he bring me here? You've gone around the place causing quite a mess despite my warnings. The representative spot in the competition and now, the young leader position. Did you really think that I wouldn't catch on to what you're trying to do? If you're not truthful to me from this point onwards, I will slaughter you. Sword fighting over a conversation. How disappointing. You must really hate me. How am I supposed to trust you when you were away from the family for a year and a half before returning and stirring up trouble? Even if I hadn't done anything for you as a father, I've watched you ever since you were young. You were living like a loser after your mother died, and now you're the Southern Heaven Iron Sword's disciple. Your energy core was destroyed, but not only did you recover, you also surpassed the first-rate realm. Do you really think that makes any sense? Well, I'm standing here right now because it does. People do not change that easily. Have you become a puppet of the blood cult? How does he know? Considering the fact that he has drawn his sword, he might be certain of himself that I'm a member of the blood cult. I need to find out more first. Did you just ask me if I'm a member of the blood cult? That's rather shocking. Don't play dumb. Someone who was kidnapped by the blood cult is suddenly back and shaking up the entire family. How am I supposed to trust you? Kidnapped by the blood cult? How does he know that? Did those idiot twins already get caught? No, it hasn't even been a day. That's too short of a time for information to have been exchanged. Beck Haihyang. No, it's likely that she doesn't even know that I'm alive yet. I don't understand what you're talking about at all. Who said that I was kidnapped by the blood cult? Ah Song. But I was told he was kicked out. So, he's alive. Ah-Song is my subordinate. Ah-Song was. Young Master. Young Master. Young Master. Ah-Song was So Ikkyon's subordinate? There's no way. Ah-Song cared for both mother and I with genuine affection. He chased after me even when I was getting kicked out. But, that was all because the patriarch told him to. Nonsense. He's just testing me. Where's he? Answer my question first. There is clear evidence that you're a member of the blood cult. You appeared right before the Murim competitions. And then demanded the representative position. Do you know why the Murim competition is being held? Did you think it was just because the alliance with the unrivaled faction was broken? What do you mean? The blood cult is active once again. They've been hiding in the shadows all this time, growing their forces. Do you think that power came from nowhere? There is no secret to how they're growing their forces. They're kidnapping young boys like you and raising them. This competition is the best opportunity to. He's really just a patriarch of some random martial family, but he's this smart. It's all true too. I guess it wasn't from pure luck that the Orthodox faction won the Orthodox-unorthodox Great War. Could it be that they know we're trying to steal the Blood Demon's sword back? How great would it be for them to kidnap and brainwash someone like you who's from an Orthodox family to use as a spy? I guess not. It might be because of Ah-Song. You've mentioned that every time you change something, the future you knew changed. Well, Ah-Song was supposed to die, but he stayed alive while also being aware that I was kidnapped by the blood cult. Before my regression, I was just kicked out once again when I returned, but to think keeping him alive would have such consequences. So you think that I'm trying to become the representative of the competition because I want to act as espionage in the Murim competition for the sake of the blood cult? So that's what you're making me out to be now. My master would be very disappointed in the Yang So clan. If you want to prove your innocence, then turn everything back to normal. And give up the representative spot. I brought up the Southern Heaven Iron Sword on purpose, but he's being difficult. It's funny that it would prove my innocence if I were to give up everything and just do nothing. What if I can't? Then will you not let me be the representative? I can do better than both my brothers. That's enough. Even if you do not give up, I will not let you be the representative. You don't think of me as your son, I see. Don't be mistaken. You're not qualified. What point would there be if you were to go out there and win with the Southern Heaven Iron Sword techniques? I see. So that's what he was going to use as an excuse to reject me. This is my last warning. If you are truly of the Orthodox faction and possess the blood of the Yang So clan, then stop here and surrender. Ha! Orthodox faction and possess the blood of the Yang So clan. And what if I do? I will check your energy core to see if you were brainwashed. If you really are innocent, then there is no reason to reject this offer. It would just prove me innocent. He's not gonna make me the representative either way. What are you doing? You're saying that you won't let me be the representative either way, but you also want me to surrender. You're also saying that you'll look into my energy core. That crosses the line. Looking into the energy core of someone who has learned another martial art is banned. I have no choice but to defend myself for the honor of my master. Whether you're using dark arts or not. Do you really think you can win against me after just a year of training? So Ikkion's inner energy is at peak level. I'll utilize the lower energy core's chi. I'll use the 10th mastery of chi. The technique he is using utilizes his body weight. But because it's someone as skilled as him, it also has speed. Cook. There is too much difference in chi. If I'm just barely at peak level, he's at the pinnacle of peak level. There is a large difference in our power. There's no use. Is this the effect of his sword technique? It's pushing my body onto the ground as if there is a ton of weight on me. That's a better sword than it looks. If it weren't for your sword, you'd be dead right now. There is a big difference in the level between us. Just admit your defeat and surrender. I see why you're called the Yang's wise sword. Will you surrender? Father. You're too strong for me to go easy on you. You. Where is this chi coming from? It's natural that he'd be shocked. There is a big difference between the chi I was using up till now and the chi from the central energy core. My master's sword technique that everyone knows of is before it was evolved to make up for its flaws. This is the true luminous star sword technique. What? What are you talking about? Hob. True luminous star sword technique, the sixth technique. The true sword culling chase. Kohuk. Phew. I didn't expect it to be this strong. If I had landed a direct hit, so Ikkian would have died on the spot. I would have never dreamed of winning against the patriarch in my past life. You've improved quite a bit, Wunhui. I think you're about half as strong as my previous owner when he was at his peak. Half. I guess the difference between the fifth and sixth mastery is large. You don't really seem happy for having defeated someone you resent. Yeah. I didn't expect anything much, but he doesn't even consider me family, so it doesn't feel good. I would like to ask you if you really hate me that much. Why did you even have me if you were going to treat me so harshly? Anyway, what do I do now? So many things have gone wrong. Ikkian, I think the resentment that child has for you is more than I thought. This is, a sword's voice. Had you been a bit kinder and more open, that child wouldn't be this hurt, and all this mess wouldn't have happened. Don't you think it would have been better for him to know the truth? To tell him that you're not his biological father? Say that again. I'm not so Ikkian son. Are you, talking to me? Yes, you. I don't bear hatred towards you, but you need to tell me what I want to know. If you don't, I don't know what I might do to him. It'll be difficult to make you feel better with just a few words now. Since you might think that what I'm about to say is made up. If I could, I would want to show you everything I saw. Uniting the sword and human mind, unlocking the Fekta. The third star, Fekta, has. Please remain at the main house. I won't ask you to like me. But please think for your child, at least. Wunhui, what's wrong? No way. The woman I just saw, was definitely mother. I don't know what's going on. You saw it too? Yes, this is exactly like my memories from back then. I don't know how things turned out like this, but it seems I can show you my memories. So this is the ability of the third star on the back of my hand, Fekta. When I gained Merak, the second star, I gained the ability to hear the sound of swords even from a far distance. But now, I can even see the memories of a sword. I need to check one thing in. Go to Mangakri right now and find a brothel called Dark Intimacy. The second floor will have an old man who uses black keys. Find him and speak to him. When he says, booze, reply with, liquor. Then hand him the silver tablet and tell him what you told me. That's, the commission code for the lower district sect, one of the 3 major intelligence organizations. I never thought So Ikion would know about it. And to think he'd commission those of the unorthodox faction. Ikion tried to secretly track your whereabouts, but the moment Asong's whereabouts got further away, he started moving himself. I said, I don't care about the cost. If this commission is related to the blood cult, we will not accept it. Will you really do this? Nothing good will arise from the revelation of the fact that Yang's wise sword is commissioning information from us, people of the unorthodox faction. I heard he was a child you abandoned, but it seems he's still a finger that hurts from being bitten. But since I received a prepayment, I'll give you some advice. If it's as you say and what's happening there is related to the blood cult, stop digging into it. They secretly kidnap boys and girls to increase the number of their believers. So it'll be easier for you to just consider your son gone from this world. That must be why he thought I became a hound of the blood cult. Ikion isn't affectionate by nature, and because of the secret regarding your birth, he couldn't properly act as a parent. But he never tried to turn his back on that responsibility. Responsibility? You're saying that chasing me out of the family and basically trying to sell Young off through marriage is him being responsible? That was all to protect you. You spent your days crippled as a drunkard after your mother's death. The rumors about you spread so negatively. To the point where even if someone quietly killed you, no one would be to blame. Ikion thought that you might get killed by Madame Yang or the other children, so he chased you out. Your sister was the same. The reason he sent her to Mount Hang at an early age is because regardless of her talent, he didn't want Madame Yang to bully her. The reason he hurried the engagement is also because once she returned from Mount Hang, she might face the same things as you, so, stop. Even I can understand why you hate Ikion. However, I would like you to understand Ikion's feelings just a little. His responsibility towards me? Not at all. It must be the responsibility and duty he had for Mother, who passed away. If he'd really been responsible, he would have had Young and me at his side and protected us. He should have become the support for us, so we wouldn't be bullied by Madame Yang. In the end, So Ikion is just a man who does whatever he wants to make himself feel more at ease. If not, he shouldn't have made that promise to Mother, saying he'd treat me like his son. You're right. My perspective simply represents Ikion. If I could do something for you, that'd be good, but, wait. It seems that you needed the main family's representative position. Yes. The situation's quite complicated, but I think I can help you with that. If you give Ikion the thing that he wants the most, won't the situation change? The thing that So Ikion wants the most. Right now, Ikion has only learned half of the Frenzy Destruction Sword. The Patriarch's sword techniques are taught verbally. But because Ikion's father and my previous owner, So Ikiom, died during the Orthodox-Unorthodox Great War, he couldn't properly learn the other half. What if you teach him that? Why did you go easy on me? Did you want me to kill you? Do you want to say that you did as much as you could? I hope you're not about to say some bullshit like you did that to protect me from Madame Yang and your children. It was to protect me and treat me like a real child, for Mother. In the end, isn't that just to justify your own selfishness? If you truly wanted to protect me and Young, shouldn't you have firmly protected us, even if it meant standing against Madame Yang? Are you going to spout some bullshit about how you wanted to treat us fairly as you do with your other children, so you simply watched? If you think that's your responsibility and duty, I'll let you know that you're very much mistaken. I just wanted to protect you. Sending me outside is protection. That's just evading your responsibility. I've done enough for a kid who isn't even my child. From now on, it doesn't matter what happens to him. Isn't that how you truly feel? If you hadn't packaged your true thoughts like that and sent me away, I wouldn't have been kidnapped by the blood cult. Are you finally admitting that you are a hound of the blood cult? If Master hadn't saved me, what you are thinking of would have come true. That's the all-healing divine physician's tablet. Master had a past friendship with the all-healing divine physician. Thanks to that, I was able to restore my energy core. You probably wanted to believe that the restoration of my energy core was due to evil arts or techniques of the blood cult. But this is the truth. Finally, you told me I have no right to have the representative position. Frenzy Destruction Sword starting position. No way. How did you? It should have been a martial art that you only saw for the first time today. Frenzy Destruction Sword Technique Heavy Pressure Sword Strike. Present after using Frenzy Destruction Sword's Heavy Pressure Sword Strike, so this is the power of Frenzy Destruction Sword's secret technique, Heavy Pressure Sword Strike. I don't know if it's because I used innate core energy, but I was able to retain some of its power. Do you still think I'm unworthy? How did you? Elder All-Healing Divine Physician receives a price whenever treating someone. At the very least, it's a tablet, or it could also be precious secret documents. Did Father? I didn't say it explicitly, but he's jumping to his own conclusions. Oh yeah, Elder Divine Physician also said that. That the current leader of the Yang So clan would not have been able to learn the second half of the Frenzy Destruction Sword. Who is in the position to ask things of whom? Yang So clan's banquet hall. Thank you for coming. His internal wounds haven't been treated yet, so he probably wants to rest. In some ways, he truly is incredible. You're already here, junior brother. You're here, senior brother. If it's okay, can we sit together? I'm fine with it, but the patriarch will be in an awkward situation, senior brother. Senior brother, at banquets, there are seats assigned by the host. We can move seats later, so for now, I think it'll be best if we follow the instructions. Senior sister is correct. There will be many opportunities for us to sit together, right? Once you drink with others, you're bound to make mistakes. I definitely won't go to the upper seats if it hadn't been prepared beforehand. It would have been the right move to avoid this seating arrangement. But I have something I need to do right now. I'm watching, Patriarch. Make your announcement now. I, of the So family, would like to give thanks to all of Murim's honored guests who have come here today. Before we officially begin the banquet, I have an announcement to make. Please listen up. Ha ha ha. Lord So is quite liberal. You wanted to talk, but it was because you wanted to make an announcement here. I hate him. I would like to make an apology to the patriarch of the righteous Win Zhou clan. I think my lacking daughter is not fitting to be your son's second wife. I'm thankful for the marriage talks, but I hope you find a better partner. Madam Yang. You're the one who planned Young's marriage talks, right? So that you could get rid of an eyesore while also creating a stronger relationship with one of the three great martial families of Jiangxi province, the righteous Win Zhou clan. I hope I don't hear of you screwing around again in the future. If vulgar words are to come out of my mouth again, you will need to prepare yourself on that day. What I want to announce to you all is that for this upcoming martial competition, the representative position will go to my third son, Wenhui. Junior brother. What is? Brother. It's done. My business here is over. Why are you trying to leave so early? The day just ended. I have something to do. Something to do. Don't talk back to your senior brother. Brother. Brother, are you really leaving? Master asked me to do something, and I've already told the patriarch in advance. If you're going to the martial competition, let's go together. Both teacher and elder master want to go with you too, especially elder master. That's also one of the reasons why I'm leaving immediately. It's been burdensome because Mount Heng's best sword is appearing way more kindly than expected. Can't we go together? I'll tell Master that we can leave early tomorrow. She's absolutely fallen for her. No, young, that's a girl. Young lady. Don't be too sad. You can see senior brother again once you get to the martial competition site. Alright? Not her. Young, see you then. Then I'll follow you to the palace gate. HM. It's okay for me to at least see you out, right? And we can talk and catch up while we go. No. Of course. I shared a long conversation with my younger sister, Young, for the first time since we were young. Thanks to that, it seems that the distance between us after mother passed away has narrowed slightly. Young asked what happened, but I couldn't tell her the truth. If I told her the truth, I might accidentally tie her into the blood cult. Although it seems that Young also noticed that I was lying to an extent. Take this. Father told me to give it to you. The patriarch did? What is this? I don't know, he probably just provided some travel expenses. Then see you soon at the martial competition. She'll be fine. She's much more of an adult than me anyway. Okay, see you then. Isn't that a contradiction? What's an adult-like child? If you understand, stop nitpicking. If I don't want Young to get mixed into the blood cult, there is something I need to do. Become so strong and powerful that nobody can aim for her. But still, don't lose your balance, Wunhui. Strength and power are just incentives. If you get swept away in it, you won't be able to control yourself and sink. You are the center of gravity for yourself. Martial brother, no, Vice Squad Commander. Tell us now. Just what's going on that you're rushing like this? According to plan, we were to meet Song Chuabek and Song Wuhyun at Shimen County and go to Wuhan in Hubei province, which is hosting the martial competition, but we finished things half a month earlier than what we planned. Nobody will be there even if we go first. I know, we're going to Dark Intimacy before we go to Shimen County. By Dark Intimacy, are you talking about that brothel in Mangakri? It's only a quarter of a day away from our original destination, but the north part of Hunan is overflowing with the unorthodox. We're unorthodox too, what's the problem? I need to find someone. The whereabouts of someone as precious as my younger sister is there. Whoa, I feel so relieved now. How were you able to keep your skin clear despite wearing the face mask for so long? My father made mine. I'd love to ask your father for one too. I'd love to see him ask for one. He'll freeze up and won't be able to say one thing. He's one of the four evils. Wunhui, what's that? I want to see what the patriarch sent me through Young. This is something your mother had ever since I met her for the first time. I think you may need it more than I do. This is something mother had when she met him. A flying crane. I've never seen this symbol before. At least not around Yunnan province. I've never seen this symbol before even during my 8 years of being a spy. Martial families tend to choose fierce beasts like tigers or wolves in order to symbolize their bravery. A crane, representing long life and elegance, is seldom used as a symbol for a martial family. I did hear that sometimes, a dignified martial family of long history would use it. Does this have something to do with mother's past? Or perhaps my father? I wish I had more clues relating to mother. What are you looking at? Don't come so close to me without permission. You were looking really melancholic. I couldn't help it. You do realize what privacy means, right? You didn't say to give you privacy. Are you mad? Don't put your chin on my shoulder. She's beautiful. The shadow created by the bonfire makes her look magical. Ahem, ahem. Ah, I was hoping we'd sleep in the bed tonight, but we're in a cave again. We have a long way to travel tomorrow. You should sleep. We should go to an inn or something, huh? What is it? Why are you hitting me? It's an expression of friendship. You're gonna kill me, spare me. I'm sorry. He always provokes her, fully knowing he's going to get beaten up. Anyway, having someone so pretty close to me during the night, almost made me fall for her. What is it? That bright smile and the way she was looking at me, her cruelty when she wields the sword. Nothing. I don't know which one her true self is. Wunhui, my former owner, said that a real martial artist should know when a beautiful woman is trying to seduce one. Phew. I get why your former owner was forever alone. TSK, TSK. What's that supposed to mean? Dark intimacy. It appears to be a regular brothel, but it is actually one of the house sect's 3 main bases. 3 main bases? Not branches. The house sect doesn't have a sect leader, as far as I know. Vice Squad Commander, are you sure about this? There are quite a few martial masters. No, why? Are you scared? Why would I be scared? I'm fine, let's go. Welcome. I would like to go to the 2nd floor. You're aware that only one person can taste the special liquor, right? Yes. The others can have noodles or something. Let's have a lot more than just noodles. When else would we have the chance to eat whatever we can? It must be that old man, the one I saw in Blue Ghost Sword's memories. No, he's different. He looks different from the old man I saw in its memories. A fishing needle that baits poems. A broom that sweeps away worries. Take a seat. Which teacup I choose to pour the tea into indicates the rank of my mission. Since my request is of low rank. There are 2 requests. I don't think it's anything difficult. Go ahead. About a year and 3 months ago, I'm sure you received a request to find the Yang So clan's 3rd son. I can't reveal client's information. Seems like you know who it is then. Could I know the reason? Ah Song is my servant. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Both the servant and the father are looking for the young master, but the young master who is supposed to have vanished is right here, looking for said servant. He recognized who I was right away, as I intended. Because So Ikkion visited Dark Intimacy and told them I was kidnapped by the blood cult, they might know that I became a member of the blood cult. I need to create a rumor through them before I attend the martial arts competition in order to decrease the chances of any possible bad scenarios. As far as I know, I was lucky. Without Master's help, I wouldn't even be here. How about we trade information regarding the servant for information regarding your master? An informant is asking me for information. You're trying to waste money on something you're gonna find out soon enough anyway. Are you saying you'll just tell me? No. I had 2 requests anyway. I'll take your request. Then will you tell me your master's name? Ho Jongdae. Ho Jongdae. Damn it. Attacking me out of nowhere. Southern Heaven, do you know him? No. I spent a long time with my former owner, but I've never seen him before. Then it must be a mask he's wearing. Is it okay for an informant to threaten a client like this? The Southern Heaven swordsman has been missing for 16 years now. But you're saying you're the vanished Southern Heaven swordsman's disciple? Strange. The house sect is technically unorthodox, but they are more neutral than anything. I've never seen someone from the sect act so hostile before. Same here. I've never seen a house sect member act so obviously hostile. What should I do? Even though I've gotten much better, it won't be easy to escape a crowd of martial masters. This isn't the old man's. There is someone beyond the room. Do not let it be known that I am talking to you discreetly. Have you heard the nickname, Tiger Taming Strong Hand? Tiger Taming Strong Hand. Guak Kyung. He's from a martial family in the Yunnan province's Fuhu County. Do you mean the Tiger Taming Strong Hand, Guak Kyung of the Yunnan province's Fuhu County? You've got quite the guts, as expected of the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple. Just play along for now. Do not underestimate our information's power. If you reveal the truth right now, I will go easy on you. Na Yukyung of the Pang clan is in the other room. Pang clan's Na Yukyung. The Pang clan's Na Yukyung is someone as dangerous as the four evils, not just for his martial arts, but also for his personality, which is known to be cruel and violent. Only a very few have survived his resentment. Wunhui, you'd better be careful. The Pang clan's Na Yukyung has lost an eye to my former owner. Shit, this is just trouble after trouble. In this situation, I guess I should act like someone who got caught in their disguise. The dark intimacy sure lives up to the expectations. Since we are supposed to be in this together, I shouldn't prioritize my ego. But just because we are in this together, if you put even a finger on your sword, I'm going to take it that you have other intentions. I can't give him the upper hand until I can really trust him. Senior brother. Calm down. We're just playing along because of unforeseen circumstances. Don't resist. Just come along. I remember coming to this place about 3 times in my past life. But I've never come down here before. The smell of blood. I know they're an informant organization of the unorthodox faction pretending to be a brothel, but their usage of the basement is way too thinly veiled. What is happening? Just stay alert. Thank you once again for your consideration. It's nothing more than a band-aid for the issue. You wouldn't think that a person like him would be easily fooled, did you? If you go out this path, you'll come out of an exit about 150 meters away from the dark intimacy. It makes sense that an organization that deals with information would be cautious. That's not what I had expected. I thought you were helping us. What are you trying to do? I did bring you here in a hurry, given the situation, but I do need to check. Didn't I say earlier? I can't be certain that you really are the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Wunhui, I think he's the Tiger Taming Strong Hand, Guak Kyung. The gloves on his hands are Guak Kyung's. They're called the Silver Dark Hands. It's made from dark steel and silver and can easily block any sharp weapons. But I thought Guak Kyung was of the orthodox faction. The Tiger Taming Strong Hand knows my former owner. But 20 years ago, he disappeared after his entire family was massacred. My former owner was very sad about that. His entire family was killed. Does that mean that he switched over to the unorthodox faction after that? The reason the Southern Heaven Iron Sword wasn't able to recognize him right away was because he was wearing a mask. He might also be faking his voice. After the Southern Heaven Swordsman disappeared, I met about 6 people who claimed to know him personally while I worked at the brothel. Each one was an idiot that was looking for his inheritance or sword technique. Do you think I'm like them? You seem different from them. But what's the reason you're wearing the Silver Dark Hand? You're increasing my expectations of you. If you really are the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple, then you must know the Luminous Star sword technique. The footwork as though one was walking on clouds. Luminous star cloud steps. His technique is like a tiger launching at its prey. There's something similar in the luminous star sword technique. Luminous star sword technique. First technique, tiger force sword. Ah, how long has it been since I last fought against the luminous star sword technique? It's the very same luminous star sword technique that I remember from over a decade ago. Cook. It's certain that it's the luminous star sword technique, but the sword path is something I've never seen before. He's changed it. You're not going easy at all. It's a fight to prove my identity, after all. I greet you formally as the Dark Intimacy's owner, no, as the tiger-taming strong hand, Guak Kyung. Please forgive my rudeness. I also apologize for my own rudeness. What? Ha ha ha. You have quite the skilled colleagues. That's my junior brother as well as my friend. Junior brother? Then you're also. I greet Grandmaster Guak. I'm the second disciple, Mayung. I was rather worried because the Grandmaster had been hiding his presence for a while, but I'm glad to see that he's been raising such great successors. If it weren't for Na Yukyung, I would have loved to talk to you more. It's a shame. There is no time to waste. Hurry. I'll make sure you'll be able to retrieve information from anywhere you are if we find anything about your servant. Ah. But didn't you say you had 2 requests? Do you perhaps recognize this? A flying crane. If you look at it closely, it kind of looks like a full moon. A crane taking off for flight and a moon. I guess it's more likely that you wouldn't know about this. If my assumptions are correct, then this pattern may have something to do with the Flying Moon Shadow sect. They were a martial sect on par with the 4 martial sects that dominated the unrivaled faction, but now they're almost fully forgotten. Then, what's the crane on here? I'm not certain. This all happened very long ago, so I'd have to look into it. This is more of an advanced request. I'll pay for it, of course. I thought maybe he'd be nice since he knows the Southern Heaven swordsman. I've run for a while, but I can't see the end of this path. Light. Vice Squad Commander, this way. It's a well. I'm glad we made it out safely. Now let's head to Sherman County. We need to join the twins. Vice Squad Commander, I think there are people on standby ahead. There are about 20 people blocking the forest's path. None of them possess swords, so I had to get this close to notice. If it took this long for me to notice, then they're all very skilled in stealth. Should we kill them all? Let's fall back. There is no point in wasting time fighting them. Seeing as the house sect sneaked you out, it's undeniable that you're the successor of the Southern Heaven swordsman. Where's Ho Jongdae? Let's try to negotiate first. If he does have resentment against the Southern Heaven swordsman, then I'll have to deal with that first. I greet the patriarch of the Pang clan. Sun Bei, there seems to be a misunderstanding. That was an amazing amount of chi. It ripped into my palm. I don't have a hubie like you. So you really are Ho Jongdae's disciple. I couldn't tell his chi path either, and you're the same. Vice Squad Commander. Vice Squad Commander. Whether we win or not will depend on how fast you can get rid of those people. I will deal with him. Kohaha. Even if the 3 of you were to fight me, you would probably be able to barely block a few attacks, but you want to fight me on your own? You're out of your mind. Do you think you could win against me by using petty tricks? Even if your master were to come here. You. That's. Hurry. The vice squad commander is right. It's foolish for all three of us to fight that one man. Even if we somehow defeated Na Yukyung, we might not have the energy left then to fight the remaining enemy. We need to eliminate the guys here first and join the vice squad commander to get rid of Na Yukyung. You fool. Do you know who I am? Do I need to? Qua. Great senior brother. The first disciple of the Pang clan, Na Yukyung, died so easily. Ha. I knew that all of her techniques were focused on killing the opponent when we had our spars, but to think it was to this extent. Poking my eyes was nothing compared to this. What are you doing? Ack. The vice squad commander will be in danger if we don't hurry. See coming. I'm coming. At this rate, I'll end up dead before I grow old. The combination of the 5-star luminous star mystic art and the golden blood body astronomically increased my power. I was a bit worried because of the difference between our chi, but now, I can at least fight him fairly. Hurry, Wunhui, the golden blood body strains the body. I know. The real luminous star sword technique, second technique. Luminous technique, second technique, hidden toad slash. When did his whip wrap around my arm? I need to get rid of. Got you. You bastard. You're the one who's in my trap. I can attack you with my left hand too. 8 lightning short sword technique. You're just a kid. What are you? Left-handed dagger technique as well as secret blade techniques. He saw the silver thread in that short moment even though I was aiming for his blind spot. Luminous star sword technique, but this loosened the whip that's on my right arm. Sword culling chase. Kohuk. Damn it, he's much stronger than the enemies I've come across until now. He swung his whip in the moment I was preparing my sword culling chase. I'm not too badly hurt because of the golden blood body, but that caused my sword culling chase to not hit him. You're at your limit. Are you really the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple? The symptoms of your body, it looks like a strange kind of golden blood body. How is it that you possess the techniques of several top expert martial artists whom no one has seen for the past something years? I have no obligation to answer your questions. I'll think about answering if you can get me to kneel. Humph. Doesn't matter. I can get the answers whenever I want if I just cut off all your limbs. What? You dare, my disciples, so that's what you were betting on. To think that I would resort to using my secret technique on a kid like you. There's no opening at all. If I get swept up in that, I will be ripped to shreds. I might end up dead if things go wrong. It's over, disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. I'll use everything I have to deflect it. I'll make it out of this alive no matter what. Fekta. Did you say it was only a blink of an eye, Wunhui? What? What just happened? Focus. Kohuk. I'll kill you right here, disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Focus till the end, MANHWA. Fekta lasts for only a blink of an eye. Continue to look for a way to destroy the secret technique until Na Yukyung's attack is right about to hit you. I am possible. Within the stormy flow, this kid is destroying my secret technique. I will find an opening. The very same way that bastard did. But, you think I wouldn't have made up for the flaws in my technique by now? There was an opening but for a very short period of time. I need to approach him as fast as I can. The Southern Heaven Swordsman's luminous star cloud steps. It's great for avoiding attacks, but it's not good for this situation. Hey Action's exclusive light body technique. It's good for traversing through different terrains, but it's not fast enough. In order to get to him quickly. Fine, I'll teach you. But you need to use this Qigong method only for when you're prepared to. Thank you, young lady. I'll make sure to kill this man no matter what. Quaff. I meant to pierce through his head, but it was rather shallow. Quaff, you bastard. You're coming with me. Disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. How's that? I wasn't late, right? It's gonna hurt a bit. 1, 2, 3. Not bad, right? He easily relocated my shoulder. I guess that's to be expected of an inheritor of the 18 subduing dragon palms. Anyway, winning against the Pang clan's Na Yukyung. This is gonna be big once the news spreads across Murin. I was just lucky. As if. I know that he's not someone you can win by luck. I was lucky in many ways. He was on a different level from me in terms of the amount of chi. Fekta's help was great too. Why are you looking at your hand like that? Does your hand hurt too? No. She saved my life. Thanks for the help. Nah, it was nothing. I can kill 100 more guys like him if you just tell me to. What a scary puppy. Ahem. You did great too. They're both pretty badly hurt. It makes sense considering they fought 20 martial masters. But they sure are great. There's no time. Let's take care of the corpses and internalize our chi. I'm feeling the side effects of the golden. I didn't mean to. Rest up, Vice Squad Commander. We'll take care of the corpses. I'll leave that to you then. You don't even need to say that given our relationship. My leg's injured. I think I need to rest. Do you want me to bury you with them so you can rest forever? Squad Captain Sama. What relationship? What is she talking about? Ha. Wunhui, she's talking about the trust between a higher-up and a subordinate. You need to shut up, idiot. We need to circulate our chi and quickly get out of here. Ha. I feel like my central energy core has gotten greater. I do remember learning that the more life or death fights you face, the more innate core energy you will obtain. What a strange ability. Leave that be and hurry over here. Sorry. I heard a sword, but I can't guarantee that it's just one person. Are you alright? Damn it. Who are these guys? Ha. What the hell? They just won't give us a break. They were divided into two. I assume they were in charge of another area. Well, we have no choice. There's no rule that an enemy will appear only when you're in your best condition. You dare harm our master. We will rip you limb by limb and avenge master. Stop. Ha. You've caused quite the trouble. Killing the Pang clan bastard. Kohaha. This laughter. He's. Pang clan bastard. You dare. You swine. You dare to try and kill my own disciple. The Blood Cult's fourth supreme, eccentric Hay action. Kukuku. Life outside of home is hard, huh? Northeastern part of Sherman County, Blood Cult's shelter. Hoo-hoo, I bet so Wunhui isn't even back yet. I was able to take my spot as the disciple representative of my family within just 4 days of the 2 weeks given. I bet Master will compliment me this time. My value in the cult will go up too. Perhaps. Whoa, you're so cool. I want to be your subordinate. Yes, sir. Who is it? He. This will do, right? Please go in. I assume Vice Squad Commander So Wunhui isn't here yet. I did get here kind of early. He's here. What? It's real noisy right now. Why? Vice Squad Commander So Wunhui and his subordinates came back with the head of the Pang clan's Na Yukyung. Southeastern part of Guizhou Province, western outskirts of Jiangkou County Manor. Both have successfully taken spots as representatives of the Yang So clan and Johong Song clan. That's good. I agree. There was an issue on Vice Squad Commander So Wunhui's side. Apparently, the Yang So clan requested an investigation into the Manhwa dark intimacy. That goes against the plan. It might be a problem if the dark intimacy took a request. That's hard to look past. Thankfully, we were able to learn that the dark intimacy rejected the request, but on the way back, they came across the Pang clan's Na Yukyung. The Pang clan. As long as there wasn't a conflict, there shouldn't have been a fight. Could it be Dash? Wunhui is currently pretending to be the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple in order to participate in the Murim competition. Everyone knows that the Pang clan's Na Yukyung lost his eye to the Southern Heaven Swordsman. If he came across Na Yukyung, who cannot be defeated without being a very high-level martial artist. That's Dash. What happened? Did the Fourth Supreme intervene? No. When the Fourth Supreme and we arrived, the Pang clan's Na Yukyung and his disciples were already dead. Then they killed Na Yukyung. How? From what I heard, apparently the Vice Squad Commander deceived Na Yukyung. When he let his guard down, he used his life as bait and barely managed to kill him. So Wunhui you're so, used his life as bait? Are the three okay? Had the Fourth Supreme not arrived when he did, they would have been in danger, but they're fine. The Fourth Supreme ordered me to relay that they will recuperate for the rest of the given days before leaving. That's good. It'll be bad for the plan if they were to leave for the competition without fully recovering. I guess I have no choice but to acknowledge. They are skilled. If you're finished with your report, then please take the head away. It's not done yet. The Fourth Supreme said to make sure I relay this message, What is it? They better recognize your accomplishment for killing the Pang clan's head. Tell them to promote Vice Squad Commander So Wunhui to Squad Commander. Is what he said. That is very like him to say. Anhui Province, Wuha County. The moon's bright tonight. It's a good day to die. Don't you agree? Ah, right. You can't talk. Maybe I should have left that ability alone. Let me ask you one more time. Apparently, you're skilled enough to cover up even my eyes. Keeb. Can you do it? You should have cooperated much earlier. Then you wouldn't have gotten this hurt. I'll give you 3 days. You're already here. All 5 have successfully infiltrated. I wonder how many Rionha managed. I'm sure she couldn't have done as many as you. Even if she did successfully infiltrate a few, they could never win against ours. Do not worry. I will make sure to get you the sword. It's been 35 days. It's been a while. The place I used to frequent before my regression. I spent 8 years here, always anxious that I may be exposed for being a spy. The Orthodox faction Murim's sanctuary. Hubei Province, Wuhan. Why is Wuhan the Orthodox faction's sanctuary? 2 of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters guard this place, so there isn't any unorthodox faction here. Wudang sect leader Taiji Sword Emperor Jin Yin, Murim Alliance's leader Infinite Supreme Sword Baek Hyangmook. The Murim Alliance has a lot of scary people. That's why it's so peaceful here. Yeah. Of course, this peace doesn't last long. The first one to go will be the Wudang sect leader. He will die on Wudang Mountain of all places, by the hands of the cruel killer, Jeol Sim, one of the 4 evils. The nullification of the alliance between the unrivaled faction and Murim alliance as well as the death of the Taiji Sword Emperor sent Murim back into chaos. It's there. Damn, it's hot. Let's go. Leisure Inn. We decided to meet the spy who infiltrated the Murim alliance here. There sure are a lot of people. It's probably because the Murim competition is happening soon. Looks like we'll have to stand until a table opens up. The reason you haven't found a spot is because you're slow. We'll stay here, so you go see if there are spots inside. Master, please scooch a little. Phew. I might really die of heat at this rate if we have to stay standing. Circulate your inner energy. You'll feel better. Do you have any remaining? What idiot circulates their inner energy the entire time to stay cool? Right next to you. An idiot? Hey, young men. There won't be any empty tables inside either. If it's okay with you, why don't you join us? Thank you. This person. What? Do you know him? The Blazing King of Supreme Blade. Central Plains 8 Martial Masters, Blazing King of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun. Blazing King of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun. He doesn't belong to either the Orthodox or the unorthodox faction, but he's known for his upright personality. He's someone who has no tolerance for injustice. But, from what I know, this man has never had an interest in Murim festivities. So why is he here? How did you recognize me? What is it? He's the Blazing King of Supreme Blade, Jin Kyun. I've seen you from afar before. You saw me. Then why don't I recall ever seeing you? I didn't expect him to react like that. Is he suspicious of us, perhaps? I can't exclude that possibility. Someone of his level could probably easily look into everyone's chi here as though he were looking at the palm of his hand. What's wrong? It just had to be now, nothing. Hey, action will be on the move soon even if I make such an excuse. Before my regression, the Blazing King of Supreme Blade Jin Kyun cut Hey Action's arm off. I can't help but worry since I know what will happen in the future. If a conflict were to occur between them here, it's given that the mission would be a failure, but something worse might occur. Think, So Wunhui. Think. It's to be expected that you wouldn't know. I saw you at Dongting Lake. How could you possibly remember me amidst that crowd of people? Dongting Lake. 5 years ago, the blazing king of Supreme Blade Jin Qian visited Dongting Lake with his family. You massacred all of the unorthodox faction bastards who tried to kill your family. I remember seeing you. I was with my father. With me? May I know your father's name? So Ikian. Phew, it worked. Oh. The Yang So clan's patriarch. You're from a renowned clan then. Seems like I was mistaken. I thought you were that amply proportioned man's disciple. As expected, his senses are sharp. He must have noticed that Hei Action and I recognized each other earlier. Ah, he's someone who's long acquainted with my father. He's called the Golden Pig. Do you perhaps know of him? The Golden Pig is actually someone who existed. Although he's met an untimely death and Hei Action is just using his identity. Seeing as you've come all the way here, you must be participating in the Rising Star Martial competition. I feel like I've heard of the name. Ha ha ha, that's right. You'll be able to compete against this buddy's grandson. Grandson? Jin Qian's grandson is participating in the martial competition. There he is. Grandfather, I've paid for the meal. The blazing king of Supreme Blade's grandson, Jin Yong. It was quite tough to find the restaurant owner considering the crowd. Blazing Supreme Blade. Created to befit Jin Qian's martial arts. If someone like him is going to compete too, then it won't be easy. The chi aura coming from him seems like he's at the higher end of peak level. It'll be hard to fight him unless I open my central energy core, as expected of someone who's inherited the blood of the Central Plains 8 martial masters. There. I'm the third son of the Yang So clan, So Wunhui. Third son. I thought you'd be the oldest. Don't they know about me? Or do they just not care? I'm Jin Yong. I'd like to know your name. Absolute sword sense. I'm Meiyang. Quite the witty one. What's with him? His personality must be real twisted. How dare you look down on me, you little insect. He won't look at me in the eyes at all. If he had any sense of adaptability, he would have utilized the atmosphere to apologize to me. Did I really see that with my own 2 eyes? Seems like I've raised him too softly as he's my only grandson. Don't be too upset. How great is his inner energy that he can use that much force with just a few drops of alcohol on his fingertips. Hyuk. I was rude. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Now you're going to apologize. What should I do? He did apologize. But he's not really genuine. It's just to appease his grandfather. I'll mess with him a little then. No, it must be that I'm not skilled to be considered worthy in your eyes. I'm just concerned that I may have painted a bad picture of my clan. You're bringing shame to your grandfather. Come with me. You're going to get a good old beating before you step onto that competition stage. That's fun. I guess you can use that personality of his in this manner too. Ha. Not again. We'll see each other later again since you're competing. I hope you achieve good results. Please take care. Aren't you going to? He looks like he wants to kill you. I hope you achieve good results. Hurry over here. Yes. Who is it? The blazing king of Supreme Blade. How is that nothing? I apologize. It was all too sudden. It's fine. It's obvious what you were thinking. I'm sure it was because you were worried that we would get into a fight. Don't forget the reason we came here. High-class spy Du Younghyun, 9 years since infiltration. 9 years? He was here longer than you then. If Du Youngyin's the one we're talking to, it'll be of great help. You know him. The table's empty. Sit down. Of course. He gave me the most advice before my regression. That's all for the lesson, but let me say one more thing. A spy's last moments are all the same. Do not have any high expectations. I still can't forget what he said to me then. It sure is hot. If we say the signal words now, one of them will tell us the mission through the frequency whispering technique. Are you sure that's gonna work? All he's doing is glancing over. It's enough. If he'd just stop glancing over and pretend not to hear the frequency whispering technique. It had to be him. I'm the main character. If there were anyone out to catch spies, we would have immediately been caught. Who said it's okay for you to fall down? Get up. Now. TCH. Don't be so harsh. I'm sure he didn't mean it. I'm sure he was just curious, since the boy standing behind the third son of the Yang So clan was stronger. Then he must be scolded even more. What do you mean? Because he didn't recognize who was his real rival. Don't you get it either? The Yang So clan's third son possesses a lot more than what the eye can see. If he were to fight my grandson, there's no guarantee who would win. County's outskirts. This is the place Du Younghyun chose for the plan. We were already on the reservation list in this isolated inn. Under the bed of the room at the far right laid a message containing information regarding the Muram Alliance. There are only a few expert martial artists who can recognize my chi aura, but the 2 of the Central Plains 8 martial masters will see through my disguise. So until the last day of the competition, I am going to stay out of sight in the outskirts of town. I'm sure you know what you have to do. Yes. We're the only ones who can go in for now. We've memorized all the information we got from the spy. So Wenhui and Song Juabake's groups will move separately. Each will try to win the competition. If the 2 were to both reach the finals, it was agreed that Song Juabake would give up the win. This specially made sheath has the space to hide another sword. It feels like I'm very loosely dressed. I had duties to fulfill within the 10 days before the competition began. The outskirts of the Muram Alliance's castle is full of things any martial artist would love. Among them is a street full of blacksmiths. I need to make sure that the Southern Heaven Iron Sword is recognizable to anyone who sees it. Even those who had been acquainted with the Southern Heaven swordsman could not recognize the Southern Heaven Iron Sword right away. This is because of the rust on the blade covered up the unique light of the cold steel. There are over 40 blacksmiths down this alley alone. I need to make sure to go to a less popular area or it will take too long to repair. Could a less popular area handle cold steel? There's a place I had in mind, but I don't know if they're still operating. A great blacksmith was born in this very alley before my regression. He became famous after the repair of Baek Hyangmuk's sword. So the place the blacksmith is at, is here. It's really shabby. You can't even hear any metal clanging. Because he's still not famous. My former owner said that the more skilled you are, the less it's recognizable to others. There are plenty of restaurants that look run down but offer the best flavors. That's how my former owner found many great restaurants back in the day. Does your former owner know everything? Ahem. I'm sure we'll see once we go in and meet him. What? Can't you tell? He's a drunkard. Not that. I meant the metal pieces around him, they look like fragments of a sword. Please kill me. I cannot live like this. Kill me. The sword seems to have gone through quite a lot. I've heard these words before. Ah. Right. The sword Baek Hyang had also said these words. It kept saying that it wanted to die. I can hear more of such screams from deeper inside. But why? What are those? That's the Infinite Supreme Sword. No, they're copies. The Murim Alliance leader. Did his sword break or something? I guess we'll find out. I'll check the sword out. I think I get why the swords were in pain. The aura Baek Hyangmook showed was full of bloodthirst, and I had no idea what it was. But it placed the swords in an irrecoverable state. They had been crippled as soon as they were born. It made sense why they were suffering so much. Don't blame yourself. You did nothing wrong. Thanks. What just happened? I don't know. Why did it just turn to powder on its own? I didn't mean to. I'll pay you. Could you do that to all the other swords here too? I put my soul into these souls, but they're no longer usable. To destroy my own children that I made. I couldn't bring myself to do it. That's why they were in an incense burner. So that he could honor the abandoned blades that he had made with so much effort. Seems like you are a swordsman. Could I fix up your sword as payment? Sure. It's mixed with cold steel. That'll make it a bit hard to handle. It'll take at least 5 days. But isn't your sheath a bit too big? For a renowned sword like this to be in such a shape, was it neglected in a moist place for decades? There are reasons. I'm glad things went well. Yeah. I didn't expect him to recognize right away that the sheath was bigger. Well, this is a good opportunity. You'll be able to see Baek Hyangmook's martial arts all you want. You can't miss this opportunity to learn one of the 4 great sword techniques of Murim. There are enough swords remaining and a lot of time. There is one thing that bothers me, the blade turning red from Baek Hyangmook's aura. It was very unfitting for the Infinite Supreme Sword of the Orthodox faction. It was closer to an aura of the unorthodox faction. What could it have been? And why was he making a copy of his sword? Their chi is much more powerful than I imagined at the moment. I heard that you fell into the river. You somehow survived, huh? This voice. You're alive. Do you intend on holding on to me forever? If you're not gonna kill me, then let me go. You've gotten a lot more confident since the last time I saw you. Is it because you've gotten stronger? I'm sure you don't want your identity revealed. The confidence comes from the situation. It would have been a different story had we been in a less populated area, but the blacksmith alley is only a few steps away from here. Not even someone as bold as her could try to kill me out in the open like this. How interesting. Someone like you isn't fitting for that child. I'll give you a chance. Come work for me. I will help you become even stronger. Your future will be grim with that child. She's trying to bring me to her side. Had it not been for the incident back at the 6 Blood Valley, I would have considered her offer. It's not a bad thing to be on the advantageous side. But there is no guarantee that someone who tried to take my life once won't try again. I assume she's actually after the 4th Supreme, not me. Thank you for the offer, but Master wouldn't want me to. That would have gone right through my face if I were even a second slower. Look. You dodged. I want you. There's this strange feeling about you. I've been sensing it for a while. A guy who's barely surpassed peak level saw my ultimate attack coming and dodged. Why do I feel like you're much stronger than you let on? You've reached this level only a year after learning martial arts. I've never seen anyone grow this strong so fast other than myself. You seem to be mistaken. I feel like if I were to take your seed, the strongest child in the cult's history would be born. Wunhui. She's gonna eat you up. What the hell? I thought you'd be a good warrior or guardian, but no. Someone like you would make a good husband. What do you think? It's not bad, is it? You could be the second in command if you were my husband. There is one thing that she forgot, she's in disguise at the moment, and because of that, I don't feel seduced at all. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Why? You like Baek Ryonha more? That's not what I meant. I'm sure you'll like the nights better with me than her. It's a rare opportunity to have someone like me as your wife, so Wunhui. Why are you here? I'm sure it's the same reason as you. Then how do you have the time to be approaching me like this? The sword is going to be in my hands anyway. You don't need to worry about that. Do you think that would happen even if I were to reveal your identity? You won't. You're not so stupid that you would reveal the internal conflict of our cult in front of all these orthodox bastards. You know, once I decide I want something, I get it. I'll have to take you, even if it's by force. I like you. I was right. Yes, you were. That is why I no longer need to hide my power. Otherwise, it seems like you're going to drag me away. You think this much wood, what's with this broken sword? This is what you use. She let go of the sword in that short moment and blocked my attack. She's definitely not an easy opponent. But she was pushed back a few steps thanks to the force. That's what I was going for. Thanks to that, I am finally out of her reach. Not bad. I'm going to have to use more force. Her bloodthirst is so intense. There are so many people here. Does she not care? Why did this have to happen when I don't have my Southern Heaven Iron Sword? Can I fend her off with this short sword and my combat skills alone? Sama. Who are you? Who is that woman? Her bloodthirst is so prominent. Have I ever met someone as strong as her before? Try if you can. Well, even then. How arrogant. There's a person flying. Is that Void Steps? How ridiculous. I didn't expect them to escape like this. Even if you escape now, you'll soon be lying underneath me. Vice Squad Commander, lower your voice. I didn't expect Miss Baek Haihyang to have infiltrated this place herself. This is the worst case scenario. We better tell Master about this. Thankfully, Master was still back at the inn, so we were able to tell him the news. Master thought for a long while before opening his mouth. If she goes after you again, don't hesitate to scream with lots of internal energy. I will be there. Hey Action judged that I wouldn't win against her given my current level of martial arts. Of course, I could not disagree. Even when my central energy core was open, I felt threatened by her bloodthirst. Secondly, always go out with your group. Was what he said, but don't you think he's being a little dramatic? Nothing's happened for the last 4 days. The Hubei-style duck roast yesterday was really good. I wonder what he'll feed us today. What do you think, Mayung? Hello. Who are you talking to? It was now possible for me to actually use Baek Hyangmook's swordsmanship skill. Congratulations. You've made the skill completely yours now. Not completely. It's nothing more than just pretense. I don't know the way he handles his internal energy when he uses this skill. But I've meditated several times as I watched him test the sword. That is a step toward a higher level of enlightenment. Sama, can you move a bit? Huh? Yes, okay. I think I can do it now. Don't get so close to me. It's hot. Shut up before I mince you up. The puppy's been a bit strange recently. It's probably the heat. Slowly activate my luminous star mystic art. Does it not work? I thought something would happen. I guess I was mistaken. Vice Squad Commander, what did you just do? I did it. I've reached mastery in luminous star mystic art. Dengfeng Restaurant's famous dish Dengfeng braised pork belly. We finally get to try it. The famous Dengfeng braised pork belly. I might pass out from joy eating this. The Southern Heaven Iron Sword will be fully repaired by tomorrow. We'll be entering the castle once I have my sword back, so I thought I should visit this place beforehand. We came here 2 days ago too, but we couldn't even get a seat because they were fully reserved. Then let's try. 5 or 6 martial artists have just entered the restaurant. They're much stronger than the martial artists that are already in the restaurant. 2 of them seem to have very renowned swords as their sword voices are very distinct. Ever since I opened my fekta, my merak has gotten stronger too. I can now tell whether a sword is renowned or not from its voice. They're the ones I saw in the Murim Alliance before my regression. Sichuan Tang Clan Tang Haiwa, Qingqing Sect Qing Miang, Chuanjin Sect Hyunjin. They're all okay guys, very orthodox, if you will. Considering the fact that I can hear the sword voices from there, Chuanjin and Qingqing must have given them renowned swords. Guys like him. Ah. Damn, if it's not Yulon County's good for nothing. Kong Hyami, Jiangwook, Hunan Province Murim Association. Do you remember the story I told you about before? About the guy who was kicked out of the Yang So clan. He's what you'd expect from someone who hangs around So Jangyun. Aren't you Qingqing's Qing Miang? Yes, I am. Do you know me? It'd be stranger if I didn't know you, a rising star from Qingqing. Unlike my past life, I'm afraid I don't intend to be bullied around. Our rising star. You're too kind. Praise can be a powerful tool. Since these guys are inherently good, their emotions are very easy to read. I also greet Hyunjin of the Chuanjin sect and Tang Haiwa of the Sichuan Tang clan. I'm So Wunhui, the third son of the Yang So clan. It's an honor to be able to meet such renowned people like you. You're a son of the Yang So clan. I'm Hyunjin of the Chuanjin sect. I'm Tang Haiwa of the Sichuan Tang clan. How do you know these? It's been a while. Since when were we friends? It's always really nice to meet someone from your hometown when you're far from home. Isn't it? Smile, otherwise you're gonna be participating in the competition with a broken neck. Joik. Why are you not saying anything? Are you really going to act all friendly with a good-for-nothing like? Hey, Du Jiangwook, shut up. You, how could you? None of your business. This is a warning. Don't even think about trying to start anything with me. Being a participant in the martial competition allows me to meet renowned people like you. What an honor. You're participating. Ah, I guess you wouldn't have known. My older brothers are not feeling well, so I'm the representative for a Yang So clan. Is that true? Are they severely unwell? Yes, if you're so concerned, go visit them, Sister Hai. Sister Hai. That's a shame. Your brother would have done really well in the competition, but for you to be the participant, ha. Did you just laugh? Yes, it's funny to see you judge my senior brother without even knowing his skill level. Kong Hyami is young. She's acting childish. Her emotions have clouded her judgment. Since you're also from the Hunan Murim Association, why don't you teach him a lesson to reduce his arrogance a little? Jiangwon. Calm down, Hyami. He's definitely not someone to be messed with. Ah, so you don't care if your fiancé's image is ruined? And no, I meant, I don't even know where to begin with this guy. It's a pain to deal with these kids. I guess I'll teach them a lesson. Mr. So. I didn't expect to see you here. Mount Heng sect Zhou Chongwun's disciple, Co Ilju. That uniform. Mount Heng sect. He must be the disciple of Mount Heng's best sword. That must mean the Mount Heng sect people are here now, young included. Ilju, it's been a while. Yes, it has been. Wait, if I utilize this situation to my advantage, I can take care of things much more easily. But Ilju, is Wunhui here a disciple of your sect? Ah, I guess you don't know. Mr. So here is the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. I'm sure you're well aware of the relationship between Grandmaster Ho Zhongde and the Mount Heng sect. Did you just hear that? The Southern Heaven Swordsman. A successor of Grandmaster Ho Zhongde? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you're Ilju's senior brother, then you are one to me too. We were rude. That puts me in a rather awkward position. Anyway, what did you say earlier? You were gonna teach me a lesson. Who will teach me that lesson? I have people waiting for me, so excuse me. Let's have a meal together sometime. Take care. Please say hi to Young for me. Ah, so full. I'm super satisfied. I think they do takeout too. Should we order some? Right, the Mount Heng sect's Taoists also took the braised pork belly for takeaway. Sure. But let's get some for Master and the twins too. We'll be back. It was as good as people say, but they must have really liked it. I never got to experience this kind of thing in my past life. Excuse me. Huh? Me? Take this. Who sent me a message? Was there a change in the mission? Nope. HAA. If you do not want to lose your sword, return to the smithy alone. The blast furnace is cooling. Tools all over the floor. There must have been a fight. A nice sword. Is this the famous Southern Heaven Iron Sword? You, who are you? I've come to relay a message from the young lady. Give up the martial competition. And tell young Lady Beck Ryonha that if she wants her life spared, she needs to surrender. I assume you don't want to lose your precious sword. Wait, calm down. I get what you're saying. What? But. I assume that's not a message from Beck Haihyang, but you. Should we continue the conversation then? What about my sword? I did hear that you seem to possess a secret technique. What was that just now? I guess he didn't see it. It's just as I imagined. This masked guy, you should have just given up on the martial competition. I'll make you pay for ignoring the law. Arg. Is so weak that I don't need to open my central energy core to defeat him. Who are you? You'd better release my pressure points right now. Why do you think I demanded you to come alone? My subordinates in the area, you mean, these guys? These were the only guys in the area, Vice Squad Commander. These guys are first-rate martial artists. Quaff. Stop, stop. I'm Yo Eub, the second disciple of the fifth blood star. I'll answer whatever questions you have for me. So tell this bastard to stop taking out my nails. Woof, woof. Quaff. Fifth blood star. He's the disciple of Huang Kong. It's true that he's a close subordinate of Baek Haihyang, but I assume she's not behind this. She wanted me as her husband. But to suddenly change her mind and tell me to give up the martial competition? Someone else is behind this. Someone who would benefit from having me give up this martial competition. It wasn't young lady Baek Haihyang who sent you. Is that right? Why yes. My senior brother told me to do this. He ordered us to do this when the young lady told us not to kill or do anything to you. You went after the vice squad commander for such a petty reason? Qua. I answered your question, so why are you doing that? The fifth blood star's first disciple, do you know who that is? I don't even know his name. What you just did goes directly against your master's orders. Ugh, the reason your senior brother was after me, you know it, right? Answer. There are still a few nails left. I'll answer. Yes. He told us to do this after hearing that you will become the young lady's husband. So his senior brother did this because he didn't want me to become Baek Haihyang's husband. I'm not interested in your taste in women. Just what does he like about that insane woman? Quaff. Vice Squad Commander, you didn't tell me anything about that. No, I didn't say anything because it's a bunch of ridiculous nonsense. So that's why that woman wanted you. But why do I have to be wary of Sama Young's feelings? She needs to die since she went after what belongs to me. What the hell is she on? The charm of a woman. Calm down. Why? They went after you. You don't need to kill him. Why? If we kill these guys, we'd be giving their senior brother a valid excuse. I assume that was what he was after too. If my predictions are right, those four are all going to die. How do you know that? I think I understand the personalities of these guys a little. If something like this happens, the most likely thing to happen after is very obvious. The stupid bastard. He was supposed to have been killed by the fourth Supreme's disciple. My plan's been ruined. I would have only had a valid excuse if this bastard died. I was going to tell Baek Haihyang that we need to kill the bastard right away since he killed one of her subordinates. Idiots. I told you to only keep an eye on him. Yes, ma'am. You promised to help us. Stay quiet. If I do anything right now, it'll just anger her more. What should one do with a dog that disobeys its owner? It should die. Then die. Why, young lady, please spare me. It wasn't on purpose. I was only. Idiot. You would have lived if you just kept your mouth shut. Who told you to kill him? Not only did he go against your orders, but he was also trying to make excuses. So I thought it was fitting to punish. Cook. It wouldn't have ended there if it weren't for the martial competition. I'll keep it in mind. So Wunhui, the young lady's husband, should be me. The next day, in front of the Murim Alliance. There's a lot of people. All of the martial families, sects, and clans are here to participate in the martial competition after all. I'm sure there will be a total of thousands, even tens of thousands. Ugh, I just want to get inside already. We have no choice. We gotta wait since we're not one of the most renowned families. Johung Song clan and the Yang So clan are both pretty renowned, but we're lacking compared to the 5 great clans. We'll only need to wait about an hour. I'll make sure to keep you entertained, meanwhile. Then I guess those people are from more renowned families. Isn't this discrimination? Ha. He's annoying. Should I kill him? Now, please get out of the way. Are you perhaps the Yang So clan's young master, So Wunhui and Mr. Mayung? Yes, we are. I, PMO, of the Murim Alliance, greet the Southern Heaven Swordsman successor. I was ordered to let you in immediately. I will guide the way. Ha. Ha. I don't like the sudden attention. He said that he was ordered to let us in immediately. That must mean there was a higher-up behind that. We're with him. Who might you be? Johong Song Clan's Song Chuabake and Song Wuhyun. Johong Song Clan. I apologize. I was not told to bring you in. You can just wait in line. You should have just left him to wait in line. I agree. I felt bad after seeing him all disappointed. He's with me. If he can't come with me, I'll get in line too. No matter how many times I visit, this place always seems, please wait here. Whoa, it's really huge. Murim Alliance Azure Heaven Pavilion. I'm Peng Wujin of the Habukpeng clan. Habukpeng clan Peng Wujin. I'm So Wunhui of the Yang So clan. I heard that you're Grandmaster Ho Zhongdi's successor. I look forward to a great match. He's, like Chuabake but worse. Even though I did greet him, I was wondering why he was here. I guess it was to draw attention from others. It's kind of impressive that he would try and improve his image through such a method. Peng Wujin's companions seem really embarrassed though. Well, second-hand embarrassment. Did you say you're from the Habukpeng clan? It's an honor to meet you. Who might you be? I'm Song Chuabake of the Johong Song clan. Nice to meet you. Oh. He ignored me. Don't come near us. It looks like he's with us. Go faster. Fuck. He's rude. You shouldn't have intervened in the first place. It's best not to interact with people who only have egos. Hey. We even have a garden. They're giving us special treatment for being the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. I didn't expect to get a whole building to ourselves. I don't think they'd notice even if we took something, don't. The regular room Chuabake and his brother got was big too, but it's incomparable to this place. It's obvious how much he'd complain if he saw this place. Who wouldn't enjoy special treatment like this? But when it's too much, one's bound to be concerned. Who is doing this for us? Have you unpacked? Yes. Great timing, actually. Could you two please give us some of your time? The first general strategist wishes to meet you. The first general strategist. One of the 3 general strategists of the Murim Alliance, also known as the Supreme General Strategist. Murim Alliance Supreme General Strategist's residence. Why is he looking for me? Wunhui. There's a strong weapon in there. It seems to be a blade type. If the Southern Heaven Iron Sword is pointing it out, it must not be any ordinary weapon, but Jaegal Wunmyeong is known for being an expert martial artist in palm techniques. That means there's someone else in here who's not Jaegal Wunmyeong. Welcome. I, Yang So clan's third son, So Wunhui, greet the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance. I, Mayung, greet the first general strategist. Murim Alliance first general strategist Jaegal Wunmyeong. If it's not too impolite to ask, could you please show that man the sword you've got on your back? I was wondering why the weapon felt so familiar. It was the Northern Heaven blade. Bring me the sword. Unyielding Blade of the North Star's successor Jang Myung. Guak Hyungjik was an absolute martial artist renowned as one of the 8 great martial artists. It was to the point that people said the Unyielding Blade of the North Star dominated the northeastern region, while the Southern Heaven Swordsman dominated the southwestern region. However, unlike the Southern Heaven Swordsman, Guak Hyungjik lost an arm in a duel and basically retired from Murim. So why is he here? As far as I know, the Unyielding Blade of the North Star isn't related to the Murim alliance. As expected. It really is the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. My greeting is rather late. It's an honor to meet you, Grandmaster Guak Hyungjik. Take it. Seems like that proved that this is the Southern Heaven Iron Sword. Is that it? Jang Myung. I guess not. Please do not take this the wrong way. There have been more than tens of people in the last decade who claim to be the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Now that I think about it, the Tiger Taming Strong Hand said the same thing. That he's seen many fake successors of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. The Unyielding Blade of the North Star here has fought Grandmaster Ho Jongdae many times. He can judge whether you really are his successor or not. We just want to make sure, so would you cooperate and partake in the test? Show him an example, Jang Myung. Slice just the white pieces. That's enough. Did you see? Could you do that with the Luminous Star Sword technique? If it's too hard, you can just show me a basic technique too. He's provoking me on purpose. If I don't do as well as Jang Myung did, I'd be shaming the honor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. I guess I have to show off a bit here. What was that circle for? I'll do it without stepping out of this circle. Let's see if you can do it. Slice just the black pieces. Unbelievable. He really didn't step out of the circle. Master, let me try again too. Don't you get it? Caught all of the white pebbles, while also slicing the black ones. You're proficient with your left hand too. Yes. What a shame. I have always been confident that I am at least better when it comes to teaching disciples. I apologize for my lack of skill. There is no such thing as absolute superiority. There is always someone stronger than you. Take this as a lesson. I will keep that in mind. I guess that's a proper master-disciple relationship. If it had been hey action. How dare you bring shame upon me? I am sorry for testing you during our first meeting. I had to do it because of all the impersonators. It's okay. How could I blame you when you're personally acquainted with Master? You're just like your master, Mr. So. I heard that you went missing for a year before appearing again. It's rare for someone with a destroyed energy core to disappear and return as the Southern Heaven Swordsman's successor. The Mount Hang's best sword also proved that you're really the successor, but I had no choice but to make sure you're not lying. He even asked the Mount Hang's best sword. So I must apologize too. Please forgive me for being so rude. No, I'm just glad that I'm not dirtying the image of my master. I'm grateful that that's how you see it. I guess they're not suspicious anymore then. I'm sorry to ask, but... May I ask how you became a disciple, Myung? I coincidentally became acquainted with him while foraging herbs in the mountains. Pre-prepared lie. He worked hard to treat Master when he was feeling unwell. That is why he took him in. Is the Southern Heaven Swordsman doing better then? He's gotten much better. You don't need to worry. Huh. Why are they communicating with each other with the frequency whispering technique? We must talk. You're all excused. They're making everyone leave. This is. It seems like you want to talk about things that others cannot hear of. Yes. No one can hear what we are about to discuss. Are you sure about this? Wouldn't there be problems with the mission if we get overly involved with them? I'm thinking the same thing. I am sorry. Then perhaps I should also excuse myself. Why don't you just listen for now? It might be related to your master. If you really wish to, you may leave. They'll think I'm suspicious if I leave right now. Now I'm being held back by the fact that I'm the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple. All right. I'll listen for now. If it seems like something I shouldn't get involved in, I'll leave without hesitation. Mr. So. Have you ever heard of the story about your master fighting someone with a golden eye? The unidentified man who cornered the Southern Heaven Swordsman to his death and cut off the legs of the flying blade assassin King Han Jisong before throwing him into a river. These two seem to know something about it. Will it be okay to share information with them? Wunhui. You don't need to mind me. I don't want you to get involved with dangerous people just because of me. I'm sure you're the most curious. You guys are more like my brothers and family than my actual family. Then, let's do this. I heard from Master. I knew it. Does it have anything to do with the fact that he was unwell? That's why they asked about his health. I won't need to make up a new lie then. Yes. Ha. As I expected. Just as you said, it seems like our hypothesis was correct. Hypothesis? What are they talking about? May I know why you're asking? What we're going to discuss now is something only the elders in the Muram Alliance know. I'm telling you this because it's related to your master, so keep it a secret. I understand. I think the blood cult will rise once again. They'll be even more shocked to learn that the blood cult spy is talking to them right now. This isn't the time for jokes. Is this man with the golden eye perhaps related to the blood cult? Chendo. Jiang Chanji. Do you know of them? Of course. The expert martial artists of the Orthodox faction who were as renowned as Master. They are both dead although they lived during different timelines, huh? Wait. Chendo, Jiang Chanji, your master, and the unyielding blade of the North Star here, were all very powerful martial artists who held the future of the Orthodox Muram in their hands. They were all defeated by one person. You mean, the man with the golden eye? Yes. It had only been an assumption ever since your master disappeared, but you just verified it for us. Who are the ones that will benefit from this situation? Wouldn't the blood cult need to weaken the forces of the Orthodox faction in order to truly make a comeback? The man with the golden eye is related to the blood cult, is their assumption. But this wasn't the blood cult's doing. More importantly, that's not sufficient proof. I don't think we can ignore the possibility that this might have been the doing of the four evils. Yes. We're only about 70% sure of this theory. But if the man with the golden eye wasn't related to the blood cult, what reason does he have to have done all that? I tried to track him down ever since I lost my arm to him, but I have not been successful. Capturing him is important. But we need to focus on the bigger picture. After the Orthodox-Unorthodox Great War, we have been collecting information to locate the members of the blood cult. Doesn't it make your heart tremble in fear when you look at all these red dots? Those red dots are all bases of the blood cult. I never imagined that they would have already figured out so much. Do you know how many we've managed to bring down out of all these? Only about a third. They've been very good at escaping our grasp. Do you realize what this means? I know very well what that means. It just feels weird to say this through my own mouth. Information is being leaked out. There might be spies in the Muram Alliance. As expected of the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple. Yes, there are spies in the Murim Alliance. We figure that there are about a dozen, but there are probably more. They already knew. Unlike the blood cult which has been hidden and spread out all over the place, the Murim Alliance is open for all. It's not even that difficult to plant spies. Is it okay to not capture all of those spies? I was thinking the same thing. Even if we were to do that, new ones would just replace them. Even just leaving one behind. I assume it's for conflict of information. You can use the spies to leak false information. Why is he looking at me like that? I just gave my input to try and avoid suspicion. Do you perhaps want to join my department? You're quite the talented individual. I'd love to take you into my department. You don't want to become a general strategist student. You're being too kind. It does feel reassuring to see that we have some talented individuals in the Orthodox faction. Your talent makes me want to ask you a favor. Even if it may be crossing the line a little. This could be very vital to the livelihood of the Orthodox Murim. Vice Squad Commander. It's okay. It's not too late to come up with stuff after hearing them out. Don't worry. We're not gonna ask you to track down the man with the golden eye. It's related to the Murim competition you're going to attend. It's highly likely that the blood cult spies will be participating. It's not just a normal competition then. Yes, those very spies are right in front of you. You can obtain key positions in the Murim Alliance if you rank high enough in the competition. I'm sure they're after that, and secondly, I'm anxious to hear what he's gonna say next. I'm sure they're going after the blood demon sword. Young ladies. I think we're screwed. This was already a difficult mission, but it's getting even harder. If the Murim Alliance is aware that the blood cult is after the blood demon sword, then it'll be a lot harder to take it back. I need to use my head. It could be helpful to gather more information. Then we shouldn't lower our security. Was what you wanted to ask me to do perhaps related to the blood demon sword? No, you don't need to worry about that. What do you mean? Even if they were to win the competition by pure luck, they won't be able to take it. The blood demon sword is going to be moved to Wudong Mountain in 5 days. There is no need to worry since Jean has agreed to take care of it while the competition is ongoing. The blood demon sword is going to be moved from the Murim Alliance's secret storage to Wudong Mountain. Its safety is guaranteed if it's with the Taiji Sword Emperor, Jean. Then what is it that you want us to do? It's to find people who are suspicious in the competition. It'd be preferable if you could do well in the competition. To stop the spies from the blood cult coming into the alliance. I cannot say no to such an important mission as a member of the Orthodox faction. I will not disappoint you. I will make sure to accomplish this mission. I have no choice but to agree if he says something like that. Damn it. Now I have responsibilities on both sides. General Strategist J. Gao, is that true? What is? You said earlier that the blood demon sword is going to be moved to Wudong Mountain. But we didn't talk about that. You've lied to him. You proved his identity. Of course, I believe you. About 90% of me believes that he really is the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. It's just the remaining 10% that's a bit dubious. There are other children who were gone for a year and came back other than him. Then shouldn't we check? That was my way of checking. What do you mean? If the blood cult goes after the blood demon sword in Wudong Mountain, that would let us know. False information. Do you get it now? This is why I didn't go after all the spies. What a terrifying man. It wasn't just his martial arts that excelled. I have high expectations of you. I hope you'll do well. Thank you, General Strategist. HM. What is it? I think that dagger is So's. So that's what happened. So the general strategist blah, blah. I left the Sodom sword behind just in case, but it ended up saving my life. I almost fell for his trap. Jagal won me young. As expected of the first general strategist of the Murim Alliance. Even if he's a genius, I bet he never would have expected that a blade would eavesdrop on the conversation. That's right. It's all nice and good, but, wouldn't it have been faster if you saw using the fekta? Right. I'll do that from now on. You're ruining my image. Now I won't be able to take credit for things. Guest house, so. Shouldn't we report to the Fourth Supreme and change plans? It's a trap. Don't you think it's strange they'd tell us such important information like that when we're not even part of the Murim Alliance? You're right. There was no need to expose the Blood Demon Sword's location if they just wanted us to find the spies. If that's what you believe. Wait. What if they also leaked information? Considering the first general strategist's information network, I'm sure he would have spotted plenty of suspicious individuals. That would include Baek Haihyang and her group, too. Maybe that was her way of throwing in bait. Isn't that actually a good thing? It's a chance to defeat her. You'd be able to unify the blood cult even without the Blood Demon Sword if that woman is gone. Sodom, you've gotten smarter. You're correct, but you need to consider more than just that. If Baek Haihyang falls for their trap, the Murim Alliance can use that to further unify the bond of the Orthodox faction. The Blood Demon Sword will no longer just be a spoil of war, but it is possible for them to destroy it. Worst case scenario, if Baek Haihyang supporters try to rescue her, the blood cult will end up taking a hit before they even regain influence in the Jianghu. From a different perspective, Baek Haihyang and Baek Ryonha are basically one. The internal conflict needs to be resolved without great harm to either side. In order for the blood cult to rise again. That's why we're risking all this to try and regain the Blood Demon Sword. Vice Squad Commander. I think we need to get into contact with Baek Haihyang. Are you out of your mind? How are we even gonna find her in this large place? I'm sure she'll be very difficult to find. I have no doubt that you can do it. Me? Then should I do it? You have 5 days. Bring me any clues you can find. A few hours later. Why is he so late? I need to stop by the blacksmith. Hey. Can I ask you something? Sure. What's your taste in women like? Do you like passionate women? Huh. What do you? Just answer me. I don't know. I never really thought about it. I think I prefer a calm and noble woman. So please stay away from me. Really? I'm so glad. Huh. Glad. Then, what now? Would you hate it if your father-in-law was someone scary? Definitely. You're cock-blocking yourself. Shut it. You don't know anything. I already knew early on that she likes me. It would be stranger if I didn't notice when she's so obvious with it. Wunhui, if you're scared of her father, you don't need to be. Huh. My former owner said to a disciple who had to have a shotgun marriage. That even if a father-in-law really hates his son-in-law, he wouldn't kill him out of consideration for his daughter. That doesn't make me feel any better. Why do you look so pale? Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. How do I answer this? I feel like no matter what I say, it's going to be bad for me. I was waiting for you. Should we stop by that place for some dompa meat dish on the way back from the blacksmith? Oh. Great idea. But I ran for so long that I don't think I can use qigong anymore. I'll go get it to go. You can go to the blacksmith. Do you know why Mayung has been abusing me so much lately? Sorry. All the fires are off. Yeah, they work during the day, not at night. It's strange. I can't detect any presence inside. Let's see. All of the equipment and weapons on the walls are gone. As if he suddenly shut the place down. All of the remaining sword copies are gone, too. Wait. There aren't any clothes either. It's as if he left in a hurry. He left all the broken and cracked blades behind, but he took the 5 remaining copies. Maybe the Murim Alliance leader took them. Could be possible, but would that really be necessary? If the Murim Alliance leader wanted this kept a secret, he wouldn't have employed a blacksmith that's here. Behind you. Joe, someone was ambushed. When? I didn't detect any presence. Even now, I don't. Do not look behind you. He's right behind me, but I don't feel a presence. Why is a martial artist this skilled here? Wunhui. He's looking around the place. He's looking around. I'll die the moment he decides to kill me. But I can't just do nothing just because he told me to not look around. I could run away as fast as I can by opening my central energy core, but I don't know what might happen to him if I were to run away. Then it's all or nothing. You must not value your life. He's so fast that I can't even see him. Given your skill level, you won't be able to see my face. You're using quite the petty trick too. I did it. I'll keep this up while I go up through the roof and scream for help. Master is nearby. When did he? On top of that, he only used 2 fingers to grip the blade. His chi is more profound than I could have ever imagined. Cough. He took the blade away from me while I was mid-technique. Nothing is more shameful than this. So you're the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Do you know me? Of course. I wanted to see for myself. Despite how violently the sword is shaking, the ground isn't cracking. He's immensely skilled. Just from that, I can tell that this man is way above the skill grade of Hei action. Try coming at me with your sword. I can only think of 12 people who are this monstrously strong. I don't understand what his intentions are. Is he trying to test me? He's so skilled that I'm like a child to him despite me opening my central energy core. There is absolutely no opening for me to attack. Is there a possibility if I were to use both Golden Blood Body and the Silver Thread? No. No matter how many scenarios I try to picture, you're thinking too much. You better try your hardest. Is he really gonna fight me with that skinny little stick? He may be an expert martial artist, but the Southern Heaven Iron Sword is mixed with cold steel. Wunhui. My former owner said that weapons are meaningless to a martial artist as skilled as him. So I shouldn't let my guard down. Yeah. I have no choice anyway. The only way out of this situation is to pass that man's test. Although I'm not sure if that is a way out. Oh. You can already exude such sharp chi at your age. I'm no match for him in regards to chi, technique utilization, everything. Then, the answer is to use the most powerful technique I have from the start. He changed the direction of the tornado with just the stick. My arm's going to twist the wrong way at this rate. I might lose if this continues. Wait, the opposite direction. If the opponent is turning my attack the other direction, then I can just do the same. The sensation I felt at the tip of the sword. I thought it was going to work. Not bad. Using his strength to my advantage doubled the force of my sword-culling chase. I couldn't even break his wooden stick with all of that. Not bad on the offense. Let's see how you are on the defense then. His movements are big. I need to ambush him right now. Thinking as much as you do could be an advantage, but it could also become a disadvantage. I'm sure your master taught you this. I thought he couldn't reach me because of the distance, but I was wrong. He's chasing me with the stick. I'll have to do something about that. What? That was the luminous star sword technique. It's an improved technique. But he found its flaw in that short of a moment and stopped me with just 3 stabs. You've died once. Let's go again. He never intended on killing me from the start. Is it really just a test? But then why? Who is he? I've seen that move before. Dozens of times. There is only one person in the world who can use this technique. The infinite supreme sword, Baek Hyangmook. It is said that a skilled enough martial artist can use a sword technique without even taking a step, by merely manifesting the path of the sword. We call that the essence of the sword. This is exactly that. I have made sure to leave out the most recognizable part of the technique, not bad, so I'm sure the Chilo wouldn't be able to recognize who I am. I'm sure that's what he thought. But I've seen this sword technique dozens of times. It's ingrained in me. I know exactly where the sword will go. Where will I have to attack? I can't let him know that I know this technique. This is the only advantage I have. How should I utilize it? To think as much as you do could be an advantage, but it could also become a disadvantage. Let's not think too much about it. I'll just follow my body's will. You mean to charge forward? That's a rather rash decision to make. He's not hesitating. You mean, he's already putting my advice into action? I can tell you're not doing any unnecessary overthinking from your movements and eyes. Luminous star sword technique. Meteor strike. That's right. That's how you're supposed to wield a sword. This is ridiculous. I could call this my best ever sword technique, but he stopped it with just his fingers. He's done well with his disciple. Artisan Shim has disappeared. Ask around to find out who's been here. Yes, sir. Alliance leader. Your hand is bleeding. I meant to merely teach him a lesson, but I ended up teaching him a lot more. I've given him an advantage. Who was it? I will kill him right away. Don't worry about it. Baek-san, who do you think will win this competition? Huh? Well, naturally. What if I told you it's not so obvious anymore? He might have to try a lot harder. Wunhui. Vice Squad Commander. Vice Squad Commander. What happened? When did you get up? And how long was I out for? I just got up. I woke you up as soon as I got up too. It hasn't been long. Maybe about half an hour. You're right. Considering that Joe's someone is also awake now, I don't think he ever meant us any harm. So what happened? You're gonna pass out if I told you. The Murim Alliance leader, Infinite Supreme Sword, Beck Hyenmuk. Why did he test me like that before disappearing? Now that I think about it, he was inspecting the smithy. That means he also doesn't know what happened there. The blacksmith did not disappear on his own. It also wasn't Beck Hyenmuk's doing. This is another person's doing. And that person knows the presence of those silent sword copies. Excluding me, the artisan, and Beck Hyenmuk, the only person who saw the sword copies at the smithy would be Yo Eub, the second disciple of the fifth blood star. And someone who can be behind this kind of thing would be. The person who put this into this situation is, something interesting must have happened. Beck Hyenmuk. Why is she here? And why are they together? An hour ago at Deng Foam restaurant. 3 Dompa meat dishes to go. Please wait a bit while we prepare it. These people have been watching me. Why me though? There are a lot of people here. My disguise is fine. This is a bit concerning. Maybe I'll wait on the second floor. There are so many people here, but it's so quiet. This isn't the regular atmosphere at a restaurant. That person. It's not bad. You're so Wunhui subordinate, right? And I assume you're that woman. Was your name Beck Hyenmuk? You dare. Sit. Huh. But. I said, sit. How did you know? This kind of scent isn't something you'd smell from a man. You can smell this? My nose is a bit sensitive. It's a bit too intimate for a man's scent. That won't cover up the smell of blood either. That's true. I was trying to tone it down because it was so strong. You're gonna waste your disguise like that? There's no use for it when you already realized that it's me. I have plenty more anyway. But you know, I don't hate men who look like you either. But I don't like that look in your eyes. Oh. You blocked it? Am I not allowed to? How dare he? Don't. Ha. Now, won't you take a look at that? That bastard. He's been going around with some bitch. She's pretty. One should be careful not to lose their possessions. I really don't like it when things I marked as mine are taken away from me. Yours, huh? I'm the same. I need to be in possession of whatever I marked mine. But you must have 2 lives. Not many have blabbered like this in front of me and walked away alive. I guess I'll be one of those few. Oh, you must be confident in your skills. Enough to cause quite a bit of ruckus. You want to try it out? That'd be fun. But if you really wanted to fight, I'm sure you would have attacked me much earlier. You're kinda charming. Are you interested in women too? Who knows? Well, I'm not. So what is it that you'd like to say? I assume you had a good enough reason to approach me despite the risks. I thought she just did whatever she wanted, but she's a lot more clever than I thought. The vice squad commander wants to talk to you about something. So Wunhui did. I heard you had something to talk about. Or did you change your mind? No. Then why did you want to talk to me? I don't assume you wanted me to take you away from here. I'll be direct. Have you heard the news of the Blood Demon's sword being taken from the Murim Alliance to Wudong? Seems like she has. To be expected of the Murim Alliance's first general strategist, Jaegao Wonmyung. I guess his plan was to expose anyone he found suspicious. Do you trust that information? 50-50. But now I only believe it 10% because of what you said. That's impressive. I didn't even tell her that it was a trap yet, but as soon as she heard that I also knew of this information, she considered this information untrustworthy. Did you want to see me to tell me that? Yes. We're all on the same side in this situation after all. That's right. This is why I like you. Whom did you fight here? The Infinite Supreme Sword. Infinite Supreme Sword. The Murim Alliance leader. You fought the Murim Alliance leader? Thanks to somebody standing in front of me. You're lucky. I'm envious. Did she just say that she's envious? Does she mean that? The opponent was one of the 8 martial masters, considered the peak of Murim. Seems like you fought for long. I wonder how different it would have been if it were me. Does she want to fight him? But why do you think that it was because of me that you fought him? Because the artisan here is gone. What does that have to do with me? Was it just your instincts telling you that? Context. The person who saw those sword copies was your subordinate. Was it the 5th Blood Star's disciple? No one other than him, and I have seen the swords inside that barrel. Ah, you've caught on to me. You weren't trying to hide it anyway. Will you be able to handle it? The Murim Alliance leader will look for the artisan. He won't be able to look for him in the open. You don't need to know more than that. I never assumed that she would tell me more. But I do have an idea. The way the blade turned red and cracked. I think that might have to do something with the copies. There's something I wanted to talk to you about too. About what? I like her too, so I'll let her in. What do you mean, let me in? I like you. I don't think it'd be bad if we 3 were to enjoy the night together. 3. Your jokes are going too far. 3. Does it seem like I'm joking? Who said I'm willing to do that? You're just pretending to be innocent, huh? I am not. That's no fun. I don't like innocent people. It's way better than the opposite. She's just making fun of her, right? I guess I should stop her. Don't you think it's dangerous for us to stay here too long? I forgot to ask for your opinion. So Wunhui, what do you think? Unless you're suggesting that we all die together, I think we should split up now. Wow, his eyes are dead. Are you worried about people tracking us down? You're always thinking of a way out of things, huh? I need to live. You're honest. Well, all right. This is yours, right? This is what I asked the artisan to repair, so she really was the one who kidnapped him. I'll take care of the people tracking down the artisan, but you're on your own regarding the person who told you that information. If it were me, I would be more suspicious if no one were to fall for my trap. Now I don't owe you anything. If we meet again outside, I won't let you go like this. I think this is going to be really hard. The Murim Alliance leader, the first general strategist, Jaegao Wonmyung, and Baek Haihyang on top of that. Will I be able to take the Blood Demon sword, amidst this chaos? What about the people chasing us? I think we've managed to lose them. TCH. Forget about running away. Where's the artisan you kidnapped? TSK. Alright, I didn't think you'd talk anyway. Take them down. The unrivaled faction will never let go of our resentment. What? They killed each other, they died on the spot. Ah. They mentioned the unrivaled faction and then killed each other. Is it really the unrivaled faction? Didn't they just say something about the unrivaled faction? Something about not letting go of resentment, what's that supposed to mean? We'll take the bodies with us. Was apparently what happened last night. Everyone's talking about it. Is that the reason you went to such a large restaurant to have breakfast? It's easier to get information from places with lots of people, but what's that? What the artisan was working on for me. Woohoo! I'm finally whole again. Look, Wunhui. That blacksmith is pretty skilled. I'm about to cry. I was finally restored after 77 chapters. He went around collecting information without me even telling him to. He's clever. Well, the alliance leader and Beck Haihyang are involved in this matter, so he'd better step up. Anyway, that's unbelievable. The unrivaled faction will never let go of our resentment. I was wondering how they were going to lose the alliance leader's men, but to think they'd use such a method, this is definitely Beck Haihyang's doing. You think they fell for it? That's not the goal. Her goal was to create panic and confusion. To turn the people's attention toward a third force at play. Even if the people don't believe it, the small chance of it being true will cause panic. It's a method spies sometimes use when they're at risk of being caught. Since no one knows who kidnapped the artisan, I'm sure it caused some confusion. But this method requires sacrifice. She uses her subordinates as if they're consumable items. What a scary woman. Isn't that the same for Beck Ryonha too though? Right. They're the same. She did sacrifice several people to draw attention away from her when escaping the Six Blood Valley. It was definitely something you'd expect from the blood cult, no, an unorthodox faction. I'm not sure if I would have sacrificed anyone for it, but I would have used the same method. Where are you going? To the first general strategist. Huh. I need to find a way to avoid suspicion like Beck Haihyang said. Murim Alliance First General Strategist's branch. I'm very busy because the competition is right ahead of us. Could you make it quick? He does look really busy. I recalled what you said to me before, so I came to see you. What I said? What are you talking about? You asked me to attend the competition so that the forces of the blood cult wouldn't win. I did. Alright, he's paying attention to me. I'm worried if I can say this since I'm not a part of the Murim Alliance. I have to look like I'm hesitating. Then. What is it? Don't be afraid. It's a lot more effective than just outright saying it. I wouldn't take the opinion of a young man who will be responsible for the future of the Orthodox faction lightly. I appreciate that. Didn't you say that the blood cult's people were also after the blood demon sword? Yes, I did say that. I'm nervous. It's as if he's seeing right through me. He's gotten this far with his wisdom. Words could make him see through my lies. I think I have an idea as to how to easily catch the spies. What is it? We'll look for anyone who's a bit suspicious and leak information to them. That's right. We'll leak information about where the blood demon sword is going to be. The main point of this would be that the information has to be false. We shouldn't risk actually losing the blood demon sword. I'm sure he'll be shocked. If we leak false information like that, I'm sure the blood cult spies will jump on the chance. That's when we'll catch them. If we're lucky, we'll be able to get them all. Because this. That's the plan I had come up with. Haha. What a great plan. I've never been more envious of Grandmaster Ho Zhongde. I actually had the same idea. I apologize. I'm embarrassed to have suggested a plan that you already had in mind. No, it's okay. The future of the Orthodox faction is bright with someone like you. You're being too nice. Then, I'll excuse myself. I think it worked. Now, even if someone does fall for the trap, it'd be hard to think that it was me who leaked the information. Right. Who would ever think that a dagger could eavesdrop on a conversation? We're reconstructing the entire security system of the 1st General Strategist Branch. The plan So Wunhui suggested is exactly the same as the one I had come up with. Information must have leaked somehow. Do you think that information was leaked by one of us? 30% chance. Switch out all of the people in the branch excluding the guards and the main executives. And have someone follow the unyielding blade of the North Star and his disciple. Do not take your eye off them. The people who knew of my plan were very few. That included the unyielding blade of the North Star and his disciple. One of those two must have told So Wunhui. Or perhaps have someone follow So Wunhui too. Do you doubt him? I'm a little bit concerned that he's a tad too innocent. It's a very low likelihood, but if he actually came up with that plan himself, and this is all a coincidence. If he really is on our side, then I would like to ask the Alliance leader for permission to have him as my successor. Then I must not let him go. A while later at Wunhui's inn. I'm back. Brother. Young. What brings you here? I managed to barely make enough time to come and visit you, and that's your reaction. I just came to see my brother. What's wrong with that, huh? No, I'm just happy to see you. Do you want to get lunch? They seem close. I have to be somewhere. I guess you're not busy. You're one of the famous 3 candidates. Huh? What? You didn't know? You're one of the 3 candidates who are most likely to win this competition. Blazing King of Supreme Blade's grandson Jin Yong, Unyielding Blade of the North Star's disciple Jiang Miang. Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple So Wunhui. I'm only just hearing that, people should just mind their own business. Ah, right. I came here to tell you this. They changed the rules for the 2nd round of the competition. What? That didn't happen before my regression. What changed? Well, it's a bit nonsensical. Early next morning at the Murim Alliance Great Stadium. You don't look too good. Are you okay? All the sword voices are making my head hurt. I did expect it to be bad, since nearly 70% of Orthodox martial artists prefer to use the sword. It's considered the king of weapons after all, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Good luck. I believe in you. They're really excited about this. This is a mission, you idiots. Hey, are you here to have fun? Don't embarrass yourself by failing the preliminaries. Shut it. Focus on yourself. This is a mission. What? Look ahead of you. They're about to begin. Murim Alliance's 2nd Elder MANHWA Sect Plum Blossom's 100th Blade Ho Yang. I will now begin the preliminary round for the Rising Star Martial Competition. WOA. Rising Star Martial Competition, commence. What could be considered the most popular martial competition in Murim? Centuries ago, when the line between the orthodox and unorthodox was more ambiguous. All of the martial masters under the heavens gathered in MANHWA to decide who the strongest was. That was when the sword was considered the ultimate weapon and symbolized Murim. They called it a sword clash because they considered swordsmanship to be martial arts. But now, we do not specify any weapon to be the pinnacle of martial arts. So that's why we just call it a martial competition now. They really care about the nuances, huh? It's how the Orthodox faction is. But it's no longer just a pure competition of martial arts anymore. Do you say that because it's now being used to unify the Orthodox forces? That's true too, but that wasn't what I meant. You can't really call this a competition anymore. Can you really call it a competition when the winner has already been decided? We shall commence the first preliminaries. Those who are on the podium, please leave a sword trace on the boulder. We're going to grade you based on the traces left on the boulder, so don't try to hide your internal energy or anything. Out of the 4,000-something participants in the first preliminaries, only 500 will make it. Hey, is that it? You still have time. You can try something else. This guy's name is Li Zhongjian. He's the successor of both the Wudong sect's Taiji Sword Emperor and the Murim Alliance leader Infinite Supreme Sword. This martial competition is what will spread his name throughout Murim. Whoa. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's reached the peak of smooth sword. He's already past ultimate peak. This is going to be hard. I think it's inevitable that I'm going to be fighting him if I want to win this competition. Yo, Yulon County's good for nothing. I heard you got lucky enough to be the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple. What's up with this guy? He's talking to me casually already. Aren't you embarrassed to be getting special treatment just because your master is someone great? Why aren't you answering me? I guess it's easy to insult your friends of the Hunan Murim Association, but not when it comes to me, Wangbo Donghyun of the great Wangbo clan, huh? Not these bastards again. Just how spoiled are they that they never give up on bullying? The other participants are watching, so it's best that I don't fight them here. Coward. Let's fight here. Hey. What's with this ruckus? You've been disqualified. Number 84 So Wunhui, come up to the podium. Big brother. I believe in you. What brings you here? My group had other plans, so I came to cheer him on. And I also wanted to ask you a few questions. Wunhui. First place. First place or nothing. Whoa. That's what you'd expect from a renowned clan. I guess someone else did great. That guy. He sliced the boulder as though he was carving a statue. To be expected of the Moyong clan's ever-flowing blade. Moyong clan's representative for the competition, Moyong Su. What's that? Are they going to compete? A competition between the winning candidates. Moyong Su. One of the two people who killed me in my past life. Back then, he deceived me and killed me by splitting my stomach open. And now he wants to use my name to try and gain attention. Well, alright. I'll do you one better. He's accepted the challenge. Crush that son of a bitch, big brother. Son of a bitch. Do you know him? Of course. I saw him pretty often at the Dragon Phoenix martial competition. He insults and mocks my brother each time. He needs to be drawn and quartered. Ha. Wunhui. Show him his place. Slice him instead of the boulder, actually. Considering the second round that Young told me about, I can't do too well here. But I do have an image to upkeep as the disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, and people will find out about my skill level in the second preliminary round anyway. In order to gain more trust with the Murim Alliance and the Orthodox force, I can't be too weak here. On top of it all, I can't lose to that bastard Moyong Su. Oh. That's the Southern Heaven Swordsman's sword. I wonder what kind of trace he'll leave on the boulder. What are you trying to do? Stabbing a sword into the boulder isn't something difficult if you're early peak. Humph. He wasn't anything special after all. He pierced through the boulder. You can see the shape of a tornado in the boulder. Kaya. Let's go, So Wunhui. So that's how strong you need to be considered a winning candidate. Why are there so many strong guys at this year's competition? Wunhui, wasn't that sword dance? Yeah, I used sword culling chase to do it. After seeing Baek Hyangmook use all of his techniques in the sword dance form dozens of times, and actually experiencing it in real life, I learned it myself. I'm not good enough to use it in a real situation, but it's definitely doable against an unmoving object. So he ended up just making you look better. Kiki, I'm sure that helped him realize that I'm just on a whole different level than him when it comes to swordsmanship. Regardless of internal energy and martial arts level. I'll get my revenge someday, but I need to focus on the mission for now, Woa. They split the boulder in half again. Not at once. His sword stopped once at the end. He's a level below Li Zhongjian, but he doesn't fall behind that much. I didn't know there was someone that talented in the Still Winds sect. What's with this year? Isn't he a winning candidate too? Just like Li Zhongjian. I've never heard of such a sect before. They were never mentioned before my regression. That must mean that he's highly likely a spy from Baek Hyang. I assume he's the most skilled out of her subordinates. Do not look this way, So Wunhui. There are about 2 minions on you. I've already heard about you. You're definitely fit to be the young lady's husband. Why does no one ever ask my opinion on that matter? What the hell is he talking about? You mean, he managed to block your ultimate attack? Baek Hyang's subordinate Quan Youngha. Yes, and I also think he's hiding his true abilities. I assume he's probably as strong as you. He must be pretty skilled then. I've heard of him before. Isn't he the 4th Supreme's disciple? He's supposed to have defeated 2 of the 2nd Supreme's disciples. After earning the Blood Demon Sword and unifying the cult, after that, I'm going to take him as my husband and take his seed. What's wrong? Is the drink not to your liking? It's fine. I just choked. So I kept an eye on him, and it makes sense why she would have chosen him. If he can make use of sword dance form at that age, he's definitely got a bright future ahead of him. He would be a very annoying enemy to have. Sorry for the late introduction. I am the 1st Supreme's disciple, Quan Youngha. I knew that he was Baek Hyang's subordinate, but I didn't expect him to be the 1st Supreme's disciple. 1st Supreme, Destructive Blood Sword Emperor Tan Wigang, the one who's surmised to be the strongest in the blood cult. If the disciple of the 1st Supreme is attending the competition, that just goes to show how important the Blood Demon Sword is. I'll be direct. Come to our side. Conflict between the cult's people is pointless. It'd be even better if you bring your master with you. Your forces cannot win against us. The sword will be ours. We will be the ones to take the sword. You're stubborn. Well, I would have been disappointed if just a few words managed to convince you. I wish you luck. Absolute sword sense. Whoa. That beggar bastard isn't bad. So that's the famous 18 subduing dragon palms. It's as great as the rumors say. Beggar sect Hong Jialgi. Damn it. I apologize for being late. Did you look into everything I told you to? Yes, I found the location. Well done. Be careful. Are you not paying attention to where you're looking? Sorry. Is it because of Hong Jialgi? Focus on the mission for now. I swear I'll help you with your revenge. Yes, sir. Zhou Sungwan, that bastard. I can use that method. What a wonderful idea. Thanks, you idiot. Ah, there's a rock here I'm going to fall over. Oh my, are you alright? You could have hurt your pretty little face. Eugene region. There he is. I was a bit unsure because the competition was held earlier than it was in my past life, but I'm glad I checked. Myung Jaeyoungin. Who's that? Countless clans and sects met their downfall during the Orthodox-Unorthodox Great War. The Kunlun sect was one of them. Myung Jaeyoungin is the last successor of the fallen Kunlun sect. Poor thing. But what does that have to do with us? Jaeyoungin attended the competition with the goal of rebuilding the Kunlun sect. His original goal was to win, but he fights Lee Jongjiam in the quarterfinals and ends up losing. He got unlucky. A few problems popped up here. His mask was damaged during the fight, so people realized that he was hiding his identity. He even used the Kunlun sect's martial arts, and the fight was stopped midway. He was mistaken for being a spy of the unorthodox faction for using the fallen sect's martial arts. This incident blew up, and the competition was paused for 3 days. If that happens again, it'll ruin our plans to obtain the Blood Demon Sword. You're as great as ever. It's been a while. Who are you? I didn't expect you to participate in the competition considering you're over 30. Pretty impressive, Mr. Myung Jaeyoungin. Ah. It's been so long. Who are you? What do you know? Above the walls. 2 amongst the participants. And 1 behind us, a total of 4 people are watching. This is. Act natural. They're watching you. Actually, they're watching me. Why are you telling me this? You have no reason to help me. We don't even know each other. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple, So Wonhui. Since the situation isn't looking too good, I'll be direct. Look ahead of you. Even I know that you're the last survivor of the Kunlun sect. Do you really think that the others won't? Then are you saying that they knew and decided not to say anything? People knew that the Kunlun sect was massacred by the unorthodox bastards that night. The Murim alliance kept quiet despite knowing all that. It's a shame to say this, but yes. These bastards. Kunlun supported the orthodox way and tried to uphold righteousness more than any other clan or sect. What did we do so wrong that the Murim alliance has decided to forsake us? Probably that you stayed neutral. You can only be an ally or an enemy. I don't know the details. But first, I think we better get rid of the people watching us first. Are you following me? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. He told me that 4 people including you have been watching me all this time. I'm asking if he's right. Are you, spies of the blood cult? Don't accuse innocent people like that. I'm just a martial artist of the Alliance. Why are you so defensive? Someone might think that you're actually. Nope. Why are you even bringing them up? Then why are you watching me? Can I verify if you really are the Alliance's martial artist? Goodness. You're accusing an innocent man. I was just passing by. They're leaving. It's taken care of. You're indebted to me now. After swearing on the name of the Southern Heaven Swordsman and listening to my persuasion, Myung Jaeyoungin finally agreed to give up on the competition. You managed to prevent something bad from happening, did something good, and secured an extra card up your sleeve. That's 3 birds with 1 stone. I don't know if that was doing something good. In my past life, the Murim Alliance found out who Myung Jaeyoungin was and promised to help with the reconstruction of the Kunlun sect. After that, he continued to stand on the side of the Orthodox Murim. He then fought the unorthodox faction and blood cult at the front lines. That is how he earned the title, Kunlun Venomai, Myung Jaeyoungin. I also said that I'd help with the reconstruction of the Kunlun sect. Now it's just me instead of the Murim alliance. You don't need to be so humble, Wunhui. He might not know it, but you help to uphold the ideologies of Kunlun, no? You said that you always make choices that are more beneficial to you, but you respect others more than anyone else. Who knows? This one was just a coincidence. Murim Alliance 1st General Strategist Department. Ha 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 ha. I didn't think he would do me in like this. I will hire better ones for the job. It's fine. I don't think we need to keep an eye on him anymore. He pranked us. What do you mean? Blood cult spies? As if. Do you really think that he wouldn't have done anything if he thought they were spies? He would have come to me immediately to report them. Or he would have captured them. That's true. Do you mean to say that he realized that we were the ones who dispatched people to watch him? Yes. I didn't expect it at all. I like him. He's clever and bold. Then do you not find him suspicious anymore? I think it's too early for that. However, we'll be certain once the second round of preliminaries starts. The following morning, the second round of preliminaries. There are 16 platforms. Miss So did say that the rules of this round changed. They told us that in the second round, they would place all the participants on one platform and the last person standing would be the winner. The participants who passed with high scores in the first round will go onto the platform first. At regular intervals, the next person will come up. But what if the following participants agree to rally up? There is a rule that bans more than 3 people from fighting together. What? That means 2 people can still fight together. I wasn't the one who made the rules. Restrictions for the strong and a chance for the weak. If the strong can win despite these restrictions, that just means that they are that skilled. Smaller sects and clans can use this opportunity to spread their name or something like that. Those are just lies. This is clearly an attempt to bring down the higher-ranked participants. Those who have received plaques, please stand in front of your respective platforms. Fire. If they categorize the top 16 participants into the first 4 of the 10 celestial stems, then that must mean I passed the first round as 4th. The 3 who were ranked higher than me. First round's first place, successor of 2 of the 8 martial masters, Li Zhongjian. First round second place, Still Wind Sect, Quan Youngha, Blood Cult. First round's third place, Blazing King of Supreme Blade's grandson Jin Yong. First round's fourth place, Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple So Wunhui. I shouldn't have used the dance form. Moyong Su, that bastard. I'm already tired. I'm going to have to fight almost 30 people now. As we announced earlier, once the round begins, the next participant will go onto the platform at regular intervals according to ranking order. We will now begin the second preliminary round. Please go onto the platforms. So you're the Southern Heaven Swordsman's disciple. No, the 4th Supreme's disciple, So Wunhui. Let's see how good you are. Fire Platform's participant number 2, Do Baiolsu, Blood Cult's 5th Supreme's disciple Sang Hyunmyeong. Is he on Baek Haihyang's side? I guess this is actually for the better. It's best to get people from her side off of this competition earlier on. Hey, So Wunhui. What is this? This is gonna mess up the plan. Fire Platform's participant number 3, Johang Song Clan Song Chwabaek, Blood Cult's 4th Supreme's disciple. Wait, now that I'm looking at it, most of the people on this platform are all people that Zhou Sungwan and I thought might be Baek Haihyang spies. Are you telling me that this is a coincidence? Wait. Are you in the same situation too? I see, so you're also in this situation. Yes. A lot of our spies are here. Most of the spies are gathered at the wood and fire platforms. That's not a coincidence. Someone must have messed with the list. There is only one person who could have done this. First General Strategist, Jagao Wunmyung. If I were to go easy on them, it'd make us look all the more suspicious. It'd be the same result if I were to drag out the matches and pick off the other participants who come onto the platform. Either way, he'd be at the advantage. Even if we were to sacrifice our spies to avoid suspicion, in the end, only 2 spies would remain in the competition. I assume that's what his plan was. Amazing, really. I'm sure he would have had them all on one platform if the rule wasn't dependent on the rankings. Participants on the platforms, get into position. This is going to be a pain for Youngha. However, that's not my problem. My goal is to get rid of that arrogant kid. The young lady's husband position is mine and mine only. However, I can't try to kill him right away. That would make the upcoming participants wary of me. I will fight him for at least 10 turns. It seems like he's early peak level. Ha! What a weakling. Especially for a disciple of the 4th Supreme too. Get ready, just 10 turns. Start. After that, I will strike his heart. He's not early peak. Damn it, he was hiding his skills, he's not someone I can go easy on. I need to give everything I have. Next, please. What? As if. It's not over yet. Don't get all arrogant just because you got lucky with that one attack. Look below you. Below me. Fire platforms participant number 2, Do Byolsu, out. And no way. Qua. You bastard. I need to fight more than 30 participants. I will make it as fast as possible. I need to prevent having to fight 2 people at once. Next participant, onto the platform. I, Song Chwabake, am supposed to fight with So Wunhui for a while before losing. But this bastard, he doesn't look like he's going to go easy on me at all. Host seats. I expected him to spare his energy since he has to fight about 30 people, but to think that he would use all his strength from the start. I put all the people I thought might be spies of the blood cult, so I believed that they would work together a little even if they were going to let him win. But considering the fact that these people are losing with all those injuries, it's hard to think that they're on the same side. He might really not be a spy. I'll be able to tell for sure once I see how he fights the second opponent. Song Chwabake of the Johang Song clan, also from the Hunan Murim Association. He disappeared and reappeared at the same time as So Wunhui. He's most likely to be on the same side as So Wunhui. He's nothing but muscle and simple-minded, so it should be easy to tell. Woa. This is unprecedented. What do you mean? The winning candidates on the other platforms are using all their strength to take down their opponents on the platforms. Next, please. Masters would want me to get all the attention, so I have no choice. Next, please. Good. It won't be suspicious if I just beat every single opponent with one attack. Next, please. Humph. How dare you act like you're better than me? You think I can't do what you can? This is difficult. Seems like So Wunhui isn't the only one fit to become a general strategist. I don't know if it was intended, but he's controlling the atmosphere of this competition. You really poured fuel onto the fire. This plan won't really be helpful, young ones these days. Woa. Bastard, he could have gone easier on me. It hurts like shit. Vice Squad Master. Vice Squad Master. Don't talk to me through the frequency whispering technique if it's not important. I don't want them to think we're suspicious. There's an explosive. The powder's all over the seats here. Absolute sword sense. I was watching the round when I smelled something strange. It was a scent I should not have smelled in a place like this. I went after the source of the smell right away. And found out that I was really smelling gunpowder. He had been spreading it all over the audience seats. I followed him and knocked him out. He was under Baek Haihyang, as I expected. There is no time. If this explodes, we'll all die. What do we do? Next participant onto the platform. Explosives out of nowhere. What is Baek Haihyang thinking? Don't tell me, she's just feigning an attack. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Take your sword back out, disciple of the Southern Heaven Swordsman. Do you intend on mocking me? I give up. Give that to me. What about Miss Sama? She's chasing after the other guys with explosives. Find her and come to me. As fast as possible. Hey! What about the Blood Demon Sword? This isn't the time to be thinking about the Blood Demon Sword. I'll look like I'm one of her people if I don't do anything. You mean he had this? This smell, it's definitely gunpowder. I must meet the first general strategist right now. So Wunhui. Why is he here and not on the platforms? Stop. First general strategist. This. Has he found it too? Let him through. What is that? The people who came with me found it. It seems like someone snuck in gunpowder with this sheath. I'm glad you have not disappointed me. What do you mean? Nothing. More importantly, I do realize that you want to see how your disciple will perform. But let us go right away. No matter how tight our security is, there is a big difference in the lack and presence of the alliance leader. All right. Alliance leader. Infinite Supreme Sword Baek Hyangmook. He must have come to watch his disciple if he came here in disguise. Wait. That means that the strongest martial artist of the Murim Alliance is not present where the Blood Demon Sword is. Now it's clear what Baek Haihyang was after. There is no time to explain, but could you help us? Of course. Please tell me what to do. He finally trusts me, it seems. It could have been bad if I didn't do anything. It'll be chaotic if we announce the presence of the gunpowder and stop the competition. If that happens, the spies might escape amidst the chaos. That's right. I'm going to gather all of the martial artists of the Murim Alliance to block the exits. Can you work with Ho Yang and the Hall Masters to arrest the people I list? To think that I'd be arresting Baek Haihyang's forces. Then you might have to end up catching Baek Haihyang with your own hands. Yeah. He will order us to arrest her, but no one will be able to catch her. Baek Haihyang never intended to approach the secret storage by winning the competition. What? Then what about those guys? She even had the first Supreme's disciple attend. That was just to deceive us and the Murim Alliance. He has something strange around his waist. What is that? Baek Haihyang's spy. He attended with explosives around his waist. What's this? The unrivaled faction will not let go of this resentment. Explosives. It's among the audience too. What's with these crazy bastards? The unrivaled faction will not let go of this resentment. This resentment shall be paid for by blood. What nice timing. Murim Alliance secret storage. Who cares about the competition? I hate playing along with someone else's rules. Stealing it myself is much faster than getting it as a reward. What a mess. They've prepared dozens of these. This one's a fake. I think they've sealed it with a charm in order to block off the energy of the sword. We don't have the time to check every single one of these. Did they really think that I wouldn't be able to find it if they did this? This is. I see. She's going to use the mystic arts to find the sword through resonance. Found it. I think it's too late to run now, though. Someone's coming this way from the competition. I can sense them. This kind of chi and speed, it must be Dash. Murim Alliance leader Beck Hyangmook. Don't worry, I have an idea. Cough, cook. All the fake swords and these guys. We can use them. In front of the secret storage. It's poison. Don't breathe it in. Cover your mouths. Damn it. It's full of poison. We can't get in. General Strategist, what is going on? A Alliance Leader. The enemy used poison. Elder Tang Wujung went in and is currently clearing out the place of poison. Sichuan Tang Clan's Vice Patriarch Tang Wujung. Has the infiltrator been caught? The elders and Hull Masters are after them. But they used a clever plan to get away. Many people came out from the secret storage, but they were all wearing a sword each and split up everywhere. Amongst them were martial artists who had been guarding the place, so it's very confusing. Apparently, they forced them to put on the swords and run. They lied to them and said that they would die if they stopped running. Then they must have gone everywhere. How many were there? At least 40. That's not few. The real culprit must be amongst them. The martial competition is still ongoing. If I were to announce that the secret storage had been robbed while the Orthodox faction's most important people are present, it would completely ruin the image of the Murim Alliance. Was that an explosion? Issue an emergency order right away. Alliance leader, if we do that, then the image of the Alliance. If the highest value spoil of the Orthodox-unorthodox Great War is stolen, that would worsen the image of the Alliance. Issue the emergency order right now and send forces to the Great Stadium. This isn't the situation to be worrying about the image of the Alliance. Northwest of the Murim Alliance. Gather all the bodies of those who were killed by the poison in one place. Now, hurry it up. Sichuan Tang Clan Outer Hall Master Tang Jusang. There are tons of things we still have to do. Damn it. They're so heavy. Stop with the complaints. Huh. I think I just heard someone cough. Are you sure you're not hearing things? Goodness. Hey, are you alright? You were Ollie. Yes, I'm alive. The turtle breathing technique isn't something I want to do ever again. Ha. Ridiculous. You had been disguising yourself as a corpse. We've already checked all the bodies. This one had been hiding herself with a mask on. There are more. But what can you two do? That sword is fake. We've already checked that all of them are. Wait, it still has charms on it, but I've made sure to check every single one. Did she somehow manage to hide it? Get her. We can't let her take the sword. Ohahaha. I clearly remember the look of the blood demon sword since I myself was in the Orthodox-Unorthodox Great War. A red blade that reminds one of blood. How could I ever forget such a sword? What you're holding is just a regular sword. There's something you don't know. The blood demon sword isn't actually that color. What? What are you saying? Ah, I cannot believe it. That light. I'm going to kill everyone and... A chilling sword voice. I realized as soon as I heard it that it was the blood demon sword. If I chase this voice, I'll be able to find it. I must take it. Medicinal Hall within the Murim Alliance. Are you certain? Yes, there were people coming out from here with the swords plastered with charms. I didn't anticipate them to have noticed this place. Listen closely to me. No matter who comes here, do not let any of them in until I come back up. You wait here too. Yes, sir. Jagal Wonmyung decided that someone might try to steal the sword. So he hid the sword where no one would know after discussing it with the Murim Alliance leader. It was a secret place only he knew of. If one of the people who had run off with the sword came from this place, it would forever be a shame for the Murim Alliance as well as the first general strategist, Jagal Wonmyung. The real blood demon sword needs to be here. What has happened? Grab it. Sorry. How could I just grab it? Me. Holding the blood demon sword. The blood demon sword is considered very unique. If someone unqualified were to touch it, the sword would steal the consciousness from the user and kill them with a curse. Could it be? This is. It's fake. That's not the blood demon sword. It's just a well-made sword. It must have been that artisan's making. Was it Jagal Wonmyung's idea? How interesting. He's fooled me. There is no more chance of getting the blood demon sword. Everyone who ran off with the fake swords must have been captured by now, and I assume people have now calmed down. The Murim Alliance was too great of an opponent to have been shaken up by a trick like this. It's over. For me and him too. Young lady, I disagree. What? If this sword can handle the great blood heaven net art, then isn't it as close as one can get to the real blood demon sword? Sometimes, what is fake can become real. It's here. Then, what sword did they take from the medicinal hall? So that's the real blood demon sword. You. Seems like even you couldn't see this far ahead. There are charms even on the blade. I guess that was the difference between a fake and a real one. I did hear that I shouldn't even unsheath it, but I guess it was true. Are you from the unrivaled faction? Why do you think that? If the blood cult knew that the blood demon sword was here, they wouldn't have gone to such elaborate measures like the explosives and the tricks. You're wise. You should have looked after the others around you since you're so damn wise. I've been by your side for 20 years, and yet you merely saw me as your escort warrior. Then you go on to say that some bastard you've only met a few times was worth being your successor. Do you only consider people of renowned families to be people? The image of the Murim Alliance will be in the dumps if this is gone. You'll have to fight the blood cult without the unrivaled faction's help in order to revive your image too. I have earned myself a position in the unrivaled faction with this. I'm done kissing your ass. What did you learn in the 20 years that you've been by my side? Do you think that the unrivaled faction is so simple that they would let a traitor like you join? And what kind of great things will you do when you confess everything because you think that you've cornered me? Look. That's all you're worth. This is why I never thought of you as more than an escort warrior. You piece of shit. Quaff. This is a hidden weapon. The Tang clan gifted it to me. It uses gunpowder to shoot out 100 poisonous darts. How long will you be able to survive without an antidote? Shit. What a fool. If something like this could fire multiple times, the power balance of Murim would have been broken. What a mess. The sword has gone through my spine. I can't feel my legs. I need to get back the blood demon sword somehow. The heavens are helping. You never disappoint me. How did you know that I was here? Shit. There is only one reason someone who was asked to capture the spies would be here. He is the spy. KRGH. I'm sorry. You're getting in my way. You're getting in my way. Kukuk, impressive. This is the idiot's sword, anyone would be fooled. The first general strategist Jagao Wunmyung and his escort warrior died from internal bleeding. It's a result of my wishing that So Wunhui not be a spy. 10% doubt is definitely not a small amount of doubt. Outside the Murim alliance. Is this the blood demon sword? Is it really real? It was a sword that Jagao Wunmyung tried to protect even in his death. It's definitely real. On top of that. Kill. I will kill everyone and everything. How can this not be the blood demon sword when that's all it's saying? Wunhui, how long do I have to stay in the same sheath as this creepy sword? Until it's safe. Sorry, I'll make it up to you later with a sharpening. I want an oiling too. Alright. We're going to head to the rendezvous point and give it to Master. Finally, this mission is ending. Mr. So. Shit. He's Central Plains 8 Martial Masters, Unyielding Blade of the North Star, Guak Hyungjik. How strange. Why are you here? I just had to come across the unyielding blade of the North Star here. It'd be best to resolve this without violence. Kill. Kill everyone. Kill everything. I can barely understand what the unyielding blade of the North Star is saying under this sword screams. Block it out for now, it's not like the sword will walk away on its own. Yeah, I will concentrate my innate energy in my head. Inside the sheath, how strange. Kill. Kill everyone. It's full of resentment and bloodthirst. Is this really the mind of a sword? The charms got burned off. This is bad. I need to let Wunhui know. Wunhui, the blood demon sword seal is being undone. We need to do something. I have been chasing after suspicious people, under the orders of General Strategist Jagao, to arrest them. How strange. I saw you mixing amongst the crowd as if to hide yourselves. I would like to ask why that is. I don't think we met him out of coincidence. He must have been following us from the start. I couldn't detect him despite having raised my senses to the highest. I guess there's a reason why he's commonly compared to the Southern Heaven swordsman. I still trust you, so why don't you help me maintain that trust? Let me look into your sword sheath. It may sound strange, but your sheath is wider than the Southern Heaven iron sword. It looks like there is enough room to fit one more sword. He doesn't sound certain as of now. How do I convince him? You're quite creative. Are you trying to suggest that I have 2 swords in there? It's not that far-fetched. I actually do the same with my sheath. Do you really not want to show me? Huh, what a tragedy. To think the successor of Ho Jongdae was the spy. I didn't want things to be this way. It's over for you, so why don't you just give up? I knew you were a spy. Mr. So. Cook. Mr. Ma. I cannot overlook this as someone who walks the orthodox path. Come. I won't attack first, as your senior. There is no reason to refuse the first attack. If we have to fight anyway, I'll just do my best to kill him. How unexpected. I knew he'd be strong, but he's perfectly balanced despite having only one arm. It's as if losing an arm made him stronger. I feel like things are looking worse than back at the Pang clan. That technique. That could have been bad. If I had not used Golden Blood Body at that moment, my skull would have been split into two. More importantly, the reason behind that blade's unique shape was so that he could spin it using his foot. Controlling a blade with both his hand and foot. I've never seen such a strange technique before. I won't be able to block both attacks. Wunhui. Why don't you come back to the Orthodox faction? What is he talking about? I won't ask how you became affiliated with the blood cult. If someone like you had gotten affiliated with the blood cult, I'm sure there are reasons as to why that happened. It's not too late. Don't stray into the unorthodox path. He still trusts me. He trusts that I am the successor of the Southern Heaven Swordsman, despite me being a spy. He thinks that I must have some good reason as to why I am doing this. Would he have tried to help me if I had met him before my regression? He's different from the garbage human beings like Baekwi Hyang and Moyong Su. He's truly adhering to the path of the Orthodox. I don't want to kill him. But if I don't kill him, I will be labeled the renegade of the Orthodox faction. That will affect my sister too. I swear on my honor to protect you and your martial brothers. Will you trust me? I do trust you, however. I just do not trust the people who hide behind the name of the Orthodox while committing evil. From what I have experienced, the Orthodox faction is too fickle when it comes to morality and ethics. There are evil people in the Orthodox faction as there are good people in the unorthodox faction. I will choose to stay where I am. It seems like you did have reasons to stray from us, but I guess your final decision is to stay within the unorthodox faction. You're right, the two factions are not the answer, and they are not black and white. However, the Murim judges a person depending on which faction they belong to. Such is Murim. Please understand that I, too, am restricted to that label. He's deflecting my sword culling chase completely. He really is the Southern Heaven Swordsman's rival. Is that all? Shit. So it was inside, after all. It's over. I cannot let you have the blood demon sword. He can use his left hand and the silver thread as well. It's impressive, but this isn't the time to be in awe. Shit. It's the blood demon sword. Get it? It's over if we don't catch it. Joe someone. No. Don't grab it. I got it. I almost had it. I got it, master. The charms that should be on it are gone. No. The effects are irreversible if you hold the unsealed blood demon sword. Jiang Miang. Let go of the sword. Right now. Is this bastard alright? Say something. What the hell? The blood demon sword. If someone deemed unqualified were to grab this relic of the blood cult, the sword would take over their body. I know I am in no position to be asking you for help. But please help. That's what I want to say. Mayung. He's coming towards you. So we just need to take back that sword, right? Then I will cut off that entire arm. Was what I wanted to do. But he's too strong. Are you alright? Yes. He's much stronger than before. How are we supposed to do anything against that monster? He just bare-handedly destroyed a blade imbued with the inner energy of one of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. How am I supposed to take away the sword from someone like him? I will die if I fail, but I will also die if I lose against him. It's all or nothing. I'll attack the acupuncture point that'll force his fist open. What the hell? Is he indestructible or what? Duck. Thank you, sir. Sorry, Jiang Miang. My mistaken judgment has done this to you. Hold on for a moment. I will save you from that sword. Jiang Miang, what is your dream? Huh? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Do you not have one? I do, but it's a bit embarrassing. It's to become one of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. Jiang Miang. I told you that power and fame shouldn't be a goal. That's not it. I don't know how else to say that you are Muram's best martial artist there is. Well, I believe that your sword techniques are better than everyone else, at least. I want everyone who comes to Zhongyuan to know about your martial arts. Haha. I told you that you cannot label a martial art as strong or weak. What decides that is, the skill of the person who's using the martial art. You always say that. You're cutting me off now too. Shoot. Are you alright? Wunhui. I forgot for a second. These children's lives are at stake too. I'm sorry. I only managed to make a decision now. It worked. As expected of someone of the Central Plains' 8 martial masters. I've given him an internal injury using the internal emphasis palm technique. The sword shouldn't be able to control a body whose mana paths are twisted. He can use the internal emphasis palm technique with a sword. He's even more skilled than I imagined. So cut off his arm while we still have the time. But his life as a martial artist will forever be over. I have had an arm cut off, and I have managed to reach a higher martial realm than before. I'm sure he can do the same. I'm sorry, but please help me once more. He's like a son to me. I want him to at least live. No, we don't need to cut off his arm. There is one more thing we can do. There is. If my plan doesn't work, then we can cut off his arm. Will you trust me this one time? Did he manage to come up with a plan in that short amount of time? Alright, I'll trust you. You're indebted to me if we succeed. Of course. I'll make an opening. Please hold Jiang Miang for a bit. You too as well. Jang Myung's chi paths have long since been twisted and exploded, but the blood demon sword is forcibly moving his body. It's already decided that he won't be able to continue being a martial artist, but at least we'll be able to save him with this. Cook. What the hell? It feels like my palm will be ripped to shreds from simply deflecting his attack. He's barely managing to block his attacks, but that's all. What plan did he have? It's dangerous. He couldn't deflect that one and took it at full force. That technique. The luminous star sword technique that uses the opponent's strength against them. Hidden toad slash. The force was almost enough to knock the sword out of his hand, but it seems things aren't going too well. His posture is broken. Now. We got him. Now take his sword MANHWA. He bounced us off. Stay still, you bastard. Hurry. We can't hold on for long. I know. Vice Squad Commander. Are you out of your mind? What? Was this your plan? You would have been against it if I told you in advance. If something goes wrong, I'm leaving it to you to take care of me. I came all the way here, so I'm not going to give up the blood demon sword. I might be able to control the sword, so it's not too bad of a gamble. I need to get rid of the innate core energy first. Blood demon sword. Can you hear me? Let this guy go. Let's talk. Ugh. That was so frustrating. Hey. Can you hear us now? Wunhui. Get your hands off of that sword right now. That sword has more than just the sword's consciousness. It's not just the sword's consciousness. What do you mean? There's another consciousness made up of pure murderous intent. I cannot even call it a sword. You might be eaten up by that consciousness. It has two minds. What? Oh. I didn't expect to come across a body like this one. What? It's gotten quiet. Did I successfully calm down the blood demon sword? That's good. It's good as long as we don't shed any more blood. Jang Myung. What? What happened? Did I lose consciousness for a bit, huh? What? What? What happened? What happened to everyone? Did I? I knew things might go wrong. I knew that some people might die since it's a dangerous mission. Even if I lost everyone else, there was one person that I didn't want to lose. Why has this happened? Should I have stopped her from coming into the cult? Should I have not brought her to the mission? No. The Murin forces that enforced the old traditions. They were the cause of her death. Pay for this bloodshed. I shall kill everyone. Purify the world with blood. Thank you. Just how did you do it? Vice Squad Commander. Are you alright? You've just been standing there. I can help you walk if. What? Something's off. This isn't the normal Vice Squad Commander. His hair color. How troublesome. Wunhui. If you can hear me, put that sword down. Guak Hyungjik was lost on what to do. The red hair that reminds one of dancing flames. A sword glowing blood red. The ominous and evil chi. This body, it's even better than a direct bloodlines. This was the blood demon from his memories. Did you tell me to put down the sword? Come and make me. Cough, cough. Did you take an internal injury earlier? No, he looks really hot. Did you hurt your head instead? Wunhui. Do not submit to the sword. Kohuk. That attack was heavy. It was enough to rip my palm apart. Hold on just a bit longer, Wunhui. I will help you escape the grasp of the blood demon sword even if it costs me my life. How ingenious. Is that how you overcame having only one arm? Ha, a bitch handling a sword. You're lacking. Are you trying to make me let go of the sword? Interesting. Here. Take it if you can. He's done it. He let go of the SWO, Kohuk. Vice Squad Commander. Cook. What's going on? He let go of the sword, so why? Foolish. Even if you attacked me with the intent to kill, it might have barely been enough to stop me. Did you really think that the original owner of this body would return if you took the sword away from me? You, who, are you? Some would call me a vengeful spirit. Jiang Myung only intended to kill when he was being dominated by the sword, but So Wunhui is not being dominated by the sword right now. What was once So Wunhui is now a monster wearing his skin. Are you in pain? Feel it thoroughly. This is what death feels like. Stop with the bullshit. Bitch, I do not like your attitude. Don't. Fourth Supreme. Eccentric Hei action. Is he the reason So Wunhui is in the blood cult? Those kids, they're from the Johong Song clan. The first general strategist was right about it all. You look pretty useful. Actually, we've met before. What's your name? Blood Demon, I am Hei Action, one of the supremes of the cult. I knew it. Blood Demon, the child you hold is a member of the blood cult. This child is? Is there more you wish to say? Blood Demon, the body you possess is my disciple's. It must be a glory for you then. When can you ever think of a time a cult member has experienced this? He's taken in the very person he should worship. If you stay here, it might become dangerous for you. The Murim Alliance is not far from here. There are thousands of them. Dangerous for me? Who could ever pose a threat to me? Even better actually. I will make them pay for having sealed me for all those years, vengeful spirit, yes, indeed. Your attitude is bothering me, Supreme. Do you dare to go against my will? I do not heed the commands of vengeful spirits. Especially those who do not care about the well-being of the blood cult members. Give me back the body of my disciple, you vengeful spirit. Try to make me if you can. Master. We'll help too. No. This is not a fight you guys can handle. Keep your eyes open and watch closely. I will show you the final level of the golden blood body that you will someday have to reach. Drink up. How could I dare to? We used to share meals together all the time back in the day. Are you really that afraid to appear rude when you're the eccentric Hey action? Well, it's more that. You're the cult leader now, blood cult's 15th cult leader Baek Mu-young. You care about that type of thing now? Let's simply act as old comrades. If you insist, Cuckoo. Cult leader, are you really going to fight them? You were the one that insisted that I shouldn't back off. It's a different situation. The unrivaled faction is going to be a part of it. The unrivaled faction, right. I should have realized when I saw how they dealt with the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Cult leader, it won't be hard to stabilize the cult again if you make it out of the battle. Those in power need to take responsibility. I am the face and pillar of the blood cult. It may be an unfair fight, but if I prioritize my own safety above all, how will the members of the cult trust me? Cult leader, that sword, are you going to borrow his powers? I will have to pay the consequences, but I need to do what I can. Cult leader, even if you inherited his blood, he's still a vengeful spirit. The former cult leader also passed away after borrowing this vengeful spirit's powers. His soul is up there. How can we consider this spirit him when this spirit is only full of resentment and insanity? He would never try to take the lives of his own bloodline. The only thing left in this sword is a vengeful spirit. It's a close fight. It may look that way, but it's not. You made me shed blood. Amazing. However, how will you continue to fight with your fist with your right hand in that state? Humph. Good attack. However, there's an opening. He deflected it completely. You. Unyielding blade of the North Star, stay out of this. He's not someone you can stop on your own. Don't be mistaken. I'm not helping you. What? I'm indebted to your disciple. I'm just trying to repay him. Now that's amusing. Alright, then I'll let you help. He let go of the sword, yet he's still possessed. Is there a way to turn your disciple back to normal? A trick of the eye. You used your hand to block that one. It's your only weapon. Great blood heavenly art, you fool, are you trying to kill yourself? This bastard, his muscles are so kukuk. Cuckoo, you're nothing more than a vengeful spirit without a sword. You're just begging for me to kill you. Alright, you haven't forgotten what I told you, right? There are 2 acupuncture points around the head. The celestial pressure point. Brain convergence pressure point. You cannot use more than 10 years worth of inner energy, and you must use chi at the same time. Do not make a mistake. He could die if you do. Kohuk. Did it work? I don't know. This was a method that our cult had come up with to deal with those who had been possessed by the blood demon sword. You bastards, how dare you? I'll kill you all. Shit. Get out of the way. I meant to spare my energy until I got used to this body, but you brought this on. Cough, cough. Alright, first. I'll start with you. Vice Squad Commander. How did you? Your body and soul are mine. No, this is my body. Get out of my body, you vengeful spirit. You. This is pointless. Your body is now mine. He must have been taken aback. He's trying his hardest to suppress me. No use. I understand the power of this energy now too. I should be able to control it once I get its flow. The path has been opened. Screw off. This is my body. How did you? No. Stop. Qua. You. Is this the blood demon's energy of will? He stopped moving. If we want to maintain the upper hand, this is the Tim. Wait. Are you the vengeful spirit? Or Wunhui? I've seen Master risk his life for me. That fist is proof. It's me, Master. Kohaha. You little bastard. You should have said that you're back. Cook. Absolute sword sense. I expected it, but all of the chi paths are destroyed. Would he even be able to circulate his chi anymore, let alone do martial arts? Leave, Wunhui. What you're worrying about won't happen. It'll be bad for you if you don't expose us. They might hold you responsible. Don't tell them that Jiang Miang did this because he grabbed onto the sword. Tell them it was the doing of the blood cult spies. You cannot cover the sky with just a hand. Thank you for saving my disciple. I will take care of the consequences. I can't hold you guys back here on my own anyway. It only worries me that you are taking that sword. I'll be direct. Come with us. I'm just letting you go. What are you talking about? Use this to heal your disciple. The all-healing divine physician's plaque. Why are you helping me? I thought you were going to walk the unorthodox path. So that's how you saw me. The path I intend to walk is not the unorthodox path. I do not wish to be tied to either side. You wish to be neutral then? Neither side. I see. Neutral, huh? If that's what you wish to call it. I was wondering what you were planning. I cannot help the blood cult. However, you said you were going to walk your own path. If you really do stay neutral, I will help you no matter what. Humph. Do you think he's worth that plaque? For now, yes. All right. Let's go. How are you feeling? I thought my body might be wrecked because he pushed my body past my limits, but I actually feel better than before. The innate core energy in my central energy core actually increased too. The power of the energy of will is impressive. Even your eye color changed. Even my eyes. That's something that only happens if you've mastered the great blood heavenly art to above its fifth mastery. Wait, how do I know this? Idiot. That's because you completely absorbed its consciousness. This voice, you must be the blood demon sword. Huh? What? You can hear my graceful voice. Graceful voice. What an arrogant bastard. Arrogant little shit. How dare you say such things? I will explode your vessels and kill you. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it pass. You freed me from that sickening thing. But how interesting. Even that vengeful spirit couldn't hear my voice. I can hear the voices of swords. Ooh. That's a cool skill. Alright. I'm indebted to you after all, and it's hard to find someone like you. I'll let you be my subordinate. Think of it as an honor, human. Hey. Who are you to take him as your subordinate? You should be taking him as your master. What? Are you a dagger? How dare you interrupt? This is why short little things like you suck. What? Looks like they'll become friends soon. 3 days later, near Honghu. My butt is destroyed from the 3 days of horse riding. What? And nothing. Humph. It's not my fault that his horse couldn't bear his weight. Running is faster for him than riding a horse anyway. Pew. I can hear you, you little shit. Should I ride you instead? Kia ag. He always brings it upon himself. Anyway. Aren't you uncomfortable? No. I'm actually very comfortable. Why are you not saying anything though? You usually yell at me to take my arms off of you. I am not that cold of a person. Damn it. Is it because of the illusion that the blood demon sword showed me? I keep getting all flustered by her actions and words. Why did I see that kind of illusion? You can't ride a horse on your own because of your internal injuries. So we're riding together, and you'll fall off if you don't grab onto Miss Sama. I won't let go. Be honest. You're enjoying this, right? Go back in. I greet the fourth Supreme. No need. Is the ship ready? We cannot sail at the moment. The fog is too thick. We'll be able to leave at the earliest by dawn. Master, we haven't come across anyone who's tracking us down. Why don't we rest for a bit? I expected people from the Murim Alliance or Miss Beck Haihyang to track us down, but we have yet to come across someone. This is probably the best time to rest. Alright. We'll rest here for tonight. Yay! Report to me as soon as the fog is gone. Of course, Supreme. Have you had dinner? Not yet. Do you have anything to drink? Of course. I can finally eat something that's not beef jerky. This is a feast. I will pour you a drink, Master. Absolute sword sense. Whoa. That was good. I'm sleepy now that I've got food and wine in me. Give me the sword. Sorry. Are you sure? I just want to check. You try. Alright. Why is it that only he can touch it? Because I have acknowledged him as my subordinate. I told you to cut the nonsense. You're just picky. Are you hiding anything from me? What do you mean? I'm asking if you really are the son of the Yang So clan. Why is he asking me this? Master, he might have been called a good-for-nothing within the clan, but stay out of this. The blood demon sword is a divine relic of the blood cult. Do you know what makes it so special? Because of the spirit within? No. It's because only those who possess the blood demon's blood can wield it. I will ask you one more time. Are you sure that your mother was a maid? I think he's gravely mistaken. My mother might be related to the Flying Moon Shadow sect, but not the blood cult. The reason why I'm fine despite touching the sword is because I absorbed the consciousness of the blood demon. It's also because the blood demon's sword accepted me as his subordinate. Kohaha. Mistaken? How? You think I permitted you to touch me for no reason? How interesting. You don't even know what's in your blood. What? What are you talking about, Supreme? The internal energy in the energy core. The internal energy is being dispersed. Energy disperse poison. It's a trap. Damn it, we shouldn't have let our guard down. I'm fine. You're fine. Is there a dish you didn't eat? I didn't drink this wine because I didn't like its smell. Seems like it was the wine that was poisoned. Has anyone else not drunk the wine? Of course. This is bad. Master. I think we need to get out of here. Voices of swords. There are about 20. That sounds like there are more than 20. Seems like it's too late. We're already surrounded. The damn Murim Alliance bastards. Using poison when they're supposed to be orthodox. This isn't the Murim Alliance. If it were, they would have just used lethal poison instead. That means. Aren't you embarrassed? I apologize. Lady Beck Haihyang ordered us to escort you with comfort in mind. But how else can we take you without using such means? I, Yun Buseing, the Berserk Demon Squad leader, greet the Fourth Supreme. Yun Buseing. That infamous Berserk Demon Blade. You know him. There are other famous martial artists other than the Supremes and Blood Stars of the Blood Cult. Yun Buseing is the infamous Berserk Demon Squad leader with the nickname, the Berserk Demon Blade. He killed 20 swordsmen of the Zhongnan sect on his own. He's more skilled than what you'd expect from a squad leader. However, which one of you is So Wunhui? Damn it. Why me again? I guess you guys don't care to reveal which one So Wunhui is. Get them all. Don't hurt them. Yes, sir. Damn it. I thought you were affected by the energy disperse poison. How is he so damn strong? Run. Sama Young, you take responsibility and make way. I will stop them. You want us to leave you behind? Give it up. You're all surrounded. We'll help. Me too. What are you doing? Run. It's over for if you're caught, So Wunhui. So you're So Wunhui. That idiot. What about the energy disperse poison? Or is this some kind of evil art? Of course I was affected by it. I drank a whole liter. Because of that, I can't use my lower energy core. But that doesn't mean I can't use my central energy core. You. You've always kept secrets. Hold on for just about 15 minutes. Why? I'll try to remove the energy disperse poison from my system. Leave it to us. Song Juabake, Song Wu Hyun. You two protect Master. Let's fight together. This is the only way out anyway. Okay. You're going to make us draw blood, huh? I thought you were ordered to not hurt me. It's fine as long as you're alive. Make sure you take me to her alive. What? Because I'm going to kill you. I'll pour you one. I'm honored that you'd come all this way. 5th Blood Star's subordinate, destructive fighter squad leader MANHWA. But what brings you all the way out here? I heard a name I haven't heard in a while, so I came here to see him in person. Are you sure you are not going to go too? The opponent is the 4th Supreme. Don't worry. Even if he's the 4th Supreme, he shouldn't be able to do anything with the energy disperse poison in his system. Plus, the most elite members of the squad are there. The Berserk Demon Squad Leader, Subordinate Section Leader and several high-ranking martial artists. Dozens of intermediate-ranked martial artists on top of that. Squad Leader. The Berserk Demon Squad Leader has been defeated. What? Did the 4th Supreme somehow evade the energy disperse poison? No. His disciple, So Wunhui. You fools. I'll go. Wait. I'll come with you. I'm definitely better than them individually, but there are way too many of them. I didn't know how hard it was to fight while protecting someone. Please hurry. They're all talking amongst each other. What's going on? How surprising. Not only did you become the 4th Supreme's disciple in less than 2 years, you also managed to improve this much. I see why young Lady Haihyang wants you. 4th Blood Star Dojango. You're being too kind. Even a Blood Star is here, this is our loss. Squad Leader Mun, leave this to me. Go get the 4th Supreme. Understood. Damn it. If I end up fighting him here, I won't be able to fight everyone else. It's almost been 15 minutes. I need to stall for time somehow. Things sure are unfolding interestingly. Right. You're here. Wait. What does this look like to you? What a dirty little trick. You think you can fool me with that fake sword? The young lady has already taken the true blood demon sword. Did you not know that? As if. That's the fake. Ha 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 ha. If that really is the blood demon sword, there's no way you could hold it and be fine. Is that so? Ha. Why are you giving this to? You. You dare to call me fake? I'm going to teach you a lesson, you bastard. So that's how he destroyed people's chi paths. Why you? What have you done? What do you mean? You should be honored that you were able to hold on to the real blood demon sword. I'm sure you know what me holding this without a problem means, right, 4th Blood Star? Human. Do not ever hand me to someone else. You had fun biting and ripping at him. That's different. Interesting. 4th Blood Star. It could have been poison or some other trick. So that's how you're gonna be? Impossible. So Wunhui, you're related to him? His hair and eyes turned red. That's the same as the young lady's. You're really okay, right? You aren't possessed by a demonic spirit, right? I'm fine. Fortunately, when my great blood heavenly art went up to the next technique, the same phenomenon happened too. This is probably because I absorbed the vessel that contained the blood demon's vengeance. Everyone's surprised and taken aback, but how they react isn't important. I have the blood demon sword, 4th Blood Star. Only one person's reaction matters. What's important is how the 4th Blood Star, Dojango, who can control all of these people, reacts. Considering how his eyes are wavering, he must be having second thoughts. I'm sure you know what this means. Don't waver. The only ones who inherited the blood demon's blood are our young Miss and Lady Beck Ryonha. Ugh, this punk. How are you so sure that they're the only ones who inherited his blood? Are you able to make sure of that with your standards? And don't tell me that even after seeing this, you're still going to ignore the laws of our cult. The most important law of the blood cult. The owner of the blood demon sword can become the next cult leader. Ha ha ha. I like your resolve. It was a good decision to take you in as my subordinate. Shut up. This is all happening because of you. Even though I'm the one who said all those things, I find it ridiculous too. Maybe right now, I've become a new candidate in front of all of them. You've got a talent of surprising me every time we meet. There's another successor who inherited the blood demon's blood, huh? Show me that you've really inherited his martial arts. He wants to test me by fighting it out, huh? I've got no choice but to show it to him then. I wanted to test it out at least once, but I wasn't expecting to test it out like this. The upper meridian is reacting with the power of the heavenly fist. The great blood heavenly art, it's the blood demon's martial arts which I've never learned or used before. My body is moving on its own. It's as if he deflected my attack so easily. The fourth blood star got pushed back. I'm certain now. Even though I blocked the attack on time, I could see the experience and skills from that sword attack which pierced through my block. The great blood heavenly art, third technique. Bloodless focus strike. I wonder if you'll be able to receive this attack too. Here it comes. Oh. That's the fourth blood star's sword lightning. That guy is pretty good too. Show it to him. Show him the sword technique that you're thinking of right now. Great blood heavenly art, fifth technique. Engulfing blood storm. TSK. You still have a long way to go. I know that too. I know what I'm doing right now is nothing but an imitation since I didn't get this martial art through training. Even so, I think this should be sufficient. I, the fourth blood star, Django, pay my respect to you. He bought it. Fourth blood star. Why would you do that? That was definitely the great blood heavenly art. That means he's also a successor who inherited the blood demon's blood. Even if that's the case, haven't we sworn our loyalty to the young lady? That means we only have one job. And that would be to take away his sword and offer it to her. But, what are you hesitating for? We follow the young lady, Beck Haihyang. But if that's the real blood demon sword, then the situation is different. They're divided. I need to shake things up more. Do you all intend to go against the law? If I have the blood demon sword, then I'm the blood demon of our cult right now. Deploy the blood demon sword formation. The young lady is the only blood demon to us. I'm really glad to see him now. Oh. That crazy old man has recovered. Oh, one of the four supremes. I'm glad I held out. Can I leave the rest to you, Master? I understand your will. What? Who dares to raise his head at this moment? Bow down. He is the blood demon. Master. What is he talking about right now? Why, you fools? Do you even realize what you've just done? Get up. Get up this instant. Fourth Supreme. It has been a while. Humph. Whatever. Do you not intend to kneel? I hope my decision is the right one. This, too, is fate. What the hell are you talking about? Squad Leader Mun. Do you intend to serve him as the new blood demon? Fourth Blood Star. How could I do such an unloyal thing when young Lady Beck Haihyang? Please give me an order. I will eliminate all sources of trouble. Did he just hand over his authority to me? This is uncomfortable. For the lives of dozens to depend on what I have to say. Those eyes. I see how it is. That's the same look he had when he was doubting and testing me. He's trying to test me to see if I'm someone worthy of being a leader. Are you going to pretend to be all kind after killing those guys with your own hands? Hey, I'm not someone who enjoys killing others. I kill out of need, not because I enjoy it. Isn't it needed right now? They have refused to obey you. Kill them all just because they refuse to obey me. Did you not know? That is the fate of a man who walks the path of blood. Subjugate with power and by loyalty with fear. That is the blood. That's enough, you crazy bastard. You idiot. Then, what other solution is there? That is up to Wenhui to decide. Decisions, my ass. The masses are meant to be controlled through the fear of overwhelming power. History has proven this to be true many times over, you fools. That only applies to the world you have lived. That is not the only solution. I respect your loyalty. I value your loyalty. That is why I wish to give you all a chance. Let me ask you. Are you a member of the cult? Or are you a subordinate of young Lady Beck Haihyang? I am a member of the cult. You serve the young lady within the cult. Then why are you letting your loyalty to an individual get in your way of being a cult member? I assume that is because you want the person you serve to become the cult leader. Is that not right? What is the blood demon? According to the mandates, is the blood demon not the cult itself? Then I am the blood cult. Are you giving up being a cult member right now? How could you dash? He's squad captain level. He takes great pride in being a cult member as he has been a member for a long time. How would he feel if I were to deny him as a cult member? I assume it's a similar case for many others here. Will you give up being members of the cult and die? If I were to kill everyone who disagrees with me, will we have any cult members left? Kill you all and thereby protect the loyalty you have for the young lady? I do not wish to do such a thing. You all make up the blood cult. We make up the blood cult. I started from the bottom like you all, so I know very well. The anxiety of those who are at the bottom of the feeding chain. The pressure of being sacrificed at any time. I know how torturous it can be. I was in the same position once. You are all the blood cult. Once Wenhui's speech was over, most of the masked men kneeled and swore their loyalty. As for the 7 who refused until the end, Wenhui gave them a chance to protect their honor. He said that he respected those who would not follow him and took care of their corpses. Was it because of that? The masked men who kneeled to Wenhui looked approvingly at him. The blood demon is the blood cult. But the new blood demon said that, we are the blood cult, not him alone. For those who lead lives where they cannot choose when they die and are treated as disposable items, this was new hope. That is my solution. Does this answer your question? I, fourth blood star, Django, will serve you as the new blood demon as mandated. If you wish to do so, then do not ever try to test me again. Hey, Django. Yes, Elder. You still speak with your fist first. It's dangerous even for me if I am hit with your fist in a vulnerable state. Shut it. He was my disciple before he was the blood demon. How dare you test him? I apologize. I felt the need to check if he was worthy since the situation was pressuring him to be the blood demon. Did you think that I wouldn't know? If he had aspirations to be the blood demon, he would have revealed himself as one from the beginning. So, what did you think? It was unexpected. I was going to judge him based on whether he wanted them dead or not, but I didn't expect him to convince them instead. He's very skilled when it comes to smooth talking and using his head. The two young ladies would have made the same decision in this situation. The end result of internal conflict is a purge. They would have killed all of those who refused to obey them. But so Wenhui chose a different path. It would have been really easy for him to fail the persuasion. But he had those who could have caused further trouble in the future kill themselves and bought the respect of others by doing so. Is that just his nature? Or was this all planned? Let's go rest. This might be a completely different blood demon compared to the past blood demons. A blood demon who's not only skilled in martial arts, but also in leadership. North of Hubei province. I didn't expect the descendant of the blood demon to be alive. You are very talented to have reached that realm at your age. I don't like all this flattering just because I dodged your attack once. Die. He dodged all of my attacks. Why, young lady? Who are you? Why are you doing this? That is none of your business. Do you recognize this face? There is a saying that life doesn't ever turn out how you expect it to. But isn't this too cruel? I can barely predict what will happen anymore. The heavenly fist I earned from the Sword Immortal's secret record. I used this power to take down the fourth blood star, which I should not be able to defeat. I also overcame the situation by announcing that I was the blood demon. I must be out of my mind. I didn't expect this to hold me back like this. What do you mean? Did you have some other plan? I did. It was to deliver the blood demon's sword to Reincarnation so that she could take over as the successor, and use that accomplishment to gain authority. Then I was going to leave the blood cult and be independent. I even got an exoneration opportunity for that, but I guess it was all for nothing. At this rate, I'm not just going to make an enemy out of Baek Haihyang, but Baek Rionha as well. What are you thinking about? Miss Sama? What are you so scared for? You're acting like you saw a ghost. Hey. He was just thinking about other women. Shut it. No, I was just deep in thought. You look like you're in a good mood. Yes, I feel like I've gained monopoly over something I've wanted without having to work for it. What? Does she mean you announced that you were the blood demon? Those girls would never like you now. They'll try to trample you. This is only advantageous for Sama Young really. Poor Wenhui. You're in real trouble. Stop it. You're nervous, huh? Nervous? Not me. Liar. I just heard you gulp. That is just a normal biological phenomenon. When you have a lot of saliva in your mouth, why do you have a lot of saliva in your mouth then? I'm not food. Why are you salivating while looking at me? I guess my father was wrong. He said that anyone would fall for me if I looked at them like this. Miss, your father was right. He just happened to leave out one thing. How could anyone be so bold to go after you when they know who your father is? Not me, at least. Who is her father for him to be so scared? One of the four evils. What an idiot. Is he that afraid of such a weakling? If you like her, then you should just grab her and kiss her. Shut it. Miss? What are you? Will this make you fall for me? Kohaha. She's better than you. An assertive woman is not a bad thing, Wunhui. I'm sure my former owner would be proud of you. Miss. This is. I don't want to hear what you have to say. Looks like she just did that on impulse, that took me by surprise. I've never experienced such a sudden kiss before. Not even in my past life. You did something like that despite being so shy. Well, it's fine. She's cute. Smiling like that is cheating. Not that I don't like it. Keep smiling like that. Hey. Be honest. You like her, huh? I won't deny it. What? When did you get here? I must have been out of my mind to not have noticed him until he was this close. You bastard, you selfish son of a bitch, what the hell are you talking about? What do you need? Master wants to talk to you alone. Master wants to. Kukuk, have a seat, please. For him to talk to me so politely, I feel so awkward. I believe I was very rude to you in the past. I think it was more than just rude, but... yeah. Let's make him pay for all that he's done. Let's hang him on a cliff and beat him to a pulp. Calm down. Pay for what? I don't even know if I really am related to the blood demon yet. Master, please just treat me as you would normally. How could I do that when you're the blood demon? Please do not feel uncomfortable. This is very uncomfortable and awkward. Please, at least when it's just the two of us. It's only right for me to offer once more since he's my master. All right. He didn't even hesitate. I don't want to be indirect, so I'll just ask. Does either one of your parents have relations with the unrivaled faction's Flying Moon Shadow sect? I was expecting him to bring up the blood demon, not the unrivaled faction's Flying Moon Shadow sect. Is the Flying Moon Shadow sect related to the blood cult somehow? I assume the answer is yes, considering your reaction. To be honest, I'm not sure. That was when I realized that the patriarch is not my biological father. I haven't seen this in a while. The Flying Crane Moon plaque. Looks like your mother hid quite a lot from you. Do you know what this is? Of course. The young'uns these days don't even know this plaque, but I know where this came from. What? A place that can make such an intricate design so that the entire plaque resembles a moon does not exist in Murim. This plaque came from the Imperial family. The Imperial family? What kind of group is the Flying Moon Shadow sect then? This is going to be a long conversation. The Flying Moon Shadow sect is a very unfortunate sect. I'm sure you're well aware that the blood demon was the one to found the cult. The family branch splits off into two from the blood demon. There are not many in the cult who know this. Baek Chonggang. Firstborn Baek Chonggang. Secondborn Baek Jiwong. Baek Jiwong is the second blood demon. I thought Baek Chonggang was the firstborn. Yes. Most of the time, the firstborn will be the successor. But Baek Chonggang did not wish to have such a position. He delved very deep into academics and went into civil service. The emperor admired him for his intelligence and personality. and gifted him this jade plaque as well as the title, Flying Crane. But his bloodline got in the way of his household, the Flying Crane Moon clan. It wasn't an issue when he was in civil service. But the tragedy began when the next emperor came to rule. You mean Ju Yongsun? Isn't that the emperor that declared war against Murim? Yes. His persecution of Murim affected the Flying Crane Moon clan. He tried to bring an end to the household. But how could we have just sat back and watched the Flying Crane Moon clan struggle? We did our best to free the Flying Crane Moon clan from the hands of the emperor. Then did they return to the cult after? No. Why would they when they have left the unorthodox path? They joined the unrivaled faction. They chose to walk the path of neutrality. Strange. Why would they do that when they're literally from the blood cult? Because it would just increase competition. What do you mean? Because the Flying Crane Moon sex people would have the right to succeed the blood cult leader position. If they had returned to the blood cult, they would be in the same situation that I am in. I assume they were trying to avoid that. Man, humans make life so complex. To summarize, the Flying Moon Shadow Sect originated from the Flying Crane Moon clan and their roots are the blood cult. That would mean that, if either of my parents is from the Flying Moon Shadow Sect, I would be of the blood demon bloodline. I told you so. Your existence keeps him alive. I will be able to face the former cult leader without shame in the afterworld now. How can you be certain if I'm direct bloodline or not? What if my mother was a part of the Flying Moon Shadow Sect? TCH. Who do you think I am? I have my ideas. If it was your mother, then I can just marry you off to one of the young ladies to make the blood stronger. What? What the hell? Ha. Master, if I am related to him by blood, it would mean that the two young ladies are my blood relatives. So what? Marriage between blood relatives has happened often for a while. It reinforces the bloodline. The imperial family does the same. The orthodox faction's Moyong clan and the Tang clan marry their children to distant relatives. What's the big deal? Do you think the young ladies will even agree to something like that just because I was able to obtain the blood demon sword? Do you think rules exist for no reason? It's different for them. Especially when it comes to young lady Baek Ryonha. Can you be certain that I haven't made an enemy out of her? Baek Haihyang had always been hostile, but it's highly likely that Baek Ryonha might consider me an enemy now too. We had sworn our loyalties to her, after all. We've basically stabbed her in the back. Baek Ryonha wouldn't forgive me for something like that. Do you think I chose to support you not knowing the possible consequences? What do you mean? My own disciple announced that he would walk the path of the blood demon. Did you think that I would abandon you for the young lady? That was not what I expected of this crazy old man. I feel like he really likes you. I had always thought that Master's utmost priority was the blood cult, but for him to make this kind of decision. Damn it, if you're that honest, it makes it hard for me. It makes me want to live up to your expectations. The reason I brought up marriage wasn't just for the sake of keeping the bloodline pure. The two young ladies have many people supporting them. There may be rules, but there can also be unpredictable factors. If something unpredictable happens, we are at the greatest disadvantage. Young Lady Baek Haihyang has the first supreme, the first, fifth, and seventh blood stars, as well as others. Young Lady Baek Ryonha has the second supreme as well as the third and sixth blood stars. As for you, it's just me, the fourth supreme, and the fourth blood star. That's all. We are at a disadvantage in numbers. All of the forces we had raised are supporting young Lady Baek Ryonha. I guess our first priority is to get more support. That's right. Right now. I'll have to meet up with the third supreme, Blood Viper King, Gu Jiang, and the second blood star Yu Bek. They announced before that they would follow the person who earned the blood demon sword, so it's only a matter of time before they are under my authority. If nothing unpredictable happens and I am able to do that, I think it'll be pretty balanced. You need to think further ahead. I wasn't thinking of waging a three-way war. Ideally, the blood cult would be unified without spilling any blood. You mean? We should integrate everyone with you at the center. Only then will you be able to achieve a dominant position. Why don't you compromise if you don't have a better idea? Get married to young Lady Bek Ryonha. Marriage talk again. Young Lady Bek Ryonha is the descendant of the former cult leader. She has legitimacy. She's the most friendly with you too. How? I feel like she'd want to kill me now. Do you think I'm stupid? I can just tell from the way she looks at you and treats you. TSK, TSK. How stupid can you be with women? If you're so smart with women, then why are you still single? Anyway, if she rejects the offer, I won't bring it up anymore. I guess he's not willing to compromise any more than that. Am I supposed to just get married if young Lady Bek Ryonha really takes up the offer? Man, poor Sama Young. She was so happy that she would have you to herself. Right. She exists. So are you going to marry her? Or not? Tell me just that. Master, there is one thing I have to tell you. Miss Sama likes me. You mean Sama Young? That doesn't matter. You can just take her as a mistress later on. Are you out of your mind? The four evils. Have you forgotten? You need to tone it down. That child is the daughter of one of the four evils. If you do anything with her, you are dead. I've been trying to keep a distance from her. So why does she like you? How should I know? Whatever. You haven't done anything, right? You must never make her think that you like her too. Master, we already kissed, and I like her too. That should do it. I feel bad for using her as a shield, but he would never give up on the marriage idea if I don't say something like this. You're so. How shocking was that fact for him to suddenly age 20 years. Young Master, Fourth Supreme. Come in. What is it? I think you'll have to talk later. There are 3 big ships approaching. Is it, the stronghold? 18 Yangtze River Stronghold, called the Rulers of the Yangtze River. They are an underworld organization, bigger than any other in the unorthodox faction in Green Forest. It was predicted that we would come across them at some point since we were crossing the Yangtze River. The fog is mostly gone, but it's still hard to see. I think we should prepare for the worst-case scenario. Everyone, ready your weapons and sound the drums. Yes, sir. Sama Young is here too. Look at that cute little thing. She must be feeling shy. She was the one to kiss me, but I guess she's still embarrassed. That makes me embarrassed. Humph. Why the drums, though? It's to let them know we are here if they are just merchant ships or some unrelated ship. If they are really the stronghold, they will respond with a horn. That's good. Looks like it's not the stronghold. Phew. I got scared for no reason. Turn the ship to the right. Yes, sir. Humph. There's nothing scary about those damn bandits. Yeah, but I'm sure you're relieved that you didn't have to fight. Prepare for impact. What? I thought they weren't from the stronghold. Damn it. This is gonna be annoying. What the fuck? Who are they to get on our ship? Prepare for battle. Humph. I was getting bored anyway. What a mess. Do we have no choice but to fight? Mr. So. Young Lady Beck Ryonha. A while ago, on Beck Ryonha's ship. I hope we're not late. I didn't expect my sister's subordinates to be all gathered at the route I chose. Mr. So had been wise through all hardships. The fourth Supreme is with him as well, so he will be fine. Yes, but that doesn't mean they are not in danger. There's a ship ahead of us. They're not pirates, are they? Don't worry, the stronghold always travels in groups of more than 2 ships. They're hitting the drums. It's probably merchants or a delivery ship. That's good. 6th Blood Star. What is it? Look over there. It's Uncle Hay and Mr. So. Yes, but there are too many of them. Not to mention. 4th Blood Star Dojango. Why is he with Uncle Hay? I thought he was my sister's subordinate. What reason could there be for the very elite that infiltrated the Murim Alliance to be in such a large group like this? Young lady, you better prepare for the worst-case scenario. There's a chance that the Fourth Supreme switched sides. Capture that ship. Bring Uncle CO2. Everyone, prepare for battle. Uncle Hay, just what is going on? Can you explain why the Fourth Blood Star is with you? I apologize for betraying your trust. What could have made you switch sides? What have you done, Fourth Blood Star? Seems like there is a misunderstanding because of me. Let me explain. We are loyal to the Blood Demon now. Blood Demon. Is he acknowledging my sister as the Blood Demon now? What is the meaning of this? Are you betraying the young lady despite your oath and turning to young Lady Beck Haihyang? They are just following the doctrines of the cult. What? Blood Demon Sword. Ridiculous. If that really is the Blood Demon Sword, how is it possible that you are holding? You're being imprudent, Co Galma. He is the Blood Demon. Have you forgotten the doctrines of the cult? The one who has been chosen by the Blood Demon Sword is the Blood Demon. It looks like you're misunderstanding something. What? That only counts for the descendants of the Blood Demon. We've already received the intel on what happened in the Murim Alliance. So that Blood Demon Sword may be fake. Am I wrong? Check for yourself, then. You've grown rather arrogant. What are you doing, handing over the Blood Demon Sword? What if the young lady takes it? It's okay, that won't happen. Quack. I can't believe it. 6th Blood Star. This is the real Blood Demon Sword, young lady. The real Blood Demon Sword. Check for yourself. It's fine. Hey. What are you doing? I know what I'm doing, trust me. This is the Blood Demon Sword that I've so longed for. To think that I am finally holding it in my own hand. Ag. What? Why can't I hold on to it? Are you alright, young lady? How? I am a descendant of the former cult leader. There's no way. I need to try Aga. Why? The sword does not want you as its owner. The Blood Demon Sword is a divine relic that chooses its own owner. And the Blood Demon Sword has chosen me. I like her too, but I like you better. Thanks to that special ability of yours. I wouldn't even have done something as outrageous as this if I didn't have the ability to talk to swords. This cannot be. You're a son of the Igong So clan. You truly wish to know how I was chosen by this sword. The patriarch of the Yang So clan is not my biological father. My mother entered the Yang So clan as a mistress while already pregnant with me. She carries the blood of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. That's the Flying Crane Moon plaque. That's only given to the successor of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Then Mr. So he's a descendant of the founder of the blood cult. Alright, let me ask you this then. Do you know if it's your mother or father who was related to the Flying Moon Shadow sect? That shrewd woman. She's trying to see if he's of direct bloodline or not. Sixth blood star, is that what's important? What can be more important than the fact that the blood demon sword has chosen me? Young Lady Beck Ryonha possessed the blood of the former cult leader, but she cannot hold on to the blood demon sword. The legitimacy of a bloodline is not absolute. Fourth blood star, did you know that young Lady Beck Ryonha was of legitimate bloodline? Yes. Then why did you choose to side with young Lady Beck Haihyang? It's because I believed she was more qualified to become the blood demon. That is the same reason I have chosen to swear my loyalty to you. You are more talented than young Lady Beck Haihyang. What? That's not possible. He's barely ultimate peak. How is he comparable to young Lady Beck Haihyang? He wouldn't know my skill level since I've always hidden my powers. Kukukuk. Alright. The blood demon is supposed to be the most powerful, after all. Check for yourself if you cannot believe it. Why don't you try fighting him, Blood Hand Demoness? I'll do it. I cannot have someone else fight for my stead when this concerns the position of the blood demon. I do not want this to lead to war. Me neither. Then let this duel decide who will become the blood demon. I assume the opposite if I lose. It's the most reasonable outcome where neither side loses anything. Do you agree? I agree. Do your best. This will be very different from when we fought without inner energy. Start. He deflected it so easily. He must have been hiding his true abilities. That's the light body technique that I taught him. I can just counter that. What? I tried to counter his light body technique, but he saw through it. Kukuk, it's been a while since I saw that one. That light body technique exists for that sword technique. Cook. I can't stop my body from floating. Is that the completed version of the light body technique? Heavenly Sword Blood Azura Sword Heaven. I lose. I acknowledge So Wunhui as the cult's blood demon. Woa. Ha. Blood demon. Blood demon. Blood demon. Blood demon. Blood demon. There is one thing I'd like to ask. How did you learn the great blood heavenly art? I learned it from the blood demon sword. I actually absorbed the blood demon spirit, and that's what allowed me to use this skill, but I don't need to explain all that. The blood demon sword taught you. Wunhui. Can we talk when all of this is over? All right. She looks, as though a load has been lifted off her shoulders. It's strange. That girl didn't use her full strength. I know. I don't get it. Why would she give up on her ambitions so easily? Maybe she was helping MANHWA. Help me? She must have known that she couldn't win from the first strike. I think she was helping you so that everyone could acknowledge you as the blood demon. That's the problem. The second Supreme and the sixth blood star would both know that she wasn't giving it her all, so why did they just accept the results? MANHWA. It sure is hard to get in touch with you. TSK, is the blood hand demonist still pissed? Would you be able to accept it if you were in her position? I accepted it for the sake of the cult's revival and because of the rules, but it's hard for me to completely get over it too. That kid, the blood demon is very different from the two young ladies. He hasn't a single drop of blood from the former cult leader. Didn't we swear our loyalty to the former cult leader? But to acknowledge the blood demon because of rules. I feel like I'm doing the former cult leader wrong. I am ashamed and guilty for not being able to protect the former cult leader. Don't you feel any guilt? Don't twist it like that. There's no one here who doesn't feel any sense of guilt towards the former cult leader. I'm sure there will be others who think the same way as me and the blood hand demoness. What are you going to do about them? What are they going to do then? It's good to trust your disciple, but as the blood hand demoness said, it's possible that the blood demon isn't of direct bloodline of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. If young Lady Beck Haihyang's men figure that out, do you think they would just let it go? What if I told you that there is a way to get rid of that worry of yours? What? If the blood demon isn't of direct bloodline, he can just get married to young Lady Beck Ryonha. Young Lady Beck Ryonha is of legitimate bloodline, and the blood demon has been chosen by the divine relic. It's a great duo. Action. How did you come up with such a genius idea? You're so wise. Kukukuk. It's a good solution, right? Of course. I knew you were smart, but not this smart. Huh. Wait, who cares if he's direct or indirect bloodline though? What do you mean? There is one route to the cult leader bloodline, but it got split up across several descendants hundreds of years ago. There is no reason for the blood demon to not marry young Lady Beck Ryonha even if he is of direct bloodline. So just marry them either way. That's it. Kohahaha. You're just as wise. Not as wise as you. Ha 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 ha. They're only thinking about marriage. It does seem like a good plan, but marriage isn't that simple. There is an obstacle to overcome first. The sixth blood star will not be happy about this suggestion since she basically raised Beck Ryonha. Mr. So, I'll be direct. Marry young Lady Beck Ryonha. Sorry. Why is she here instead of Beck Ryonha? And what is she on about? The battle for a position of power is very cruel and vicious. So we need certainty. Certainty that you won't abandon young Lady Beck Ryonha. If you can't do that, then I will take you to hell with me. Sixth blood star. What are you doing right now? Mississippi. I do not trust him. What? So do you intend on putting shame on my name? I will pay for this sin with my life. Please trust me this time. Answer me that you will marry her. How does it make sense to marry her just to protect her? I won't betray her even if she's not married to me. And why are you trying to marry her off without her knowledge? If you care about her, then you should be more considerate of her feelings. That's no problem. She likes you anyway. Sorry. She's kidding, right? Sixth blood star. Since when did you? MANHWA. It's, I didn't mean to tell you this like this. I told you. He was right. But why? What did I do? Miss Sama. Isn't this too rash? How dare you talk about marriage? I've already had dibs on the blood demon. I liked him first. He's mine. This keeps getting worse. Poor Wunhui. I agree. Yeon. Pinch yourself if you're sleepy. You need to focus on the work at hand. Yawn. I'm dead tired. I haven't been able to rest lately. Even if the stronghold were to appear, I'm sure the front guys will, huh? What? What's that? A boulder? No. No. It definitely moved. Like a person. Are you still sleepy? Nothing's there. What? You're seeing things because you're tired. There's an hour left until the next shift, so. Who? Cook. Answer truthfully. Is So Wunhui an eccentric Hey action here? Squad Captain Sama. This isn't a conversation for you to interfere. Back off. There is a saying that if the higher-ups are corrupt, so are those below them. I don't think you should be the one scolding me when you're being so rude to the blood demon himself and threatening him. Ahaha. Good one, Sama Young. Squad Captain Sama, how dare you? Stay back. Miss Sama, I get what you mean. I will resolve this situation, so put away your sword. The sixth blood star needs to apologize to the blood demon first. Are you ignoring me right now? I'm just protecting the blood demon. You've crossed the line. What the hell? She's not losing. Was she hiding her real powers too? Get it together. Instead of attacking me, you should be punishing the sixth blood star for her impudency. I said this is none of your business. None of my business? Don't be mistaken. I serve the blood demon, not you. You dare. You're nothing more than a squad captain. How dare you speak in such a manner before the young lady of legitimacy? You give me no choice. You were trying to kill me there. I was holding back since I knew you were being considerate of the young lady. But you seem to be looking down on me. That's because I do not acknowledge you as the blood da. I will act as if nothing happened here tonight if you back off right now. You mean, you're not gonna get married to the young lady? I will not engage in that topic anymore. Back off. What if I don't want to? Both of you. What's so hard about this? The young lady likes you too. Do you not want to get married for the sake of the trust between you two? You will be able to solidify your position as the blood demon if you marry her. Why are you trying to force the blood demon into marriage? It's only right that he gets married if he wants to. Isn't it what he wants that matters? A marriage involves the emotions of two people. It's not something for a third person to decide. You like the blood demon. Is that what it was? How arrogant for a mere squad captain. How ridiculous. Do you really think that something like you is fit to be his partner? Something like you. Father. When did someone? You. Who are you to come in here? Sixth blood star. What's going on here? I see. Seems like I'm in the right place. Is that who I think he is? Yeah. Evil Moon Sword Samachuk. First of the four evils, Evil Moon Sword Samachuk. Why, young lady? Don't say anything. Who gave you permission to get out of here? I don't know why you are doing this to us, but please have mercy. It makes sense that you're afraid. He's strong. Like a perfectly sharpened sword. Samachuk is known for abhorring those who are cowardly or disrespectful. What? I am the blood demon. What would he think of me if I were to just watch him attack my subordinate? So Wunhui, greet the Grandmaster Samachuk, the evil moon sword. I am the blood demon, their leader. Please talk to me if there is something bothering you. You're the current blood demon. You're different from what I've heard. Sorry. Not only did you seduce my innocent daughter, but you're discussing marriage with another woman. It seems like there is a misunderstanding. The marriage is. I don't want any excuses. Kukukuk. Evil moon sword. Even if it's you. I cannot forgive you if you act impudently to the blood demon. Father, that's enough. Miss Sama. I missed you. Did you come all the way here because of me? Can't you tell? I've come to catch the troublemaker who ran away. Pooh. It's all because you don't let me leave. You sure are confident for someone who stole her father's sword to run away from home. Young master, do not say anything. Leave it to me. I'll try to convince my father. Ah, right. There are people I want to introduce to you. The blood demon helped me lots when I first left. The others were all nice to me, so I've been spending a very nice. You don't need to introduce these people to me. They will all be dead soon. Sorry. You're going to kill them? Then kill me too. I decided that I'm going to stick by the blood demon no matter what. If you do something like that. Young, did you think that I wouldn't catch on to what you're trying to do? I didn't come here without knowing anything. I'm going to bring down the blood cult tonight. There is no one in the world I cannot kill. Those steel marbles are more like cannonballs. Watch out. I did hear that the eccentric Hay Action's golden blood body was comparable to the indestructible Vitra. It seems like that wasn't false. But can you withstand my sword with that arm? Void capture. That is actually possible. Run. That monstrous bastard is really determined to kill us all. I will stall for time somehow. Whether you jump off the boat or, what disciple would just abandon his master? We will fight together. I won't resent you even if I die. You're supposed to talk to me properly since you're speaking out loud. You're not a bad blood demon. If that's what the blood demon wills, then we'll have to risk our lives. We have no choice. Sir. We refuse to accept our deaths, so I will fight the best I can. How arrogant. Kohaha. That's nice. I'll have to kill you first. Humph. I'm here, too. Cook. He has stronger inner energy. Just what level is he on? He vanished. Where did he go? Above me? When? Working together, huh? It's pointless. I can't believe it, 3 of the strongest martial artists of the cult are losing to just one person. Is this how strong one of the 4 evils is? Not bad. You're not running away. I have to use my strongest attacks. I'll use 10th Mastery Chi from the get-go. True Luminous Star Sword Technique, Meteor Strike Cleave. What? He grabbed the blade with just 2 fingers. We're no match for him. Let's just run away. You're gonna die. I can't run away, as long as he's after me. How did I end up here? My second life, after being betrayed by those I trusted. I told myself that I would never trust or love others again. To be honest, that was nonsense. There are already so many people I care for. Those who trust me and protect me even if it might cost them their lives. And there's no need to be careful now. I've already died once. I'm going to live the life I want. Can I say something before I die? I like your daughter.